Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay, welcome to the March 19th, 2024 Board of Supervisors meeting. Good turnout today. Glad to see that. We will, just a brief note on public participation procedures. People that want to comment are invited to do so. Come up to the podium. And I would ask, I know it's not a requirement, but I would ask that refrain from any bad language while you're talking. You may be passionate about something, that's understandable, but please respect the people in the room and don't go there. And with that, I've asked Under Sheriff Neil Evans to lead us in the pledge. Okay, so we will continue on now with oral communications. And so if anybody would like to speak, please come forward and do so.
A year and a half, it'll be 50 years my family's lived in Tuolumne County. And for the first 40 years, it's been a haven against the self-interest and lack of common sense in California that's made government California a laughing stock in the world, basically. I shouldn't have to do this, but our neighborhood thinks that we're in danger, and I'm going to come several times between now and the election and talk about different dangers. I shouldn't have to do it because there's not a free press in Sonora. It's a monopoly that's controlled by one entity that's joined by the hip with big business. They give you the day-to-day things and the feel-good stories, but the big multi-million-dollar things that are going to change Tuolumne County forever, they're very secretive and very sneaky. With that being said, the danger today is the Northern Sierra Railroad. The railroad, if you go to the fairgrounds and look at that engine there, that's the size of equipment supposed to be on this railroad. It's rotten, it's old, it has tight turns, and it's underweight. We've had 3 serious incidents in the last year, 2 derailments, and then one family is very mad. Their son was hit in his pickup truck by at an uncontrolled intersection by a railroad engine. I didn't hear the board say anything about this. You guys should be up at arms. The county council should have sent a letter to the Congressman McClintock and got a representative from the Railroad Commission out here to look at this and tell you, and you ask him why this is such a dangerous railroad. Our media, what do they say? Nothing to see here. The cars were empty. There was not enough damage to have to report it. Nobody was hurt. Oh, they got $17 million years ago to upgrade the railroad. Stanislaus County made them put modern upgraded railroads right to Tuolumne County, and it's rotten past this point. Now, the people in New Palestine, Ohio, should have jumped on their leaders to stop people penny pinching on their railroad, and they're probably never going to get over it. So I'm challenging you to protect the people in Tuolumne County. We're in danger. I'll be back. I have a whole whiteboard with the neighbors filled with dangers that we have, and I'll be back. In the media, lack of open, free media, keeping things secret in this county is a root through all of them. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak? Good morning.
Good morning. God is a God of law and order. This is evidenced by the fact that he gave us the 10 Commandments. He is not a God of chaos. Romans 13:1, let every soul be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and the authorities that exist are appointed by God. This verse and others like it can be difficult to swallow for those who believe that authorities are doing wrong. Yet even Daniel was subject to the authorities of Babylon, but he remained amicable, helpful, and respected, even though the Babylonians were his captors. Eventually, Daniel got thrown into the lion's den just for praying to God, but he did not fight and he did not run. He remained subject to the authorities. He trusted in God, and God saved him. I need to put more of my faith in God to sort things out and trust that He will work them for His plans. If I have to suffer as part of His plans, then so be it. I do want to live in a world of law and order, and until Jesus returns to be the authority, God is going to use humans to fulfill that purpose for Himself. If those humans make a mistake or intentionally do something bad, then I hope they will be dealt with individually. But there is no point in throwing out the entire apple cart just because a couple apples go bad. We can see the results of that in real time by looking at the out-of-control crime in all the areas who decided to defund the police. I am so happy that our county did not do that. I really wanted to pray for the sheriff 2 weeks ago, but I wanted to wait until it was official. Well, now it's official, and so I'd like to pray to God for our new sheriff. I hope you don't have a lion's den back there. Heavenly Father, I thank you for Sheriff Vasquez, and I lift him up to you. I was excited to see the support from the Sheriff's Department and many others in this community. I hope that he will continue to garner that support and earn the trust of the public as he takes on the important role of sheriff. Please, Lord, continue to bless him with the leadership skills you have given him. I also lift up all of our officers to you, God. Please give them all the skills, courage, temperament, funds, and equipment they need to fulfill your purpose of law and order for our community. Keep the chaos away, and most importantly, Lord, keep them all safe. I also pray for Sheriff Pooley, Lord. Thank you for his service, and I ask that he be blessed in his retirement. May we all learn to respect the authorities, Lord, and may that respect grow to be mutual, like it did in Daniel's case. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello there.
Good
Welcome.
morning, esteemed supervisors and staff. My name is Nancy White, and I'm here today representing the Tuolumne County Volunteer Fair. April is National Volunteer Month, and in recognition of this, we're going to hold our fair on April 4th this year at Mother Lode Fairgrounds. The Volunteer Fair is a special event. It brings together over 75 local nonprofits, service groups, and agencies who depend on volunteers to fulfill their missions. It's an opportunity for folks with a desire to serve their community to find out about all the great opportunities that are available to them in Tuolumne County. Research has found that volunteering has multiple benefits. It boosts self-confidence, it decreases the risk of depression, particularly in the elderly, it lowers stress hormones, it provides a network of friends with shared interests and a sense of purpose. It teaches people new skills, and it's even been proven to extend lifespans. These great benefits are one of the reasons why this year's fair is once again being sponsored by Sonora Area Foundation and co-hosted by the Blue Zones Project and Love Tuolumne County. We have groups from a very wide array of interests, including dog and horse rescue, veterans, faith-based groups, food pantries, education, kids, mental health, seniors, the great outdoors, first responders, theater and the arts, gardening, special needs, and service organizations. So if your interest has been piqued in this event, I invite you to remember the fours. The fair will be held on April, the 4th month of the year, on the 4th day of the year, on the 4th day of the work week, it's a Thursday, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon until 7 p.m., and it's actually our 4th live in-person volunteer fair. So remember the fours, come out and join us. The fair is entirely free for our exhibitors, for our attendees, and for parking. The only price is if you want to buy some food, and we will have food available for purchase. So please come out, remember the fours.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak? Yes, sir. Good morning.
Thank you for hearing me. I'm here on a matter of grave concern to a number of your constituents, some of whom are here with us today. Melissa Harm Valalunga, my amazing daughter, real estate consultant and property owner. Mr. Frank Podesta, president of our road association, CAL FIRE Battalion Chief, retired, David Marquez, president, Yosemite Title, Steve Miner, president, SMC, and myself. My name is Don Harms. The at issue is gates on Sherrill Way and Twainhart, one of only 2 escape routes for the Knox Road, Sherrill Way, and Half Mile Road neighborhoods. With an imminent wildfire in the canyon, the blocked road will trap dozens of families in the fire's path. Now, I've written a little letter that will give you some insight into our experience with Sherrill Way. And I'm just going to read this to you. Mrs. Harms and I built our forever home accessed by the abandoned Sugar Pine Railroad, which is now Sherrill Way, in 1990. It adjoins a recently purchased Parka parcel on his north boundary. We acquired the 18-acre parcel adjacent to the Parka parcel on his southern boundary in the year 2000, one half mile from our home. We purchased the property in order to give our children the opportunity to make it their home. Shortly after we purchased, we graded the road, laid rock base, and installed culverts. We used the road for over 20 years for walks and to make improvements to the land. We drove the road to access Tuolumne City areas, and our grandson drove to and from Somerville High daily. Half Mile Road residents used the road to access Twainhart. Shortly after the Parkas purchased the parcel between our home and our vacant land, they installed gates on both their southern and northern boundaries, blocking access to our land. It was a 2-minute drive for us. Now it's a 20-minute drive from North Tuolumne and Half Mile Roads. It has also drastically reduced our land value by making it a 25-minute drive from Twainhart instead of the original 5-minute drive prior to the gate installation. After over 20 years of continuous use, we now find ourselves deprived of our rights to full use and enjoyment of the property. We live in fire country. Emergency escape routes are critical in a fire event. Many of us are concerned about our safety.
Thank you.
Dozens of families had 2 escape routes. Now we only have 1, with the gates blocking the second.
Thank you,
flies
sir.
in
I'm sorry, but your time's up.
One more sentence.
Please.
It flies in the face of logic that an individual property owner could be able to jeopardize the lives of people in it by limiting the escape routes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, come on up. I just do want to point out, though, please, that there's a 3-minute timing on the speaking, and after 2 minutes, you'll hear a tone that kind of gives you a warning. And for some of you that may not have had experience speaking before the board, I just wanted to let you understand. So please go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm Louis Humler from Upper Crystal Falls. Mostly I want to comment on a couple items that came up in the March 5th. At 1 hour and 39 minutes into the video, you can see some comments back about the appointment of now Sheriff Vasquez. Some of the comments are like, basically the one I want to mention is basically saying that request for information about personal matters, that, you know, you just can't do it. You can't get it or whatever. What I discovered, though, is 2019 Senate Bill 1421, which is commonly referred to as the right to know, says basically for law enforcement, guess what? We do get to look at those records. And 3 days later, the Union Democrat actually published an article, and they gave a download of the 500 some odd pages, redacted pages. So we now know what happened to those 5 or 6 deputies. I do have some concerns with the sheriff department from what I can see, except for the like the jail deputies, but the ones that are out on the road, they're all white males as far as I can tell. So I'm a little leery about that, or maybe I just need some more information there. But I don't see a lot of diversity in that group, and hopefully things are changing there. The other comment I want to make is there was discussion on, I think it was 2 board meetings back, about, a lot of people were saying we're not frugal with the funds. Then when multiple supervisors says, no, we're well managed on the funds and everything. I did send a letter on one of the items for March 5th about proposed $1.3 million for the remodel of the Washington Street, and that got removed from the consent calendar. It was kind of intriguing because for the public comment, I didn't say anything because I knew it was coming up on the consent calendar. And then as soon as the public comment was all closed, it got removed. So basically, I never had a chance to talk about it whatsoever there. But I think it's a good example, $1.3 million for a remodel of a building. I don't think it's justified. And it was to bring in the defense attorneys. I did in the email I sent to the supervisors point out there's the Edward Jones office by Safeway, walking distance to the to the courthouse, for $400,000. It's 5,000 square feet. Looks like a great property to house the defense attorneys. So the other one was $185K. Adjustment in the appropriations for IT came up. And thank you, Supervisor Brandon mentioned maybe we should look into this a little further or whatever. I think that group really goofed up right there. And I think we should look into that as to what happened.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? Good morning.
Good morning, County of Tuolumne Corporation. Well, we're back again on that word, corporation. I'm John Flynn. If anybody doesn't know, I'm John Flynn, the political watchdog here in Tuolumne County. Take a bite out of crime, McGruff. That's me. And I want to state that, 17 years ago, on March 17, 2020, I stood up here before the Board of Supervisors at the podium, was on the other side. And we talked, was yelling at the Sherry Brennan, Carl Rutherford, John Gray, Ryan Cameron, and Nia Kirk, because they wanted to suspend the Constitution of the United States and restrict people over COVID-19. And I wouldn't have any of that. So I stood up for the Constitution, mentioned it 4 times, mentioned the Republic twice. So enough on that. I want to go, and that was just 4 years ago on March 17, 2020. And then we have just 4 years ago, this month, I played a practical joke on the California Attorney General's office. And I hit a home run on that. There's a case number attached. And I'm going to, I still have, and that was good. I'm going to reignite that case number and have the AG's office look into the fact that Sheriff, we had on Friday, February 15th, I was asked to be a witness in the gallery, and there were 2 other sets of groups of people that came and went. They went before Briardorf, and then there were 2 California Highway Patrolmen. And the courthouse, or the security, is supposed to be done by the sheriff. And if Sheriff Iquez, if you don't have the manpower, then contact Sheriff Jeff Dursk in Stanislaus County and ask for assistance to bring up a half a dozen officers if you need to help out your deputies. And then you will have security. You don't need the California Highway Patrol. That's ridiculous and a waste of public tax. They're supposed to be on the highways. Okay, and then I got 48 seconds. Then last Wednesday on the 13th, February 3rd, I met with my personal attorney, and I told him about the protective order that Sarah Jean Corella put out, and it said protective order against Ty, and then Sarah Jean Corella said that he wishes to have a romantic or sexual relationship with me. And my personal attorney said, you're delusional. You need psychiatric help. I concur. You really do. And and he knows, my personal attorney knows you personally, and you're just delusional. He wants to get far, far away from you. All right, thank you.
Time's up. Would anybody else like to speak? Okay, I will close oral communications at this time and look for staff reports. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Quincy Ailey, Community Development Department Director. I am here this morning to introduce our new Environmental Health Director that has been with us for just a few weeks. Before I do that, I just want to thank your board for the support that you gave our department and division over the last 2.5 years. I brought you many contracts, many contract amendments, many kind of different ideas on how to get the division to work well while we were searching for a director, and you were very supportive of that. And so my staff and I want to thank you. I also want to thank Brad Banner and Jamie Agers, who are interim directors, and also give a special thank you to Nadine Martelli, who is a supervising senior environmental health specialist in our office. And she really held down the fort and helped me out for the last 2 years. And so I just want to tell her how much I appreciate her. And I'm also happy to say that we are also fully staffed in all of our positions in environmental health. So I'm here to introduce Debbie Larson, and she comes to us from Amador County, but lives here locally in Tuolumne County. So we're really grateful that she's joined our team. Like myself, she worked for the county early in her career and is finding joy in finding her name on reports and documents as she's going through some of the new files. And so with that, I've asked Debbie just to introduce herself and say a few words. Thank you very much.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm so happy to be here back into Tuolumne County. I live up in Twainhart and working on getting my home together. And I look forward to working with the supervisors and the staff and in achieving the mission of the county. Thank you.
Very much so. Thank you for coming on board with Tuolumne County. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Mike Mazook, Tuolumne County Animal Control. Just wanted to bring you a staffing update. I had a ACO resign last Wednesday. And I have another ACO going on maternity leave on Saturday. So that is 66% of my ACOs. So we will only have one animal control officer per day, per shift. And I also have an RVT that is with child, and she will be going on a maternity leave as well. So our staffing is fairly bleak at this time. It usually takes us 8 to 12 months to get another officer. So this is just, I just want everybody to know that every single thing we do is going to be extended, whether it's responding to emergencies, whether it's writing criminal complaints, whether it's citations. It's going to affect everything, including staff morale and compassion fatigue. So if you could just bear with us until we get this resolved, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, good luck in finding some relief there. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Dory Beats, Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services. It's a beautiful weather out there, and it's that time of the year where we start thinking about wildfire preparedness. So I wanted to make sure both the board and the public know that we will be having our annual Wildfire Preparedness Town Hall on Saturday, April 6th, down at the Mother Lode Fairgrounds in the Sierra Building from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. I'm going to have a lot of great presentations about home hardening, defensible space, all the things that we can do to get our communities, our properties, and ourselves ready for the wildfire season. So we have flyers, and we'll be posting these out, and there's more in the back for the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional staff reports? Good morning.
Morning. Chris Albrecht with the Veteran Service Office. March 29th, 1973 marked the end of the United States involvement in combat in Vietnam. As of May of 2023, there are still 1,582 POWs unaccounted for. With that, on Tuesday, March 26th, the Vietnam Veterans of America, Chapter 391, will be hosting a Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day celebration at the Chicken Ranch Casino Bingo Hall from 5 to 7 p.m. They'll be serving some light food and have beer and wine. Tickets are $10 for non-members and can be purchased directly through from Frank Smart. If you need to know how to get a hold of him, feel free to contact our office, Tuolumne County Veteran Service Office. We'll give you that information. There'll be a keynote speaker from Vietnam War commemoration, a gentleman named Alec Lang. They'll be raffling off a 50-inch TV. So it's going to be a good time. It's the equivalent of their Veterans Day for those who served in Vietnam. And deadline to get tickets is tomorrow. So anybody interested, get a hold of us or Frank and we'll get you set up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional staff reports? Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning. Honorable Board, Madam CAO, David Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. I have a lot of information, so I'm going to start with the good news first. Great news is, with a combination of our staffing in multiple areas, we are officially fully staffed and will be moving strategically to start a hiring list. Those numbers consist of, in just patrol, 4 recruits in the FTO program, and that is a 13-week program, 4 recruits in the San Joaquin Delta Academy with an anticipated graduation of the last week of May, and 4 recruits on their way to the Stanislaus Regional Academy, and that academy starts March 25th. We also have 1 lateral who has shown interest. Full disclosure, that is one of our own laterals. Started here, left to go be a fireman, and realized that that wasn't the life for him. Imagine that. So we have him currently on standby and are working on a strategy to potentially underfill until we fill our promotional seats that we have. That is something that we're currently working on and we'll be pushing forward in the near future. For custody, it looks a little different. We are still working actively to fill 7 vacancies, and we do realize that we have 4 frozen positions, but our efforts are fully underway. Dispatch is going to be our area of most critical need. We have 7 vacancies of the 13 total staffs. We have implemented our comm supervisor into the operational tempo already. I cannot say enough good things about the level of dedication for our dispatchers who are completely towing the line. While that sounds grim, I want you to know that we do have ideas. We have things that we're working on right now. I'm currently working very closely with the CAO on a few things to implement strategically so we can offset what that looks like, be competitive with other competing industries as well. Full disclosure, one of the main things that we're seeing right now is the change to the medical provider industry, where the minimum wage is increasing for all support staff to $25 an hour. That is heavily encroaching on our entry-level salaries and for dispatch, and we are seeing that be some of the pivot points of how we stay competitive. That is not the only thing. We are in the middle of comparing and contrasting what that looks like so I can bring hard numbers to the CAO and then also to your board as well. So currently we are working on an option of premium pay for mandated shifts, because right now when you are staffing a full-time comm centers with 5 dispatchers, you have to do something to kind of stop the hemorrhaging right now. And we are working with a kind of a multi-layered schedule where we have other support staff coming in to staff those lines, so 911 and other support calls are answered no matter what. However, there's other issues that arise when you are a dispatcher and you're bringing in support staff to do a job that you're fully qualified to do, and to offset that, we are requesting a premium pay solution in some of those, and we are working very closely with the CAO on that as well. So I highlight those things because I don't want you to think that I'm coming here just telling you all these problems. We do have items in the work. We do have the support of our staff who is understanding of the situation and is helping us prepare those solutions so we can implement them in a meaningful way. And to just take an opportunity to thank our dispatchers publicly. We know exactly what you're going through. We're attuned to it. I've sat in those chairs. I was a comms manager, so I know exactly what's happening in there. So when we come to speak to you, know that it is from knowledge that comes from even the line level all the way up through supervision. And we have our finger on the pulse. So dispatchers, hang in there. We're going to take care of you. With all that being said, going back to the patrol side of being fully staffed, I just want to highlight that that was a team effort amongst everybody in our office. I want to thank our professional standards division who tirelessly and relentlessly works through the weekends to complete these backgrounds when we come to them and say, we need this one right away, because I feel like we say that about all of them. And it is their efforts, Sergeant Jake Ostoich, who is the supervisor of that division, investigator Ashley Bujikian, and CSO Zach Levy. We also contract with TrueView. They've been fantastic, but it's been a team effort. It's been an investment from the board, our command staff. So I just want to make sure that we highlight that and we share that success together, because you all have made an investment. We have made an investment, and this is what it looks like moving forward. So that's great. What you can expect to see from our office, another return on that investment, is we had a staff meeting yesterday as things have settled down after a dynamic couple of last weeks. We have prioritized narcotics enforcement and also how we engage with cannabis operations with the support of allied agencies, homeless outreach, engagement, and accountability. I think you can start seeing more action and more in our operational tempo beginning immediately and being sustainable as these new recruits come into our rank and file. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next topic, which isn't such a great topic. There have been some inquiries. Approximately 2 weeks ago, our office did have an officer-involved shooting incident in the town of Groveland. We did an initial press release. Now, I want to say just plainly for everybody that this is still an ongoing investigation, and there are multiple layers of investigations that take place when our community experiences something like this. But I think it ties in with the important investment that you make in our staffing as a whole to our organization and how the entire justice umbrella works and comes together to support these types of efforts. On February 27th, 2024, Deputy Alex Zanini was patrolling the area of Groveland. He was conducting security checks of the local schools and other areas of critical infrastructure when he located a vehicle traveling in the area of Merrill. The vehicle was traveling with multiple vehicle code violations. Seeing that, Deputy Alex Zanini conducted a traffic stop or an enforcement stop, like we commonly call it, and that was approximately 2300 hours or 11 p.m. The vehicle was occupied by 2 male subjects. Upon contact with the driver, there was an investigation that led that the individual driving the vehicle was not allowed to be operating the vehicle at that time. I'm trying real hard to not use vehicle codes because the public doesn't always know what those mean. So during that investigation, Deputy Alex Zanini also located what he recognized as narcotics paraphernalia and began an investigation that was taking him that route. He detained the first male subject and then went on to contact the second male subject. At that time, there was an exchange of words from the passenger, and Deputy Alex Zanini, trying his best to de-escalate that situation and gain compliance, with unsuccessful results, ended up in a foot pursuit with this individual. A short foot pursuit led to a physical encounter where Deputy Alex Zanini was trying to subdue the individual. During that brief, we'll call it a wrestling match for lack of a better terms, that individual produced a handgun and made a statement that will be revealed in our press release that will be coming out shortly. It was something to the effects of, "You're going to kill me or I'm going to kill you." Deputy Alex Zanini pinned that gun and the arm down to the ground and was attempting to subdue the individual, and he could feel the force underneath that individual's arm trying to essentially take his life. In response to that subject's actions, he drew his service pistol and discharged multiple times, striking the individual. At that time, he was moving back away from the individual to seek cover, and he immediately called for backup and, I believe, medical personnel. As for the bulk and the substance of that incident, that's about all I'm going to share right now, as we will be releasing full body cam footage to include supplemental information. But one of the things I'd like to highlight a little bit is the timeline in which this happens. So at approximately 11:05 p.m., the traffic stop was initiated in the area of Merrill and El Capitan. He had the first subject detained approximately 13 minutes later. A foot pursuit ensued a short time after that with the passenger. By 11:26, that radio traffic goes out where he's calling the foot pursuit, which within just a couple minutes later, there's a shots fired call that goes over the radio. The first unit to respond, who was already heading that way, was Deputy Garrett Bomer. And he was working the Jamestown area. He heard his partner go out with a traffic stop that was occupied by two, and he started driving that way. Responding from Jacksonville, it still took him approximately 15 minutes to get there. And I don't even want to get into how fast that deputy was driving after you hear shots fired. This is important because what it does is it causes us to reflect and really evaluate how we're staffing this county. Is one deputy acceptable to be in the Groveland area to deal with a traffic stop that's two male subjects when you're having shots fired? Essentially, if you're having to fight that individual for 15 to 16 minutes, and that's if you're lucky that your nearest backup isn't coming off of Jacksonville Road, because that's not always the case. I'm not saying that to bring doom and gloom to the situation. I just want to be relevant in your minds about what's appropriate and what kind of service we are offering to the public. Again, this is not a problem that I'm bringing to you. I will have solutions. We are strategically looking at the best way to utilize the resources that we have and the incoming resources as well. My sincerest gratitude goes to Deputy Alex Zanini and his family for the ongoing sacrifice, and all of our deputy sheriffs and support staff that show up every day, because this is a reality every day. We leave, we say goodbye to our families, and what happens after that is not always known. We don't have that absolution. So I feel that our deputy sheriffs and our support staff, they do a great job. I'm very appreciative of them. This is just one of those critical incidences that take us to that area that we don't like to talk about or that we want to go to, but it is a reality. Our deputies did us proud. They served the public the way they were supposed to, and right now is a time for healing for everybody involved in that incident. So I share that. Don't want to end on the bottom note, but you can expect to see a full press release, which will be organized in conjunction with our public information office and also our contracted public information consultant. So to the public, all of that information will be made available to you. The department has 45 days, and we are not there yet. We're going to try and get it out sooner. That consists of the rest of the information that I have. I look forward to moving forward and continue on our positive efforts. Thank you so much.
Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I believe you have a town, and thank you, by the way, for explaining all of that. A town hall coming up that individuals can come and be able to talk to you about law enforcement matters in Jamestown, I believe.
That is correct. So we have multiple town hall meetings that are scheduled in various locations of the county. We're working on our marketing ploy on how we're going to push that information out to the county right now via social media, also through the radio, which I will be speaking shortly on. But it will be all of the county, anybody that has concerns with different county operations associated with the sheriff's office, they will be able to address me and my command staff at that time as well.
Thank you for your transparency.
Dates and times to come, to follow.
Thank you. Any additional staff reports? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the consent calendar. And before I ask the clerk to read it, we are pulling item number 7. This was pulled by staff, so we will not be acting upon that during today's session. So if the clerk could please read the consent calendar.
Item number 1, approving the minutes of the March 05, 2024 meeting. Item number 2, finding that the full text of ordinance numbers 3449, 3450, 3451, and 3452 were published on March 08, 2024 in the Union Democrat as required by law. Item number 3, finding that a summary of ordinance number 3448 was published on March 12, 2024 in the Union Democrat as required by law. Item number 4, approving amendment number 3 to the standard agreement for professional services with Mark Thomas and Company, Inc. for the Lime Kiln Road Bridge Replacement Project, contract number 1627, and authorizing the chair to sign the agreement. Item number 5, approving an agreement between the Tuolumne County Health and Human Services Agency and Amador Tuolumne County Action Agency, ATCA, for housing-related case management and rapid rehousing services in an amount not to exceed $148,601.61 for the period of January 1, 2024 through June 30, 2027, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents. Item number 6, 1, awarding a contract each in the amount which shall not exceed $500,000 to Associated Right-of-Way Services, Inc., Bender Rosenthal, Inc., and Hamner, Jewell and Associates to perform on-call right-of-way services for various projects and authorizing the chair to sign. And 2, delegating signature authority to the Director of Public Works for task orders issued under said contracts. Item number 8, waiving the second reading and approving an ordinance amending Chapter 2.40 Emergency Services of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, making the change for the Assistant Director of Emergency Services from the Assistant County Administrator, along with other recommended changes as listed. Item number 9, approving out-of-state travel for Supervisor Goldenberg to attend the 2024 National Association of Counties NACO Annual Conference, July 12 through 15, 2024, in Tampa, Florida, with an estimated travel expense of $2,800. Item number 10, determining there is a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the county administrative officer as a result of a severe storm on or about March 1, 2024, pursuant to Public Contract Code 22050 and Tuolumne County Ordinance Code 3.22.060 for four-fifths vote required. Item 11, approving amendment number 2 with Mark Smith for AB 109 attorney services, extending the term to end June 30, 2024. Item 12, determining there is a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the county administrative officer as a result of a series of storms from February 2023 through March 2023, pursuant to Public Contract Code 22050 and Tuolumne County Ordinance Code 3.22.060 for fifths vote required. Item 13, approving a letter of support for AB 2859 Patterson, California Emergency Medical Services Peer Support and Crisis Referral Services. Item 14, approving a comment letter to the California Assembly Budget Subcommittee Number 7, supporting funding of middle mile broadband infrastructure and authorizing the chair to sign. Item 15, approving a letter of support for Assembly Bill AB 2902, organic waste reduction regulations exemptions. And item 16, adopting resolution 10-24 to implement the County of Tuolumne environmentally preferable purchasing and practices policy.
Wow, a lot to read today. Would any board member like to pull an item? Okay, seeing none. Have comments on items? Okay, I'll look to the public. Any public comment on the consent calendar items?
I'd like to comment on number 9, which is the travel to the National Association of Counties. That we currently have several hiring holds currently in place. And we're kind of hopeful to get that 1% tax increase. I question whether this is appropriate at this time. And if you look at the papers for the sales tax thing, they give the history. They only show one place where we've actually voted yes for a sales tax increase. And actually that was for transient, it's hotel tax basically. It wasn't sales tax. So basically we have a pretty long history of, we vote no for sales tax increases. So I don't know that that's very appropriate. The other thing I'd like to suggest is so far I've attended several of these supervisors meetings. I've yet to see a trip report presented or published at all. So I think a trip report would be very useful at getting value from the one member that does attend, getting that value to everybody else. Plus I think your constituents might be very interested in it. Like for instance, I believe Supervisor Brandon, I think you went to an IT type one where I think they were talking about last mile stuff. Be very interesting to know, what contacts you made, what solutions might we have towards that and things. This could be a very valuable thing to have the trip report. So I'm not saying don't approve that travel, but I think we can get a lot more value out of it. I do question the timing a little if we have hiring holds right now.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. I think that's important info to bring back. I only want to say that after that trip, I did bring back an oral report to the board. I also did a post to the public on my Facebook page about some of the lobbying that was done, and the sessions there. You're right, it was about basically FCC broadband mapping and middle mile kind of funding from the federal government. So did publish information on that at the time.
Yeah, and I agree with Supervisor Brandon. So I'll just give an example kind of on that note. I attended a very similar conference also with the National Association of Counties in 2020. And based on the discussions and the board paid for me to take that trip. And based on the discussions I had with other supervisors throughout the country at that meeting, we pushed for and ultimately received the American Rescue Plan Act, which resulted in $10.5 million into our county. And I know Supervisor Goldenberg's very good at advocating for our county as well. And so I think that these types of trips, particularly with the National Association of Counties, can be very, very useful to understand what's going on in the rest of the country and how it can tie in with the interests of Tuolumne County. And I know the Supervisor Goldenberg is pretty good about reporting out during reports, which typically come at the end of the Board of Supervisors meetings. So maybe not everyone's able to see those unless you are able to hang in there for the entire meeting. It's just a kind of a balancing act about where do we put reports? Do we put them at the beginning or at the end? Something is getting shortchanged no matter where we put them. But anyway, that's just my view on it, that these trips can be really valuable to our county.
Okay, thank you. And, I'll just note too that after my last trip for the NACO Legislative Conference, I did draw up a document of notes that I distributed to staff on pertinent areas, and we haven't had report outs, unfortunately, since I returned, so I hadn't had the opportunity to report, but I have information to share today. With that, I'll look for a motion on the consent calendar.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar, minus item 7, correct?
Correct.
I'll second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And any abstain? Okay, passes 5-0. Okay, let me get caught up here. Sorry. Let's go ahead and do item 17, and then we'll move to the Red Cross directly afterwards. Item 18.
Item number 17, consideration of approving the appointment of Michael Griffin to the Board of Supervisors Solid Waste Committee, BOS SWC, as a member at large with the term to expire March 19, 2026.
Okay, first of all, are you going to present on this or just? Okay, so looking to the board, any questions regarding the appointment of Michael Griffin to Solid Waste Committee? Supervisor Campbell.
I have no questions. I'd be happy to make a comment on him and when that time is appropriate.
Okay.
Or did we just ask for public comment? I missed
I was just going to at this time. So let's do public comment first, and then I'll bring it back to the board. Is there any public comment on item 17 regarding Solid Waste Committee appointment? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for comments. And Supervisor Campbell, if you want to go first.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I attended the last Board of Supervisors Solid Waste Committee meeting, and Michael was there. He was engaged in participating with the business of the county and seemed really knowledgeable and interested in serving his community. And so I would be more than happy to have him on the Solid Waste Committee representing our county.
Very good, thank you. Any additional? Supervisor Kirk.
I'll just say as chair, thank you Supervisor Campbell for filling in. I was at a a doctor's appointment with my daughter, so thank you for filling in and for reviewing those. And I trust your judgment, and I looked at the packet, so I'll be glad to support and thank everybody for applying. Nobody gets paid for this. It's time out of your schedule and you got to look at agendas and, excuse me, frog in my throat. And so thank you for everybody who applied and to this individual for stepping up. So I'll be happy to second your motion.
I think we have some more comments first. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. David, wanted to ask real quick. So the recommendation here is for one of the candidates, and I agree it is a very good application. I wanted to ask, we do have a second candidate that is in this that has a professional junk removal and cleanup business. I wanted to ask why a recommendation was made on one, and I don't know if that's from staff or if that's from the committee itself.
The recommendation, good morning to members of the board. The recommendation on this, we went through, I was required to look at all open applications. And the original one that you're referring to for,
DJ.
who owns, I believe Sonora Junk Removal, was 2 years old. And what I was looking for in this was an engaged member of the community who had participated in the meetings. Michael Griffin's here today, so he's
Great.
engaged enough to also be here. It was a matter of, to share a little bit of that history, Mr. Griffin called me up with a complaint. And I was able to reasonably resolve it, not perfectly, but reasonably. And that's when I mentioned the board, because when E. Colcom, elected not to have reappointment, I basically said, okay, so we advertised, had no applications, called folks, reached around, basically went out looking. And so with a member of our community who came to me with a complaint and was willing to be engaged enough, that is what was the basis for the staff recommendation for
Thank you.
this.
Debbie, that's sufficient for me too, and I didn't realize this was also a much previous application as well. So
Yes,
with
yes,
that,
there
I'm
are
ready to move.
dates to those.
Great, move forward as well.
Other questions?
Okay. No additional, thank you. Appreciate you coming up. Okay. Kind of missed here. We started on a motion and then went back to comments. So I think Supervisor Campbell, you had the
Yeah, I can make a motion.
motion. Yeah.
I move that we appoint Michael Griffin to the Board of Supervisors Solid Waste Committee
And I'll
as the
second.
member at large. Sorry.
Thank you. I'll second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, that'll conclude item 17. If we can have the clerk read item 18, please.
Item 18, consideration of adopting Resolution 11-24, proclaiming March 2024 as American Red Cross Month 2024 in Tuolumne County.
Good morning, Dory.
Good morning again, Dory Beats, Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services. As you all know, we as a county rely heavily on our partners prior to, during, and after an emergency or a disaster. The American Red Cross and their volunteers here in Tuolumne County have been vital to providing services to those when we need them most. Personally, as an American Red Cross instructor myself, I am truly grateful for those who volunteer at all hours of the day or night. Today, I am joined by 3 volunteers, Marianne Schmidt, Lisa Baker, and Carolyn Stymies. Marianne would like to say a few words on behalf of Red Cross.
Hello, Board. The American Red Cross thanks Tuolumne County for the support you give us today with this proclamation. Red Cross is honored to be a supporting partner to OES. I began my Red Cross journey 11 months ago. I desired to learn as much as I could to support our county when a disaster hits, whether it's a house fire, a flood, a snowstorm, or a wildfire. The Red Cross has given me tools, especially when a house fire takes everything away from a family, or when a shelter needs to be opened during a major disaster, or when a facility needs to be assessed to be used for a shelter, or when the volunteers in their training need support. And as an extra unassigned job, I keep a big closet of supplies organized so the volunteers can easily get what they need for a house fire or an event. I hope to share these Red Cross tools with our community. Our county is part of a Red Cross motherlode territory, which also includes Calaveras and Amador counties. In our territory, we have 49 volunteers, not enough for all that we want to accomplish in our counties. In 2022-23, we had 44 disaster calls, and so far this fiscal year, we have had 20 disaster calls. Last year, we had 378 disaster preparedness presentations, and so far this year, we have had 165. Last year, we installed 83 smoke alarms, and so far this year, we've installed 307 in partnership with local fire departments. We just finished a big event in Jamestown on Saturday where we installed 109 free smoke alarms. Yes, a volunteer commits to training, on-call hours, and disaster events. Of course, one does not know all that's involved when entering the Red Cross, but all it takes is that first-time response to a house fire that told me I am where I want to be. My first house fire included 12 clients, 4 children, and 8 adults, and 1 client going to the hospital. The structure was deemed uninhabitable. I stood there as a trainee, watching the Red Cross at work, talking calmly and reassuringly to the clients. By 10 p.m., everyone had blankets, snacks, water, stuffies, a place to stay for the night, and money in their pockets for food and clothing for the next few days. We left the clients with the hope of building a recovery plan with the Red Cross Recovery Branch that would take over in the next 48 hours, giving them a guide for the next month. Again, this is where I wanted to be. Red Cross has a never-ending list of ways for volunteers to work, from collecting data, presenting in schools, preparing our community with Red Cross Ready, installing free smoke alarms, counseling, and medical help, all to help our community in both small and large disasters, where we can turn our compassion into action. But for the Red Cross to work, it needs the volunteers. Over 90% of the workforce are volunteers. It is an incredible organization that has managed to help thousands of people for over 130 years. We ask the community to please consider joining the American Red Cross, and you can find us at the Volunteer Fair on April 4th, on the 4th day of the week, and the 4th event in person. So thank you, Tuolumne County, for your support.
Board Chair, would you like me to read the resolution, or did anyone want to read that?
No, if you could please read it.
Perfect. So a resolution proclaiming March 2024 as American Red Cross Month in Tuolumne County. Whereas the County of Tuolumne is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living and visiting the county. And whereas during American Red Cross Month in March, we recognize the compassion of people in Tuolumne County and reaffirm our commitment to care for one another in time of crisis. And whereas this generous spirit is woven into the fabric of our community and advances the humanitarian legacy of American Red Cross founder Clara Barton, one of the most honored women in our country's history, who notably dedicated herself to alleviating suffering. And whereas today, kind-hearted individuals in our community exemplify Barton's commitment as they step up through the Red Cross in the California Gold Country region to provide a beacon of hope for our neighbors in need. Through their voluntary and selfless contributions, they make a life-saving difference in people's darkest hours, whether it's delivering shelter, food, and comfort during disasters, providing critical blood donations for hospital patients, supporting military families, veterans, and caregivers through the unique challenges of service, saving lives with first aid, CPR, and other skills, or delivering aid and reconnecting loved ones separated by global crisis. And whereas we hereby recognize this month of March in honor of all those who lead with their hearts to serve people in need, and we ask everyone to join in this commitment to strengthen our community. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim March 2024 as American Red Cross Month. We encourage all citizens of Tuolumne County to reach out and support its humanitarian mission.
Thank you very much. Questions from the board members? I had just one general one. Understand recently the blood bank building had been sold, and I know there was a reach out looking for a suitable home. Is that still needed, or was a facility found, maybe?
Yes, we're still in need of a
Please, come on up.
Yes, we're still in need of a building. We'd like a building that we could have about 3 small offices and a meeting room so we can do training and have monthly meetings with our volunteers. We did get 2 storage units for free for 6 months. So all our supplies are tucked away right now, and we'll still be looking for a place for storage. Thank you.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Supervisor, I'll just say that we are working on a plan to support them. So OAS is working with some of our partners and our own facilities in Tuolumne County to see if we can come up with a remedy for them. So,
I understand there was some discussion, that's great.
yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, look to the public for public comment before I bring it back to the board. Yes, sir.
This looks like a good opportunity to ask a question that I've been having for a while. And if we look at consent item number 5, which is $146,000.
Okay.
No, it is totally related to this.
Well, first of all, okay. Go ahead, but please.
Trust me, it is totally related. Can you provide additional information about how these housing assistance versus the American Red Cross, how that's not a duplication of effort, and I don't think it is, but how do the two things merit towards each other? Hopefully, once I get away, somebody can comment on this.
Well, basically, almost 100% of the time, I believe the Red Cross steps in when there's a disaster in somebody's time of need. And so there's a difference there. It's driven by that particular incident as it occurs. That's just in general, just so. Anyways, any additional public comment? Bring it back to the board. Comments on the board, Supervisor Campbell.
All right. Well, thank you very much, our esteemed volunteers with the Red Cross. And I was really happy to hear you mention Clara Barton. She's somebody from history that I think we would all do well to emulate. Somebody with persistence and intelligence and a desire to serve her community, and resulted in the founding of the Red Cross in 1881 in the United States. And we got to remember at that time, this is before there were behavioral health workers, before there were social workers, before there were professional firefighters in most, unless you were in a very urbanized city, no professional EMTs, and before any of these things that we now depend on and count on as citizens, there was the Red Cross. And it is an organization that has evolved it to fill whatever role is lacking in communities. And I've seen them in action a number of times. We've had a number of declared emergencies in our community. We've had a number of evacuations. I remember being at the Tuolumne Veterans Hall, and there were Red Cross people there for hours and hours and hours. And I just remember thinking, boy, what would we do without the Red Cross? Because, we had all of the professional, firefighters and law enforcement. They were out fighting the fire, trying to protect the community. But who is left to take care of the people who are displaced and to feed people that are hungry and to clothe people that are cold? And that's the Red Cross. They fill that role. And I was glad that you called for more volunteers, because we definitely need it in this county, because we've had our share of emergencies, as we all know, over the years, and I'm sure we'll have some in the future. But I know recently the thing that's really impressed me is how the Red Cross serves people who have lost a home due to fire. They come right in. They're on it. They are professional. They have everything set up for people that have been displaced from a home due to fire. And I've seen it firsthand, people in my district that have had very traumatic loss of a home, and Red Cross is there to kind of help them pick up the pieces while they're dealing with insurance and all these types of things. So, and then on top of that, you've got the work that Red Cross does with veterans, and then the blood donate, all the things that we all are familiar with and we all associate with the Red Cross. But I'm not sure if everybody knows about the looking after people who've lost a home due to fire. And there's probably other things that the Red Cross do that I'm not aware of, because you just seem to be always, you're just always there whenever people need you. So very appreciative of people that step up and volunteer. And I know there's a variety of ways to volunteer. There's a variety of time contributions you can make. So please, if people are out there and want to serve their community, don't hesitate. They're easy to find.
Yeah, thank you. Well said. Other supervisors? I have a couple of comments. I've had a long history and involvement with the Red Cross myself, starting early in my fire service career back in the mid-'70s, and I taught, I don't know how many first aid, advanced first aid, CPR courses, and to a variety of people, to businesses, to school employees, staff, of course, our own staff. Later on in my career, when I was a battalion chief and managing incidents, I was a battalion chief in Tulare County, and over a 5-year period of time, I literally responded to 175 working structure fires. So these are active fires with good amounts of damage in most cases. Most of those calls, structures, were residentials. I'm not sure exactly how many, but I'd say 150 plus. And I had contact with the Red Cross many, many, many times. And as Supervisor Campbell said, they come quickly, and they do a wonderful job, and they come with a lot of compassion, for somebody that's just been through a very traumatic, event. So thank you very much for all of the efforts. It's, just incredible. With that, I think I'll make the motion, actually, on this one. As I grab my paper here. So I'd like to move to adopt Resolution 11-24, proclaiming March of 2024 as American Red Cross Month 2024 in Tuolumne County.
I'll second.
Okay, so motion by Supervisor Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to take a break, let's see, until 10:20. Yeah. All right. So we are going to get back to our meeting here. I just wanted to, because we've got a fair amount of people in the audience, I want to advise you how I'm looking at the schedule for the rest of the meeting for today. We're going to take item 19 at this time. Then we're going to do our 10 a.m. 1 appointment, 10 a.m. 2 appointment, which I expect is going to take a little bit of time to work through. That'll probably carry us to lunch, and then we'll pick up after lunch with our 1:30 p.m. appointment, and then items 20 through 23 to close out the day. So if you're looking at the agenda and you're here for one of those things that are later on, just know that it's going to be a while. It'll be this afternoon. Okay, so with that said, I would ask the clerk to please read item 19.
Item 19, consideration of adopting Resolution 12-24, proclaiming April 2024 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
Welcome.
Was it working? Okay. Good morning, Board. Cassandra Jenicky, District Attorney for Tuolumne County. We believe you. As I was driving through downtown Sonora, contemplating how to start my remarks for today, I passed by the Center for Nonviolent Community banner sign that's over the intersection of Stockton and Washington Street. And the thing that struck me was 3 simple words: we believe you. Putting those 3 simple words together indicates so much more to the individuals that it speaks to. April 2024 marks the official national 23rd anniversary of Sexual Assault Awareness Month. That means that it wasn't until 2001 that we as a nation recognized and started addressing on an annual basis the prevalence of sexual violence in our communities. This year's theme is building connected communities. And those who work in prevention and enforcement know that having a connected community helps us reduce the likelihood of sexual abuse, assault, and harassment in our communities. At the center of building a connected community is ensuring that our communities are safe, inclusive, and equitable. And when we look at the national statistics across our minority and at-risk groups, we see that societal oppression over time has contributed to higher rates of sexual harassment, assault, and abuse within those communities. In a connected community, we look out for one another, and we make choices to promote our community health, safety, and well-being. I was born in the Bay Area, lived in big cities my whole life, and when I came to Tuolumne County, one of the things that struck me was the connectedness of our community. When we look at and recognize how we talk about sexual violence in our community, we impact and improve the lives of survivors, their families, and our community. By understanding that our voices and their voices have power, we increase the safety within our community. By striving to create strong and connected communities that take care of one another, we decrease the frequency of sexual violence amongst our community. I hear from community members all the time that they want to know what's happening in Tuolumne County. They want facts, they want numbers, they want a reflection of what crime looks like in Tuolumne County. And what I can share with you is that from March 1st of 2023 to March 1st of 2024, our office reviewed 40 discrete case submissions related to adult sexual assault. Sexual assault is a big category, and that can range from spousal rape, rape in concert, all the way to misdemeanor sexual battery. But the reality is that regardless of the severity of the abuse, the impacts live on. Of those 40 cases that we received, we were able to file 19 of those cases. Now, that's higher than the national average for filing of sexual assault cases by prosecutors' offices. And what we know from the data is that that is likely less than half of the actual sexual assaults that happened in Tuolumne County last year. Now, I have to take this as an opportunity to thank those that serve our survivors in our community. I first look to the folks that I work with every day, specifically our victim advocates. They tirelessly walk what can only be described as the imperfect path to justice with our survivors. A special thanks to Dixie Sky, who has been with our office for over a decade. And over the last 3 years, Dixie has primarily worked with our sexual assault survivors. She responds to crime scenes. She helps transport victims to sexual assault exams within the county and beyond, and is constantly taking their calls and communications to ensure that they feel supported. We Believe You is a community mantra within Tuolumne County. When I go to state and national conferences that talk about sexual violence, I am always so grateful to be able to express what an incredible community we have here in Tuolumne County that supports the survivors of sexual violence. Big special shout out to Rebecca Bell, who is one of our sexual assault nurse examiners. She works for Matheson Memorial Clinic, who has been an incredible partner with us over the last 2 years, establishing a private facility within their Jamestown clinic, specifically set aside for the conducting of sexual assault examinations in Tuolumne County. Our sexual assault response team is robust. We have our meeting tomorrow, and we host it at our Child Advocacy Center, and the room is always full. Typically, we have 15 or more participants that represent community-based organizations like CNVC, our tribal partners, medical providers, law enforcement, and a variety of county agencies. We believe you. The true import of those 3 simple words represents that Tuolumne County is connected, and we are constantly building towards and improving the well-being of our citizens. The individuals present here today to speak are a testament to that connection. So I'll hand it over now to Jesse Abbott from the Center for a Nonviolent Community.
Good morning. My name is Jessie Abbott. I'm the Direct Services Coordinator at Center for a Nonviolent Community. CNVC is our local domestic violence, human trafficking, and sexual assault crisis agency. Our agency provides 24/7 support to the men, women, and children in our county who have experienced interpersonal or family violence. I want to thank you all for your consideration in declaring April Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Just to highlight Cassandra's beautiful words, this year's national theme for Sexual Assault Awareness Month is building connected communities. And I can't think of a better way to honor this than by speaking directly to our community and all of you about this topic and how CNVC has supported our community in serving survivors. Since March of last year, Center for a Nonviolent Community has provided 1,390 services to 180 survivors of sexual assault. In a 12-month period, that averages to 15 people per month and over 3 people per week who have disclosed sexual assault, and these are the people who have reached out for help from us. This does not include the hundreds more that have not reported or reached out for services. For those who did access services, those who did access CNVC as a resource, the services they received include but are not limited to emergency response to law enforcement or medical facilities, accompaniment to medical legal exams, accompaniment to law enforcement interviews, individual advocacy services, safety planning, peer counseling, and providing basics like food, clothing, transportation, and emergency shelter. I want to take a moment to thank all of the staff at CNVC for their dedication to supporting the survivors in our community day in and day out. It takes a very special and strong individual to be willing to step into another person's world on what is likely the worst day of their entire life, and have the ability to hold them with dignity, respect, care, and unconditional positive regard. But that is exactly what you all do, and I'm honored to know you and to work alongside you. I would also like to thank all of our community partners who serve with us in supporting survivors of sexual assault and work tirelessly to make our community a safer place. We cannot do this work alone. It truly takes a village, which is what we're cultivating in spaces like our sexual assault response team. These partnerships are what makes a community connected, and those relationships help make people feel valued, seen, and heard, which can in turn prevent sexual assault from occurring in the future. You don't have to be an advocate to help prevent sexual assault for support for someone who has been harmed. We want to invite every person in our community to help raise awareness of sexual assault and prevent it from happening. You can do this by joining us in our Paint the Town Teal event, which will be held on April 3rd at noon in the Courthouse Square on Washington Street. Please join us in hanging teal ribbons up and down Washington Street in hopes to raise awareness and help us in our ongoing goal to end sexual violence. You can find more information about this event and other ways to support our mission by following us on our Facebook or Instagram page. Thank you again for your consideration in declaring April 2024 Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and to all the survivors in the community, we believe you and we're here for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we'll bring up Sheriff Vasquez to bring it home.
Okay.
Bring it home. Okay, no pressure. Thank you. First off, thank you so much for characterizing this so perfectly and your comments. It really makes it easy to come up here and bring it home when you have two individuals who've put so much thought and passion into delivering this for your consideration. I am always grateful for the effort that goes into recognizing April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. But more importantly, with that effort of just being here today, I can't state to you the grateful feelings that I have for the team that goes into serving our survivors. From the first responding deputies and officers to the detectives who have to conduct interviews, who are also assisted by our advocates, by our social workers, our district attorney's office staff, our sexual assault nurse examiners. This takes a toll. These survivors are not alone, and nor should they ever feel alone. This team, this dynamic team that relentlessly pursues and navigates this process with them, they feel every bit of it. Now, I say that and I highlight that not to, by any means, take the spotlight off of why we're here, but to let all of them know that they are worth it. And they are worthy of our best efforts to continue to do so. Recognizing April and reflecting on the awareness of what comes with sexual assault, I also, as driving to my office today, was thinking about what does this really mean to me? And the one thing that I kept thinking about was to the little boy and the little girl that had to testify in a jury trial less than 3 weeks ago. And sitting there and listening to them have to talk about what they've survived. It lit a fire inside of me that I know resonates with all of our team. This is why we do it, and they are worth it. And most commonly, you'll hear the word victim associated with somebody who has survived crime. Here's why that's an issue. The opposite of victim is victor. A win, right? And I can tell you right now that there is nothing about the courage that these people showed that would make them a victim. They are absolutely 100% the victor in this, because they stand up and they take a stand and they tell people. They tell us, they report it. And that's just the ones that report. We heard stunning statistics about the sexual assaults that go unreported. But for those who do find that courage to take a stand and face that adversity, you are my heroes. And I think that I speak on behalf of this entire team, that that's what fuels us, is these people who have the courage to stand up and share some of the horrible things that they have survived and say, no more. With that, I do want to throw a special thank you out to our tribal partners. We have been working closely to complete facility use agreements, which will elevate our level of service as a team, not just talking for the sheriff's office, but as a team to our survivors of this type of crime, where there is a greater increase of privacy by being able to use a facility that might be outside the comfort level of somebody who is going to the emergency room, which sometimes happens. We are also going to be pursuing shortly in the near future requests for services with our local medical providers as well as our tribal partners. But I cannot specify enough how our tribal partners are always coming to the table asking, how can we help? How can we best assist? It is a team effort, and I am grateful for all of them. So please know that you have the Sheriff's Office's entire support in recognizing April as Sexual Awareness. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so bring to the board first with any questions that you might have. We heard 3 different people speak. I don't have any. I did have one question here. Be for DA Janicki. You quoted a number. I think it was. Looking for it here. The number between March and March
Yes.
of last year and this year was 40 something?
40.
And that this year we were already up to 23, was it? Or I didn't catch that part.
No, I didn't reference any
Okay.
numbers up to now. March to March of last year, we received 40 cases, and of those 40, we were able to file 19.
Okay. And so, and what we heard was probably double that is actual.
At least.
Yeah, okay. I have no other questions. Look to the public for public comment on this. Okay, not seeing any. I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Hath.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation, all of the presenters. I was especially struck by the DA's remarks about the community, the difference between coming from the Bay Area and seeing how this community pulls together. And I'm all for, whenever possible, creating a situation where we don't have victims and victors as a result. And so I would like to take this time to make the statement then where possible, because I know a lot of this happens behind closed doors or out of the public view, but where it does happen in the public view, I call on our community to step up and say something. It's important. It's important to say that's not okay, and to be our brother's keeper in that case, whether it's a male person being harassed by a female or a female being harassed by a male. It's not okay. And the more of us that do that, the better off we will all be. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you so much. And the numbers especially that you have in this, they really stick with me because I think it challenges a lot of the preconceptions about this. So 53% of women facing sexual assault within their lifetime, sexual violence, that's crazy. I mean, half. But what might also not be known well is that 29% of men, which is not as far as I would have guessed that this statistic would be, also face sexual violence within their life. Seeing that we have over 80% in Native American communities, 47% of people who are transgender, 33% of people with intellectual disabilities. And as you mentioned, not just women, but men, but also kids. And we have that as an issue in our community. So this is probably some of the toughest stuff that is out there to deal with, some of the most emotionally damaging and the secondary trauma of that. I appreciate the work that you do with them, not just to find justice, but to be able to make sure that that process is humane and as much as it can be comforting and empowering so that they come out of that. I like the words you said, not as a victim, but a survivor, as somebody that overcame adversity in it. And so I want to say thank you to CNVC because like in many other, I think, topics that we work on, our capacity in this stuff is sometimes very limited, and our community partners really help augment and enhance and supplement that, and then bring, I think, a unique things we can't do to be able to work with these folks. It's immensely appreciated, and I know that there's a lot of wraparound service and navigation and just helping that is there while we're working, obviously, what we do here at the county. And I wanted to thank, too, also, I've heard the same, that since getting elected, with our tribal partners, this has been a top priority. I've heard about the sexual assault response team office to avoid this being some kind of cold medical office in a hospital, to have a place that is designed specifically for this. So I wanted to thank them, to our other governmental partners that we have in addressing this, because this is an issue, I think, across the nation, across the world, but it is an issue here in the county. As we've talked about before, we have an abuse issue in Tuolumne County, and I think this is the work. There's no snap decision that fixes this. It's trying to fix these broken cycles. And externally, I really like what you said about, actually, it might have been Jesse. I'm not sure. It was one of you two.
She was fabulous.
Speaking about these recovery services being able to prevent future victims as well. Because a lot of times the people who become perpetrators often had that, to my understanding, in the past, or that can be a cycle of that. So I'm really happy to see that progress is being made on it, and we have great partnerships with it, and that everybody is working together extremely well. So thank you for being here. Thank you for presenting this and letting me talk for a little bit about appreciating it.
Supervisor Campbell.
Obviously, as always, District Attorney, Sheriff, Jesse, wonderful presentation, very sobering information, and it makes me think about so this is we talk about ACEs a lot, adverse childhood experiences, and sexual assault that's a big one. And what we see in a community like ours is this generational people that are abused become abusers themselves, and it just it continues on. And so for those people that, and there are there's a lot of stigma still associated with sexual assault and being a victim of sexual assault, and there are a lot of reasons not to come forward and talk about it. And so for those people that do that are willing to step forward and tell their stories and try and get some accountability toward the perpetrators of these crimes, they are the most courageous of all, because they are that link in a chain, and they're trying to stop it from continuing on. And that's really important to recognize, because you see these issues just kind of continue on. In a small county like ours, it's easy to observe the generational problems that we see over and over again. And so there's people that are willing to step forward and talk about it and take on that risk that is for some reason still associated with these types of crimes. That's really courageous. And I think it's important that we recognize that, and that's why we're here today.
Supervisor Kirk.
I'll be honest, and sometimes it's brutal. As a supervisor, sometimes I get annoyed with some of the resolutions that we get up here. It's like, can we really appease everybody and every idea? But this one in particular, I wish we could have a board day specifically dedicated to getting the community more aware of these assault cases, because they're horrible from the law enforcement side, and I don't do what you guys do. Thank you for being above the national average, District Attorney, that's awesome. But it's horrible what takes place in these cases. I've read tens of thousands of files and probation officers' reports, and there's nothing more gut-wrenching than reading cases like this. So thank you guys for what you do. I really at the pinnacle of it, though, I'm really disappointed with our legislators and people at the highest levels, because we'll take people who will walk into a bank with a gun and not hurt anybody, but they're trying to get some money, and they'll get automatic 10-year enhancement for that gun, put away for 10 years in prison. And you'll get a bastard who will walk into a child's room and will assault a kid and will devastate that person's life. And guess what they get? Guess what I see on my end? 3 years. And then they're out early because it's considered not a violent offense. So this just irks me. I wish, my hope is that the community, that people listening, if it's one person, don't let it continue in your life. Report it. You got a lot of really good people who are going to smash that person, as long as you cooperate with the investigation and you do your part. And the last thing I want to say is, you might think I'm crazy, but I'm going to say you're crazy if you think I'm crazy. You have to teach your children at a young age. My daughter's 2.5 years old. I've done this with all my daughters. She's 2.5 years old. I changed her diaper. She knows who's allowed to change her diaper and who's not to. No boys down there. You have to start them at a young age, because half of these girls will be assaulted in their lifetime. And my kids, my daughters, won't be a victim. And that's on the parents. So thank you. Sorry I get a little heated. I wish I was governor. I wish I could. I would do 25 to life for these cases, because it's despicable. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I wanted to rephrase my question when I asked about the numbers. That number of 40, was that consistent with the past, or is that an increase or a decrease? I was trying to get a feel for that.
That's a good question. It's pretty consistent for us.
Okay, which is unfortunate.
And just to clarify, that is only adult sexual assault. If I had included sexual abuse crimes against children, which we'll talk about next month, because April's also Child Abuse Prevention Month, those numbers are equally, if not more, staggering.
Okay. You guys make a heck of a team. From different aspects and, your charges, whether they be legally or policy, but coming together and working together. It's proving, itself here. Jesse, you talked about 3 per week. I think that's 3 too many, right? We shouldn't be there. And Supervisor Half, spoke to it, real strongly. And we've probably all seen it at one point or another, right? If you see something, don't just ignore it. Do something, right? If you don't want to get flat right in the middle of it, that's one thing. Okay, you're worried about yourself or risk, but everybody pretty much got one of these nowadays, right? Call it in, take a picture or two, to show what's going on. And Supervisor Kirk, yeah, absolutely, it's horrible, when we see these things happen. So thank you all, for everything that you do. Okay, for the resolution, would anybody like to read it? It's pretty long, or we can.
I think just the little bold part at the bottom. There are a lot of whereases on this one. So
Yeah, correct. You want to take a stab at picking the ones out that you feel are.
I actually didn't print the resolution.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't print it.
I'll take it.
It speaks for itself.
Yeah. The resolution does speak for itself, and there's a lot of whereases. We talk about whereas, calling attention to the fact, that it is widespread, And you know, people tend to ignore that. So, you know, build on that education. Respect, you know, dealing with compassion. The county's going to be safer and stronger by making our community better. The amount, you know, the numbers, you know, unfortunately speak for themselves. They're bad numbers. When we look at, you know, other cases, and Supervisor Brandon, I think, brought this up too, you know, intellectual disabilities, you know, have a factor here, as well as transgender and other people that are at risk. And just recognizing the strength and courage of everyone. And Sheriff, you know, really put it there when you talked about the very young children testifying. You know, that's true. Yeah, you know, horrible, terrible words cannot express what they go through at that point. So, with that said, I'll look for. I'm sorry. Did I do public comment? Yeah, I did. Okay. I'll look for a motion from the board.
I'll move to approve the resolution. I don't have the number right in front of me.
And I'll second.
What do you have the number there in front of you, Chair?
1224.
Yeah, it's resolution. I'm sorry, 1224.
1254.
1224.
1224, and I'll second.
Yeah. Okay. Motion by Supervisor Haas, second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay.
Thank you for
very
your
much.
time.
Thank you.
All right. Let's get back to our. Okay, so our 10 a.m. one. If you could please read that, clerk.
Ten a.m. Item 1, presentation of the Tuolumne County Recreation Department Strategic Plan.
Do you need any setup time, or you? Okay. Just bear with us while he gets his presentation up here. Are you set there, or I'm not? We get these screens? Okay. We're not getting on these screens, but that's okay. Go ahead. Let's start. We can turn.
Okay, Eric Aiken, Tuolumne County Library and Recreation Manager. Thank you, Chair Goldenberg, members of the board, for the opportunity to be here to present our 5-year strategic plan for the Recreation Department. This is something we've kind of unofficially have been working on for a few years now, coming out of COVID and changes of the department, some restructuring and losing our office space, changing locations and things like that. But really, as of December 15th, we really made more of an asserted official effort to undergo this project. And so what we did is, the purpose of the strategic plan is to set our department goals and to develop a plan to achieve those. Basically, to create a roadmap for how we as a department want to move forward to best serve the needs of the community that we serve. The first thing that we did was we wanted to gather input, and that was not only internal input from our staff, but also external input from the community. So we reached out to basically our staff as well as the community of Tuolumne as a whole, whether they participate in recreation programs or not. We wanted input from everybody. And then we used that input to guide the department in meeting the current and future needs of our community. So based on that input, we were able to see kind of some of the areas that we had some gaps in services, areas that we were really strong in, and some areas that we possibly needed improvement. So the first thing we did, like I said, was on December 15th, we met as a staff. Recreation is a very diverse staff in that we have our youth centers, Standard Park, aquatics, rec programs, all of those different services that we provide. There's a lot of commonalities between those, but there's also a lot of differences. And so getting all these divisions in a room and sitting down and having a conversation about what it was that we as a department wanted to present to the community to move forward with programs that we felt would best serve their needs. So like I said, we met as a group, and the initial meeting, the main goal was to come up with our mission statement. So we looked at our previous mission statement, and as a department, we felt that we wanted to make some changes to that. And what we came up with was the Tuolumne County Recreation Department creates community by offering programs that promote opportunities for growth through fun, inclusive, and educational experiences. Kind of encaptures all that we do. When most people think of recreation, they think of your typical sports, basketball, baseball, soccer, those types of things. But what we do in recreation is so much more than that. Excuse me. There's a lot of youth mentoring, whether it's through our youth center programs or the countless relief staff that we hire throughout the year that a lot of times it's the first job that they've ever had. And so this is the mission statement that we as a department have come up with. And then based on that mission statement, we created some goals that we felt we needed to look at in order to achieve this mission statement. And the goals we came up with as a department were, 1, to increase and stabilize funding, increase and improve outreach and marketing, diversify and expand recreation programs, build community partnerships, gather patron and community input and increase participation, and improve the physical spaces and recreation facilities. So once we created those goals, the next step in this process was to gather input from the community. And so we created a survey asking several questions. You know, basically, what programs do you currently participate in? What are some of the barriers that you've experienced and why you haven't participated in recreation programs? What are some of the things that recreation is doing well? What are some of the things that recreation isn't doing so well? And so we put together a survey that we distributed to gather that community input to help us inform our decisions as we move forward. So in distributing that survey, we distributed that through the newspaper as well as the radio station. We sent it out to all county employees. We handed out at all of our facilities and programs. We had flyers that we handed out. You know, at Standard Park, we were handing out to activities, the youth centers, each of the programs that were open, we had those available for both kids and adults to complete. We sent it out to our community partners, those organizations, internal and external to the county that we work closely with, and asked that they provide this to their clients as well. Posted on social media. We had, like I said, we had copies available at our recreation facilities as well as the Sonora Library. And this was also something that we included as an article in our library and recreation newsletter. Again, trying to get the word out as best we could to as many people in this community to gather that input on what are we doing well and maybe where some areas we might need some improvement. So based on that, we received all of the input from the community, and it was a substantial input and greatly appreciated. This was invaluable for us to move forward with this plan. It took quite a while to compile the results, especially when you're dealing with a lot of handwritten responses, compiling those, as well as the online responses. So recreation, we met again as a department, kind of compiling all of the information that we had presented to us by the community. And then we also had the staff basically filling out the same survey that we asked the community to do. And what was really surprising when we met as a department was, if you look at the list of items that staff had as well as the community, they really mirrored each other, and there was a lot of similarities in what the community was saying as well as what the staff was saying. So using all that input, like I said, we met as a department and started to come up with action items for each of these goals in order to help us achieve and move forward to better serve our community of Tuolumne County. So again, staff voted on those action items, and then I'm not going to read each one of these, but we'll just kind of go through these, and then if there's any questions at the end, I'd be more than happy to answer. So our first goal was to increase and stabilize funding. In recreation, this is something that is extremely important. We know in difficult budget times, sometimes recreation is one of those departments that unfortunately is looking at taking some of those hits. We have been very supported by this board, and we're super appreciative of the support that we've had from this board. But we know in recreation that, we are not a mandated service that the county provides, but we do believe that we are essential. We are essential we affect so many people's lives in this community and the services we provide. And recreation is a very staff-driven department. We need staff to provide those programs. And so having that funding for that staff is crucial for us to be able to do what we do for our community as a whole. So again, applying for grants is something that we always do. We do struggle in Tuolumne County with some of the grants in that when we're being compared to some of the larger municipalities, LA, San Diego, Bay Area, sometimes we struggle because we don't have the population numbers to compete with some of the grants that they have. But like I said, that doesn't stop us from trying. We are applying for those grants, whether it's for facilities or programs. Your board just approved a few months back. We have applied for a couple program grants that we're hoping to hear back in the next couple months, which could be a real game changer for us, allowing us to offer programs at no cost and being able to basically pay for the entire cost of the program, from equipment, facilities, staff, everything. So fingers crossed on that one. Also working with local groups and nonprofits. This for us is really important. We can't do all we do on our own. And so we rely heavily on our partnerships with, quite a few of them are in this room right now, internal and external, to help us provide some of those services that they're possibly already providing or can assist us with, maybe provide some expertise or staff at little or no cost to where we wouldn't have to hire someone to provide those programs. So those partnerships that we have with our nonprofits and local community groups is huge. Whether it's through fundraising or providing programs, it's something that they have been very supportive of in what we do. Creating opportunities for the community to donate beyond just the fundraisers. And then again, just coming before your board and providing presentations on kind of where we're at, so this board's informed as you're making those decisions, especially come difficult times, kind of what those impacts might be to recreation in the community that we serve. Our second goal is to increase and improve outreach and marketing. Going into the survey, this was one I was expecting that we were going to get a lot of comments on, and we were right. Probably the largest barrier, one of the questions we had was, what barriers are you experiencing? And one of the largest responses was, we just weren't aware of all the programs that you offered. And so we've always tried to market our programs in a diverse way, whether it's through the newspaper, the radio, we have an email list, our newsletter, we do post stuff on social media. So just trying to find ways to get the word out into the community what it is we're doing. Like I said, this was something I was kind of expecting just based on some conversations that we've had with both staff and the community previously, that this is something that we've been working on for years, but we know we still have more work to do. But really trying to find a way to guarantee that everyone in our community has an understanding of what we're doing. Because a lot of times, like, oh, I would have loved to participate in that. I didn't know that was offered. And so creating a dedicated social media platform for recreation. a place where people can go and find this information as to what we're doing, where we're doing it, all of that information. Again, working with the clubs and schools, my staff does a great job right now. We meet regularly with the schools. We're constantly working with them to help get some of this information into the kids' hands, the ones that are actually going to be participating in these programs. We send flyers to the schools. Some of the schools are much more cooperative than others in using some of their email lists to blast out the information that we have. But working with some of those partners to, again, get that information out. One of the other things that we really wanted to do as a department was we wanted to kind of brand recreation and creating a logo for recreation. So that's one of the tasks that we're looking to do to kind of really brand what it is that recreation is and what we represent for Tuolumne County. Again, continue to work with the local outlets, the media outlets. They've always been very supportive of the programs that we do, whether it's putting out a press release or coming out and doing a story on a program that we happen to be doing at one of our pools or parks or things like that. So they've been a great partner that we want to continue to expand and work with to help disseminate that information. And then there's some other things up there in regards to marketing. But like I said, this is probably the one area I think we received the most comments on from the community that we need to do a better job of finding ways beyond just the Union Democrat and the radio of getting the information into their hands so that they can make those decisions. Our third goal, again, was to diversify and expand recreation programs. I would say probably the second barrier that we heard from the community was some of the programs that they were interested in, we just didn't offer. And so staff has, for years, we have really tried to find those needs of the community, and whether it's something that people would typically think of recreation or not, if it's a need the community has and we can fill it, we're going to try and do that. So we are doing art classes, we're doing dance classes, we're doing music, we're doing all kinds of self-defense classes and mentorship classes. And so it's a very wide, diverse offering of programs, but we're still not offering everything out there that the community needs. So again, trying to get that information into their hands as well as getting that information back so that we can find some of those programs that we might be able to offer to this community to fill those needs and those gaps. Creating more after-school program offerings. Daycare is a huge issue in Tuolumne County, and we hear a lot, just parents don't have places to send their kids. We do have 3 youth centers in Tuolumne County, Jamestown, Groveland, and Tuolumne, which fill that need, but there's a lot of areas in Tuolumne County that don't have a youth center, and so a lot of kids unfortunately are doing things they probably shouldn't be doing, and so trying to create some positive, constructive things for these young kids and young adults, better roads to go down than some of the paths that some of them are traveling right now. And again, creating affordable programming. That was something we heard a lot was, we want to participate in a lot of your programs, but sometimes they get a little pricey, and we as a family have to make a decision that we can't do all the ones we want to do. We're going to have to pick and choose a couple from the list. And so trying to keep those costs down and affordable, which is where working with some of those local agencies and nonprofits can help us keep some of those costs down. Our fourth goal was build community partnerships. This is something we've always done in recreation. We have to, in order to sustain recreation, we have to have those community partners, whether it's their support or assisting us in providing programs or us assisting them in providing some of their programs. It's really important that we have those partnerships. Excuse me. And a lot of those are county departments. There are so many county departments that have been super helpful to us in recreation, whether it's facilities management, helping take care of our facilities, or public health, HHSA, behavioral health, OES. I can go on and on. Just the number of departments that have stepped up over the years to help us, again, provide those services to the community that we're all looking to represent. One of the things we've done in the past, a little bit, but we really want to expand, is creating an internship and mentorship program for youth, working with some of the local school districts as well as Columbia College. Even if that doesn't mean a mentorship and someone that wants to work in the field of recreation, but just providing opportunities, whether it's through our youth centers or some other programs, that we support the youth in Tuolumne County, because a lot of times they don't have a voice. They're the ones that aren't necessarily spoken for, and so as in recreation, that's a lot of who we work with and who we deal with. And so trying to create opportunities for them to be successful and know that there is a path to a better way, and maybe the situation that they're in doesn't have to be something that they have to stay in. And so creating some of those opportunities is something that we're really hoping to expand, again, with some of our internal and external partners. Working with the county schools, this one is vital for recreation. One of the things that we struggle with most is having facilities to provide some of the programs we want to provide. We have a lot of ideas and a lot of things that we would like to do, but a lot of times we are faced with, we can't find a facility either at all, or it's so expensive we can't afford to provide that program. And so the schools have been very, over the years, several of them have been very supportive of us and allowed us to use their facilities at very low costs. And so that's critical for us to be able to provide some of these programs, like our spring break day camp that's coming up next week, and our summer recreation program over the summer, as well as a lot of our sports camps that we do at a lot of the local schools. And again, they're serving a lot of the same clientele that we are. And so if we can partner together to provide a more efficient, better service, then that's what we as a department would like to do. And then one thing, we do attend quite a few community events, but I think we would like to expand that. Again, just trying to think of a way to get information into people's hands. If we have booths at some of the ones we listed up there, some of the ones we currently already do. We attend the ISIS Children's Fair, the Mother Lode Roundup Parade. We attend each of the high schools' career fairs, farmers markets, things like that. But trying to work with our partners and finding some of those community events that they have that we can either help with or attend and get information out to the community through those means is something that we're looking to expand. Goal 5, and I would say probably of all of them, this is probably the most important one, and that's gather patron and community input and increase participation. We can come up with all the programs and ideas that we think are amazing, but if no one wants to do them, it's a waste of time. And so really finding out what interests the community have, whether it's something we have that we're not doing enough of and we need to expand and do more, or something that maybe we're not doing at all and we need to find a way to make that happen. And so we ask the community to please reach out to us, even if it's just an idea. We'll try and find a solution, whether it's going out into the community and finding an instructor that's certified to teach that, or maybe we have someone on staff that's capable of doing that. We welcome that input, not just when we're doing these surveys, but at any time. Please reach out to us and let us know if there's something that you or your family would benefit from that we can assist with. It's what we're there for and what we're looking to do. Again, expanding our social media outreach, I think, will really help in engaging our community and finding out what their interests and needs are. And then one of the things that we want to bring, we used to do Day in the Park years and years ago. We would like to bring that back and really make it in a day at Standard Park where we are providing activities just to get families out together and have a good time, but also an opportunity, whether it's just recreation or possibly some of our other partners, to have booths out there as an opportunity to pass along some of that information of what Tuolumne County Recreation and what Tuolumne County as a whole has to offer their community. And so that day in the park is something that we're really looking to try and expand to get the families out together. One of the other things we heard a lot was we do a lot for the kids. We don't do a lot or enough for the adults and the senior population in Tuolumne County. And not only that, but providing opportunities for families to participate. We in recreation, we have a lot of programs that are for kids and we have programs that are for adults, but creating those programs where the whole family unit can come out whether it's family night at the pool and coming out to swim, or creating a program at Standard Park or some of our other facilities to get the whole family out and participating and engaging together and socializing with their friends and families within Tuolumne County. And then creating an annual survey. Again, kind of like we're doing here, this is a 5-year strategic plan, but this is a living, breathing document. We expect this, the goals won't change, but our action items definitely will change as we move. Some will, the priority may get higher, something may get put on our plate that becomes a priority that maybe isn't something we had thought of that we need to add to the list. So this list will be changing as we move through this process. But we want to reach out each year to our community and kind of find it, kind of a state of recreation. Here's where we're at. How are we doing? Are we meeting your needs? Or is there something more that we can do to provide some of those service? As well as after each of our programs, sending out a survey. How was the program? How can we do better? What'd you like? What'd you not like? And then the last goal was improving the physical spaces and recreation facilities. I would have to say this was probably the hardest one that we had while working on this. The handout I gave you, there was an omission on my part. The first 2 items up there were supposed to be on the original board item, which I failed to attach. So they're highlighted in red on the handout, and there's handouts on the back table for anybody in the public. But we have so many facility needs within Tuolumne County for recreation. Trying to narrow that down to a manageable list was really difficult. What we decided as a department was we are going to have some of our long-range planning looking forward, but especially for this first year, we really want to tackle some of those things that we know as a department have been issues that need to be addressed right away. So the goal number 6, I see kind of being more of an annual list that we do each year. We will have our 5-year, long term. Like the second one on the list is the Armory project, CRC project at the Columbia Armory that we had come to your board before in regards to a grant, which we didn't get the first one. The second one we haven't heard back from, which I'm thinking April, I think was the last we heard. We may get notified. But continue to try to move that project forward. We had planned that one to be more of a recreation facility, which if we were able to get that would solve so many of our facility problems that we rely on outside organizations. That would be huge for us. So that's kind of something where we want to continue to move forward and continue to pursue. But a lot of these others were immediate needs or needs that we've had for years that we really want to get addressed to really deal with some of the issues that we heard from the community. And the last, this was probably one of the areas that we heard from the community as much was so many of our facilities are, I don't want to say in disrepair, but just, need some TLC and need a little upkeep and some time spent. And so trying to deal with some of those issues to get the facilities that we currently have up to where they need to be before we start building a bunch of new ones. And so this list by no means is all-inclusive. There are a lot of facilities and a lot of goals that did not make this list. It doesn't mean they got thrown in the trash and we forgot about them. It's just they haven't made the list yet. And as we start to check some of these off and accomplish some of these items, we will bring some of those that didn't make the list up and add them as we move forward, whether that's facility projects or action items on some of our other goals. But real quickly, just to go through a few of these, again, the Columbia Pool, trying to figure out what we're going to be doing with Columbia Pool. It has been closed for several years now. We are working with the school as well as the state on how we can have a pool facility in the Columbia area. And then a lot of these others are, like I said, just some, I don't want to say they're major projects, but they do require some staffing and funding, but projects that would go a long way in really improving the impact that they provide and the ability for us to offer those facilities for our community to use, where right now, you'll see several of those are lighting systems. We have quite a few parks that don't have lights or the lights don't work all that great. And so when the sun goes down, that park's basically unavailable to be used. So if we can create some of those opportunities, it would really expand the ability for the local groups to have a place to go. One of the things at Standard Park is we receive far more requests for field use than we're able to accommodate because we have so many requests from all the different organizations as well as the programs that we offer. And so being able to create some of these facilities would expand that ability for those groups to have the opportunity to participate in whatever sport they're looking to do. So again, you can see some of those up there. Standard Park, a lot of those are projects that we're going to be working on with some grant funding. Some of those, we were seeking some other funding sources to complete those. But that is goal number 6. And then before I get to any questions, I really wanted to thank, over here in front of you on the left is a small representation of the Recreation Department. In the next couple months, that number is going to swell to close to 100 seasonal employees. But this is the group that does all this. They are the ones working the front lines. They are the ones providing these programs, working with our youth and our community. They are the leaders and mentors for a lot of these kids and adults, and they do the hard work, and none of this would be possible without them. So I really want to appreciate them and thank them for being here and all that they do. And with that, I will answer any questions.
Okay, look to the board. Questions? Supervisor Heft.
Well, first of all, I want to tell you, thank you, Eric, for the extensive work that you've done. You know, I was oversight staff for recreation from 2007 through 12. And I never saw anything like this. So this is monumental. I do have 3 questions for you, but I wanted to thank you first for this work and your staff's work on this. My first question is, what kind of response? Now I'm District 4, I'm South County, so you can imagine what kind of questions I have. What kind of response did you get from the South County? Now I'm talking about Don Pedro, Chinese Camp, Big Oak Flat, and Groveland. Did you get much of a response from the South County in this survey?
Yeah, we did get responses. I don't know the exact numbers, but I think we got a good representation and to get a sense of what their needs and issues were.
Okay, because I don't really see it reflected in your goals. That's why I was curious. The second question, South County schools, what's their level of interest in participating with the Recreation Department?
So we have met with the schools on that one grant that I spoke about. The 2 grants that we applied for, one was for the Groveland area, one was for the Sonora area. And we have, staff has reached out, and we have met with both schools. The youth center works very closely with those schools as well in providing programs and getting out and including those kids. The main issue we have, and it kind of falls into the diversifying and expanding opportunities. One of the challenges that we run into in that part of the county is finding qualified instructors that either live in that area or finding someone that's over here that's qualified that's willing to make that drive. But we have been putting feelers out, and we have been marketing up there, trying to find if there are people that have expertise or experiences that they would like to share with their community. We have worked with the Free Evangelical Church up there in regards to offering some programs through there. So our big challenge right now, like I said, is finding instructors in order to provide those programs over there. But we are having those conversations.
Okay, good. And just a suggestion to use me in your outreach. And in your facilities list, I know this is for the first year, and I don't see the youth center on there for Groveland. Maybe it doesn't need anything because it's newer than the other ones. But I didn't see anything, and I didn't see anything about Groveland Community Hall. I know it's under repair right now, but is that going to be considered for offering some kind of, especially for adults? You know, I'm going to be, in my comments, I'm going to be making some comments about adult recreation, but the community hall would be a prime location for some of those adults.
So this was another area that we really kind of struggled with in regards to the facilities, in that Currently, a lot of them we don't oversee in regards to the maintenance. And so working closely with facilities management in regards to that facility in particular,
Hall?
the hall, the fire damage, that project is moving forward, because that's a huge facility up there that a lot of the nonprofits use for their different classes and activities they do. And so working closely with them, I guess, wasn't sure if that was an FM project or an US project, but it is definitely something that we're moving forward with.
The reason I'm asking all of these three questions is don't forget about the South County.
Absolutely not.
And I'm just trying to reposition it in your mind. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. So I was going to ask, and to the board, I printed up a thing. There's a few in the back. These are 7 recommendations that I had for adding some of the things in here. I see that 2 of them were added, at least as placeholders there, for the Columbia Pool and the Columbia Resiliency Center project, both of which I think would be within a 5-year plan of what the board has moved forward with so far. So the question I wanted to ask with the 5-year plan here is, I guess if we're expecting to amend this every year, not, let's say, as a certain condition changes on kind of one thing, why are we calling it a 5-year plan instead of kind of a 1-year plan and just setting basically kind of on a shorter timeline, this is what we're going to do in the next 12 months?
So the plan is a 5-year plan. It's more the facilities and those types of projects. We need to evaluate each year as we're able to accomplish. Some of these we're hoping to accomplish. It's, like I said, it's going to require some funding and some cooperation from some of our other local or internal departments. But the big thing is with those facilities is the needs change. Throughout the year, they change so frequently. We do have a plan of what we're looking at for some of those larger projects over 5 years, but some of the smaller things is more of a year to year. So as far as the marketing and the outreach and the providing new programs and things like that, that is we're looking at as a 5-year plan and planning for the next 5 years.
Okay.
But the facility needs change so frequently that it's something, we do have a 5-year plan for that, but it's something we really need to look at each year to see if we need to tweak and make modifications. Maybe something that wasn't on the list has become such a priority that needs to jump up, and maybe it jumps to the top of the list. The ones we identified were ones that we feel as a department we need to tackle first. These are things, some of these are ongoing issues that we've been having for years. Some of them have just popped up recently, but we feel that these are the most important things that we need to address right now. And then as we accomplish those, we'll be adding new projects to that facility list. I don't know if that answered your question or if I'm.
Yeah, I think maybe a quick comment on that answer is that it's hard to split where it's 1-year goals or something that might happen in 5 years, and that's a little challenging. I wanted to ask as well, as Supervisor Half had mentioned, so some facilities that are recreation are not on here. The Jamestown Youth Center is an example. It's either the pool and the Resiliency Center have been added. The Courthouse Park was another one that was actually brought up in another staff meeting that I had. So why would those not be included, presuming that at some point in the next 5 years, we have some probably plan to increase, for example, Wi-Fi is listed in here?
So again, those, I don't want to say that they're not on the list. They just didn't rise to the level of, at this point, their needs weren't as important as some of the other needs that we identified here. It doesn't mean that we're not looking at those and they're not on our master list. And that's something that we discussed at the board workshop. Was one of the goals that you guys had was creating a recreation master plan.
Right.
And I think is an opportunity for us to really get into the weeds of all of the facilities we have within Tuolumne County and really look at as a whole how we want to tackle that as a county.
That was actually going to be my next question, is from the board workshop. We talked about that,
Yeah.
of why that wouldn't be in here. I think it maybe should, but but we can kind of move on from that. So my last question that I wanted to ask about with this is not all of these properties are under, obviously, the Recreation Department's oversight. And that's been a challenge, I know, since I've joined the board, is some are under facilities, some are under recreation. Roca Park is in that category where we have a team to maintain and somewhat plan, but if we're talking about programming use, that's not what facilities does, is to expand that. So if they're part of the strategic plan here, is it also part of the strategic plan to have those moved under recreation for management, or is it only to get facilities for those properties to basically make those upgrades?
I think it's a conversation the CAO and I have had, and something I've been talking about for years is possibly looking at bringing some of those under recreation to take some of that burden off of facilities. That is a conversation that we've had. Currently, right now, we don't have the capacity to take on some of the long-range planning for some of those facilities, and whether it's events and things like that. But it is something that we have had conversations about, like you mentioned, bringing it under recreation to where it would be overseen within our department, streamline it to where it's, because it creates confusion in the community too. They call us, it's like, well, that's not us, it's, they call FM, and so it creates some of that confusion. So I think that would help clear up some of that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Crook, did you have anything?
No questions, but I'll have comments.
Okay, Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, and again, thank you, Eric, very much for the presentation. This is a very ambitious list. And so I guess the question is, I noticed certain things like public Wi-Fi in certain areas. Is there a plan to do that? Is that a fairly easy thing? What are the low-hanging fruit, and what do you see as kind of the higher level issues that are going to take the kind of long-term plan? Because there's sort of a mixture here of things that will require many years and then other things that we can just kind of implement for relatively low cost. How do you see us organizing those things?
So the public Wi-Fi is something that I've been working with Len and IT on, and broadband and expanding that. And that is one of the things that we're looking at applying for some grant funding for. So, I mean, obviously, a lot of these depend on funding. So if we don't get the funding, then a lot of these aren't going to happen. But we do have some opportunities for funding sources for some of these. A lot of the standard park projects will fall under a grant that we currently have, that we will start making some of those improvements as we move forward. The public Wi-Fi, I think definitely that's something, again, if we receive that grant funding, that would be a pretty easy one to accomplish. I think a lot of the ones we identified, I think there's a pretty good opportunity to complete a lot of those. I mean, obviously Columbia Pool, there's a lot of funding that's required there, and there's some issues that we're working with the school district on currently right now on that project. The CRC, I would love to say we're going to get the grant, and I mean I'm optimistic and hopeful, but if we don't, that one's going to require other funding sources to, again, like you said, that's more of a long range down the road. But the lighting, there are some grants out there that we can apply for, but those lighting projects are not cheap. We're looking at well over $100,000, $200,000 per facility to do some of those lighting projects. Standard Park would be close to $1 million to redo. When I say lighting, it's the large field lighting, not the lights in the bathrooms and things like that. So yeah, those are more kind of down the road if we can secure grant funding to accomplish some of those. But replacing the fencing, modernizing some of this stuff, the irrigation, the lawns, I think those are all easily doable. There are things that we have been trying to get accomplished for years. And I think the users that use those facilities would greatly appreciate those improvements being made. And I know staff would. Our Tiny Tots program, we have kind of a pseudo lawn, but I wouldn't really call it a lawn. And they take those kids out every day to play, and having a space where they can go out and be safe and play and have a good time, I think would go a long way. So I think a lot of these are definitely doable within the next year. Again, except for the Columbia Pool, the Armory project, and probably the field lighting. I think the rest of those are definitely achievable.
And we've talked a lot about the grass at Standard Park. Is that, so just having, is that something that we would talk about here, putting it on a schedule to do the dethatch, aeration, seeding, all that stuff on a regular schedule? Because the reason why I'm interested in kind of talking about that in the context of this is that there's public engagement. And if we were to set up some kind of a rotating schedule, there could be a necessary to reach out to the people that use Standard Park, that certain parts of the field will be unavailable to them for their use if we're trying to improve the grass and that type of thing. So should we be talking about that now in the context of this? Is that included under irrigation improvements, or should we?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really get into, but
or would you be looking for feedback today toward that?
I mean, that's something that we're already doing. We have already had conversations with our user groups. One of the things that's kind of held it up was we had applied, gosh, it's been a little while now, but we applied for another grant through, I'm blanking on the name of the organization, but it was a grant to replace the irrigation system at Standard Park. The grant funding we have right now, basically it will do Band-Aids. It'll fix, some broken things here or there, maybe add a couple new sprinklers here or there, but it will not cover the cost of a full replacement of the irrigation system at Standard Park. We just replaced the well out there, and we are getting much more volume of water from the new well than we did the old. But the plumbing out there is not in the best shape. We've had so many broken lines over the years, and so much debris has been washed into the lines that we've got plugs somewhere out there underground. Where they are, we don't know. And so, we are working on those. But what really needs to happen is we really need to replace the irrigation system out there and start over. That system, a lot of it is original from when the park was built. In regards to what's underground, obviously we have new sprinkler heads and things like that. And we've had public groups come in and, people dig it up and fix it, and it needs to be completely torn out and redone. And so that's another project that we are applying for some grant funding for. We have money now to do some minor repairs and kind of get it to where it works, but it's not going to be as efficient as what we would like it to be. That's going to require a much more significant project. But in regards to the plan for turf maintenance, if you will, that is something that we are currently working on. We are going back out to hire a groundskeeper for Standard Park, and that'll be something that will be, that position will be dedicated to handling.
Thank you.
So I just had one kind of follow-up question. Early on in your presentation, Eric, you spoke about a grant, I think that you already applied for, and you indicated it might be used to either eliminate or reduce fees in some areas for participants. Is that grant actually in motion now, and when do you expect to hear?
Yeah, we're supposed to hear end of April.
End of April.
End of April, beginning of May. Implementation for that would probably be fall. If they stay on their current schedule, they say implementation would be like fall of this year.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right, look to the public for public comment on this item. Would anybody like to speak? Yes, sir. Good day.
Hi. I would just like to say that Eric, I just loved the term that he used that was essential. And as you may know, I probably love that term because I previously announced that I have a degree in recreation management. So, of course, it's essential to me. The reason why I have that degree, though, is because of the self-destructive path that I was on as a teenager. And I can assure you that recreation steered me clearly away from that path. And I would likely be or would have been probably a difficulty for law enforcement if it wasn't for that. So I really have a heart for it. And you might also remember that I prayed for the 5 phases of your next recreational experience. Those are idea, planning, anticipation, participation, and recollection. And in several surveys of those phases, consistently the one that was most looked back on as an enjoyable phase, the most enjoyable phase of the process was anticipation. And I found that interesting. It wasn't participation or even recollection. Those are both high also, but it was anticipation. I think that's because we all need something to look forward to and something to hope for. And so I think that's a really important part of recreation. I think we also all need community and to be part of something. And that's another thing that is incorporated in all 5 of those phases is the feeling of belonging. And because of that, I just feel that, recreation is essential. And I see it as more than just an issue of recreation. I see it as a law enforcement issue. I see it as a mental health issue. I see it as a drug and alcohol abuse issue and just a community wellness and well-being issue. I really think it's important. My best friend in college ended up being the Recreation and Parks Director for the city of Dublin. And if only we can have that much money. Obviously we don't. We're gonna have a lot more challenges and have to be creative. I love this plan. I think it's good. It obviously has a lot of thought into it, and I definitely support it. And I'll just leave with this thought. You've all heard the phrase, the family that plays together stays together. That's definitely been the case in my family. I'm so thankful for that. But I'd like to tweak that just a little bit, and I'd like to say that the county that plays together stays together. Thank you.
Any additional public comment? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for board comments. Supervisor Kirk, you want to go first?
I didn't have any questions, but I do have a couple comments, and I had a lot, but I think I tried to condense it while everybody was talking. And Eric, I'm not sure if this is supposed to be for this 5-year plan or if it's going to be for the master plan that's supposed to be coming into the future. But obviously, looking at this, there's a ton of work that's gone into it, and I know our board can relate because when we go to that, meeting at the beginning of the year where we do planning and priorities and action items and all that stuff, we usually have a small list. You're obviously much more in the weeds, have a lot of action items, kind of like Campbell said, very ambitious. What I'm kind of seeing here when I'm looking at the agenda, it says it's just a presentation only, no recommendation. So I'm not really sure, like I said, what to do with it, but I'm just going to put my comments out and let the board hear what I'm saying. I feel like knowing the budgets that are ahead of us, you said it perfectly. It's not a mandate. It's something that there's always that strife because of the budget. And so knowing the budgets that are coming into the future, specifically because of the fire investments, I look at this and I'm concerned that we got a lot of really cool things that we want to do, but what is the reality and what can we really get done? And so what kept going through my mind was, Steve Jobs of Apple. I don't know if the board or somewhere in the future, if we can look, what I would like to do with our recreation department is look at what we offer. Well, actually here, let me just write down let me read what I wrote. Because you highlighted, it's really ridiculous to not go out and ask the community and then do all these other things in vain. Like, what does the community want? So what I would do is ask the community, are you aware of these programs? How can we improve them now? And do we even have capacity to add all these really good ideas? But we all know, your core group of people are the ones who administer this, and you have seasonal staff. And then for me, kind of like Steve Jobs, what can we do well with what we have and do well with it instead of having a lot of ambitious ideas, but realizing that we may not have the staff or the budgets constantly there. specifically, you know, when you were talking about the physical spaces and recreational facilities, knowing that there's still a huge list out there, to me is kind of terrifying. I would almost rather go through this list and have your people pick like 2 or 3 things. And even facilities, you know, we were talking with YSF years ago about maybe taking over Standard, and I know this conversation is about that, but I feel like this recreation department is pulled way too far, way too thin, and I would rather condense it, make it more cohesive, realize the capacity that we have and do those things well. And so, again, I don't know how to incorporate that into this conversation because this is a 5-year plan. It's just that's what I'm feeling, and again, I don't know if this needs to be had out at the master plan, but I don't want to be misunderstood. I support recreation, and I support all these. I just don't know, because I'm not in the weeds like you. I don't know how attainable a lot of these things are. I mean, even the lighting thing. We have fields that we can't even use because we don't have lights, and I'm looking at a $1.5 million bill. So I just want our board and us to be honest moving forward. How can we really make this work? So those are my 2 comments on it. Again, you don't have to respond to it. It's just that's where I'm at real high level. And I want to make sure we're not dragging you guys too thin and running around everywhere. Let's just do a few things really well. I think the community would understand and appreciate that more than every year trying to figure out this and that. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. And Eric, thank you for bringing this forward too, because I think it's really helpful to have a 5-year plan. But I agree with a lot of that, because I think when we're talking about a strategic plan, that's more often a process of eliminating things and focusing resources and kind of having key metrics than it is kind of having a list of everything that is going to be done with that. So I would like to see more in this. And so I'm not ready to move forward with the 5-year plan kind of as it is. What I would like to see would be, for example, more specific goals. One of the things in here is create more programs, and I understand why as an opportunity comes up that would be a goal, but what programs are we looking at, and how are we protecting the current ones that we have? There's some where it's unclear if we're expecting these to be grant funded, internally funded, or kind of new funding from the board, and as mentioned, that's highly dependent on the county's financial position. Some of them I think would really benefit from having an indicator of success. I think if we have a strategic plan, we want to make sure we can say, yes, we did this. So social media is an example, and some of the communications. I think they're really good categories you have of how we should do it, but it doesn't really say what success looks like. So what do we want on our social media? Do we want to create an engagement plan, or hit a certain kind of key performance indicator, or be at a certain number of events? And the other is, it mentions about working with community partners. You know, YSF is obviously one key one. One close to my heart is 4-H. There's going to be a bunch more in there. So being able to list, you know, what might we be able to partner with them? When we say partner with people, I think that's great, but more kind of specific to it. And then some of them, and I think we talked about this earlier with some of the questions, making sure that they're categorized, they're kind of time-oriented. So if we're thinking a 5-year plan, I really would like to be able to kind of bifurcate what is a 1 year, these are the immediate short-term goals, these are kind of the longer-term projects that we're working on, and then here are the ones, let's say, as grants become available, we're going to be able to access. I think that'd be a lot more clear as to what we're signing on, what the expectation is of what may come back here, and that would be really helpful. One challenge, I think, is if we have everything in there, maybe a grant comes up, we create a program, but because it wasn't something we were committed to inherently in a very strong sense, when the grant expires, you know, it's either we don't have the resources or we face other challenges or the board's not able to continue it. We don't want to get kind of stuck in that cycle of just, this is kind of, you know, what the opportunity is. So with that, I would recommend, at least the board, that we would table and continue to work on this item. I think it's great to have a 5-year strategic plan for recreation, but that's just my opinion on it. I did want to take one real quick moment to talk to the recreation staff as well, and I think it hits on exactly what you mentioned. And we're all aware of this. The county has mandated responsibilities, and the county has structural financial challenges that have absolutely beaten us down for decades. Since before I was born, many of the people in the audience too were born. Fact is with our revenue situation, it's always been a struggle, I think, between necessary investments and smart investments. And I want to say that recreation is one of the smartest investments I think you can make. It is extremely high impact and extremely low cost to be able to help kids, offer programming. You know, the cost of having to treat somebody for the rest of their life that has these problems, who didn't get mentorship and didn't have a place to make friends, or didn't be able to learn those kind of life lessons and skills, or got in with the wrong crowd, it's a lifetime of costs. But what I say with that is we have to be able to, the areas that have been able to sustainably fund, and not just fund, but invest in recreation, have also figured out their core financial challenges when it comes to just the basic operations. And generally that has been public safety, fire services, and roads. Those are the three things that often eat up a lot of stuff. Facilities could be in there as well. So I think, and this is going to be on us, we all have to ask ourselves, what are we doing? Because if we want to support these programs, we have to be able to do everything we can to make sure that we fix these structural issues. It's none of our fault that only 6% of the county pays property tax, unlike Merced where they get 100. It's not our fault that Ventura gets 6 times the road money for the same amount of road mileage. It's not our fault that the sales tax is the lowest in the state here, and only 1 penny of that actually comes to the county. Those are not anything we created. That's just something we inherited. We do own the problems, though. And so my pitch on that is I think we all have to work together and figure out how we can solve that. Because I want the county to get to a point where when revenue growth happens, it's able to, and it will probably not be me on here, this is probably in the future, we will have an opportunity for the county to make not just existential, required, mandated decisions, but we'll actually be able to get ahead of that and make smart decisions. Recreation is a smart decision, but we're going to need help to be able to get to that point. And that's going to take people. It's going to take people that want to see that and are willing to talk to our neighbors. So.
Okay, so just remind the board here that this is presentation only today. We're not making a decision on any particular details on a plan. So we need to, keep that thought in mind. I mean, the interactions we're having is great, but, there's not that expectation today to pass this as a complete plan. So Supervisor Haff.
Yes, thank you. I'll be very brief. What you've heard today is board perspectives, and we're all across the board here, okay? I'm going to give you my takeaways. 2 words: inclusivity and partnerships. If I were in charge, which I'm not, this is what I would concentrate on, making sure that when we say inclusivity, it doesn't mean just the Sonora area or up to Twain-Hart, including Tuolumne. It includes all of the county, but it also doesn't just include kid programs. It includes the older folks, like my age, or adults. I think we've done a pretty good job with some of the adult, like softball and that kind of thing. But let's face it, we're one of the I think we're still the 3rd grayest county in the state. We've got a lot of retired folks here. And so looking for those partnerships where we can expand on what we do, whether we're working with Columbia College, or in the case of the South County, Southside Community Connections, or the Roof Bees Group, or any of the service clubs that are over there. There's all sorts of partnerships that we can form to be able to stretch what we do. And so I would call on you in this strategic plan to really explore those and see who wants to be a partner, because the inclusivity, when you include the partnerships, just makes the whole program that much better. And those are my comments.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair, and appreciate the conversation with my colleagues, and very much appreciate you, Eric, and all your support team for being here and to stand up for Parks and Rec. I just wanted to provide a little context for anybody that's not aware. So Recreation Department's budget is about $1.3 million. So all of these things that we're talking about, all these project special things, it's this tiny sliver of a sliver. It's about $213,000 to run Standard Park. So if you look at the entire pie chart of the general fund, it's about 1.5% of that goes to Parks and Recreation, all the parks, all the youth centers, all these things that we're talking about, and all these great things we want to do in the community, less than 1.5%. We spend about $4 million a year, give or take, on workers' compensation, and I could go down the list of all of the things that we spend so much more money on in the county that you, the taxpayers, spend on these types of things. So it's no secret, I'm a huge supporter of Parks and Recreation, because for that $1.3 million, you are getting such a bang for your buck. The taxpayer, the community members have these beautiful parks. They're open to everybody. And there are very few resources that we have in the community that are like that. And so that's why the comment was made by a member of the public about this being an essential service, and you, Eric, brought that up. I agree 100%. These are essential services. They, to me, it's like they are that's the point. Like, we need public safety, we need fire, we need all of these other things so that we can have a community that's safe, that people can enjoy, so we can do things like recreation. And to me, all of these other basic services are in support of things like recreation, education, enrichment of people's lives. And Parks and Rec is at the front and center of that. So just for a little context in terms of budget, we're talking about a sliver of the whole pie of what's available in the county. I think areas where we could, Supervisor Goldenberg stated it very clearly, this is a discussion item only. We're here to listen and take information, so I don't want to go too into the weeds, but I do want to kind of just highlight the part about Standard Park. And the reason why I fixate on that a little bit, and I recognize that I fixate on Standard Park, because it's one park in our community where, I don't know, 25%, everybody goes there at some point. If you have kids, if you participate in any kind of sporting event, you're going to go through Standard Park. So it is the front and center crown jewel of Tuolumne County parks. And so in terms of the hierarchy of where we should focus our time and energy with respect to parks, setting aside youth centers for a minute, youth centers and parks, if we're just talking about parks, Standard Park needs to be a big focus. And it's got a lot of problems. It's been heavily loved over the years, and we need to invest, I think, in making it something that we're already very proud of it, but something we can be even more proud of. And like I mentioned earlier, the rotating the turf maintenance and the landscaping of each fields, I think that would be something I would like to look into. But that's going to require a sacrifice from these community groups that like to use the field. And so we have to be very transparent in public and get as much input as possible if we're going to do that. I think it's necessary. I just see that the grass never quite recovers at the end of the season, and then the next year it still hasn't quite recovered, and then it gets heavily used again, and then it gets a little worse, and we're just on this downward spiral of with respect to the grass. So that's a very granular thing, I know, but it's something that's important to me and that I've made an observation of. And I saw irrigation improvements, but I didn't see, I guess you could put that underneath that, but just something to consider. But I think this list is really good, and I agree with Supervisor having an eye toward inclusivity and making sure that everybody is going to find something in Tuolumne County Recreation that they can participate in and identify with and enjoy. Because that's why we do this. It's so that people can get the most out of their lives, because we're only going to be on this planet for a limited amount of time. And I'd sure enjoy spending a lot more of it on parks than I do right now, actually. So I think that the list of items that you have here is really sound, and it's pretty close to what I would say in terms of the hierarchy. But I would just have a huge interest in Standard Park and making sure that we put a lot of energy into that. I think that's the only observation I had. Otherwise, I'm happy to continue having this conversation. Oh, I guess the last thing I would say, and it's been touched on by other board members, that finding alternative sources of funding needs to be a priority for not just specific projects that you have listed here, but everything. You and I have talked about it. We're disadvantaged by some of the calculations that are made at the state level for grants. We need to advocate for that, and we're definitely talking about that. Advocate for changes that don't unfairly disadvantage rural communities, which a lot of the grants that are available are geared toward city parks that have, 500,000 people living within half a mile, which is not the case with our parks. Our parks serve the entire 2,200 square miles of Tuolumne County. And then, like Supervisor Half said, working with community partners. Now, all these are kind of extra things to do, and it's difficult when you're just trying to, fix broken wells and repair irrigation systems that are, always breaking down and that kind of thing. But I would say don't be afraid to ask the board and tell us that there are these opportunities there, and let us know if you don't have the time to do it, if there's some other kind of issue. Use us as a resource. So I would just say don't hesitate at all. I think you have a lot of support on this board. I think by the way we've budgeted for Parks and Recreation, I think that proves that it hasn't always been that way, but I think this board is very supportive of what Parks and Recreation does, and so please use it to your full extent. So, and anyway, I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Just in general, I agree with the comments, across the board here. There's, as Supervisor Half said, there's a number of different perspectives that each of us bring, and that's good. I'd like to key in on the, that public awareness, which several of us have done, because I think in many cases, unless you have kids and actively have been using it, you just simply may not be aware of what's out there. And that Wi-Fi thing, that's huge, to keep pursuing that. And I know you're working with Lynn, you said, Eric, so that's good. All right, so at this point, we've appreciate the presentation. We'll go ahead and end this item, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so it's noon now. Obviously, we went a little bit longer here than anticipated. I'd like to go ahead and we're going to get going with the 10 a.m. too. This is going to place us in the, wait a minute, did I have that wrong? I know it's 12 o'clock. I'm well aware. We have agenda items that we still need to get through, and I've already told public that we're going to wait. I'm well aware. So we're going to go ahead and do this, and just for my fellow board members, we're going to keep working, through lunch here and get this nailed down, because we need to do it. We having a little technical difficulties on monitors up front here, so we're going to take a short break, about 5-6 minutes, and see if we can get that resolved. We may need to shut down the system, bring it back up. So we'll start again at 12:07, call it. Okay, so we're going to move on to our 10 a.m. 2 appointment, and if the clerk could please read the appointment agenda item.
10 a.m. Item 2, presentation on the Tuolumne County Emergency Services Fire/EMS Community Assessment, Standards of Coverage Report, and consideration of adopting the recommendations and approving Resolution 13-24, adopting emergency response travel time standards for fire services.
Okay. Great. CAO Riggs, can you kind of give us an intro here, please?
Yes, so thank you. Good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. We are excited to bring the final results of the standards of coverage that your board approved, I guess it would have been last year in 2023. I did want to provide a little bit of background and then also state the purpose for the meeting today to kind of keep us focused on what we're doing today and then what you'll see come to you in the future. So as your board is aware, over the last several years, I would say since even I was the OES coordinator back in 2011, I have been working with the local fire chiefs on what does the current fire system look like and then what is it that they think it should look like as we move forward. We know we've had a couple of different reports come forward, and we have been looking for someone to make a objective set of recommendations, and I believe that you'll see those today. But with that being said, what I've been told over and over by our fire chiefs is that they recognize we need to work towards a consolidated fire system, and what that is, we'll work on as we move forward. But today, what I want to make sure your board knows is that, your board did approve to hire a consultant for a county-wide emergency services standards of coverage evaluation, and that's what you will see today. This is for fire and EMS, and you have your team of fire and EMS here. The other thing is that as we are working with this, we have been asking for some recommendations for standards for time and response, other types of recommendations to ensure that we have the most efficient system possible, delivering the best quality of services to those that we serve. So, we are asking today, remember that today is that we are asking you to adopt the standard time that is going to be presented to you, as well as adopt and direct staff to begin moving on the recommendations that are contained in this plan. Staff will be working in the future for a more strategic plan that we'll bring back to you, and what does that look like and the specific moves we think we need to make. That is not part of the conversation today, so we want to make sure we stay focused on the report, the standard for time, and then the recommendations. Also, we feel like this is well timed when we talk about doing a revenue measure, in that this, again, report is focusing on consolidation and delivering the most efficient mode and best enhanced method of services to our community. So this is just another step as we all work together as a cohesive team. I also want to make sure that your board is aware that the consultants not only met with all of the fire chiefs, I believe it was in November when we met, and it was delivered to all the fire chiefs at that time. He is also, Eric, met with each of the board members individually, as we were also able to provide this and you were able to ask questions. So today it will be a presentation to all of you as a board and to the community, and that again, you need to focus on, this is not just fire, it's also EMS. So there's recommendations for both, and we're asking that your board would consider adopting both of those. And I'm just looking to see if there's anything else I want to speak to. It lists all of the different fire agencies who were involved, as well as EMS. And then we'll get down to the recommendation. We can do that further as we're ready to move forward, but it is in the memo. And then I want to kick it over to Chief Cashy and Chief Murphy to take it forward from there, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Nick Cashy, I'm Tuolumne County Fire Chief, here for the presentation, and I'll let Chief Murphy, the Assistant Chief for Tuolumne County Fire, do introductions.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to come before you today with this presentation. With us today in the audience, we have members from the Manteca District Ambulance Tuolumne Division, the COO, Bill Caldera, and Supervisors John Andrews and Russell Caldera. Also in the audience, we have Dr. Freeman and Katie Andrews from the EMS agency, and other representatives from the fire districts, a couple of the fire districts, and the sheriff's office in the back for this presentation. Again, thank you for the opportunity. And also with us and ready to do the presentation is the consultant with Fitch, who the county hired, I guess, to perform this after a competitive process, and Eric Nickel.
Great, thank you, Andy. Good afternoon, Chair Goldenberg, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Eric Nickel. I am a senior consultant with Fitch and Associates, and I have a very high-level slide presentation with about 15 slides. I'm going to try to keep it to with that 20-minute presentation window to allow you to ask questions. But we are here to talk about delivering the community risk assessment and standard of cover. Here's the topics that we're going to cover today. We're going to talk a little bit about Fitch and Associates, the background, the amount of experience that we bring to this project, and we'll cover really quickly what a community risk assessment standard of cover actually is, and really what it, and also what it isn't. I'm going to give you six top priorities, both for the fire program as well as your ambulance/EMS program that you can really begin to hone in on. I'm also going to go over the analysis and methodologies. I know that in some of our one-on-ones with your board that there were some questions about certainly around station locations and regionalization, and I want to walk you through the objective methodology that we used to come up with those findings and recommendations. And then obviously we'll leave you with questions and next steps. So a little bit about Fitch. Fitch is one of the largest public safety consulting firms in the United States. Even though they're based out of the Midwest, I am their West Coast senior consultant. Home base for me is Marin County. I spent 33 years in the California Fire Service, 8 of those as fire chief for 2 different organizations. I've worked for a county department, a fire district, and a city department, as well as the United States Forest Service. So really the only agency I've not worked for is CAL FIRE, but maybe there's still time. But Fitch brings 40 years of experience implementing innovative, customized solutions, and we really let the data drive the project. And this is a very data-intensive project, and I'll show some of those slides to you in a little bit. But for me personally, as a senior consultant, I've been with Fitch since 2016. This is I'm probably in 75 to 80 range of these types of studies. So I'm very familiar with these types of studies and some of the recommendations that come out of this. So next slide is, what is a community risk assessment? As I mentioned before, it is designed to be objective and data-driven. Fitch is very passionate about let the data tell the story, and not necessarily what clients want to hear, but here's what the data says. We evaluate an all-risk measurement of your community. And a very large section of this study looks at all of your community risks, not just fire. And when we also look at your population risks, and certainly your aging populations, as I was mentioned in some of the reports, that certainly is a community risk, primarily on the EMS side. We measure what we do against nationally recognized performance standards. Now, we are not going to come to you and tell you that you need to do a performance standard that is so unrealistic that you could not afford it. There's an NFPA standard out there for career fire departments called NFPA 1710. If this county were to fully implement 1710, which is a 4-minute travel time, and putting 16 to 17 firefighters at the scene of a residential fire within 8 to 10 minutes, it literally would be all the general fund dollars of every governmental organization in this county going directly to fire. So we are not going to bring you a recommendation to get to that, because frankly, it's not achievable in a setting like this that has some suburban, urban pockets, but primarily is a rural county. We evaluate the resources and the performance to match that risk. Obviously, you as policymakers, you have a risk tolerance, and you make policy decisions, typically in your budget decisions, to mitigate some of that risk. But understand, there are risks in this area that you will never be able to mitigate, because no agency, even the most well-funded agency in the country, doesn't have all the resources to mitigate all the risk. So what we're trying to give you is a balance of where the risk meets the performance and what you can realistically afford and how the department can perform. Out of that comes service gaps. So we identify some gaps within your service delivery, and those drive us to making realistic and achievable recommendations, and really for you to prioritize. And then the last thing to say is by taking on a standard of cover and being very public about the findings and very open, it elevates Tuolumne County Fire Department to a best practice organization. There's still a lot of fire organizations that do not do standards of cover and are driven by either emotional decisions, oh, I feel like I need a station, or I feel like we need more firefighters. but it's not objective and you really can't be validated or supported. So if the department chooses to go down a path of becoming an accredited organization, and, you know, in California, there's probably 70 accredited fire departments, you know, this is one of the 3 important documents that the organization would have to do for the Center for Public Safety Excellence. But a standard of cover and a community risk assessment is absolutely a industry best practice. So we're delivering 4 deliverables to you in this project. The first is the quantitative data analysis. That was phase 1. That was where we gathered 6 years worth of CAD data to start to work on our analysis. That drove phase 2. So included in this study, besides the standard of cover document that your board has in your packet, there are 3 very technical documents that the fire department has for a GIS study, as well as a fire and EMS program data analysis. We did include, because there was a great deal of interest in from the fire department around fire station locations, we did move that up into the standard of cover, which you have in your handout. Phase 3 was the community risk assessment, and then phase 4 is putting that all together, which is why we're here today. So you have in front of you about a 130-page standard of cover document. There's another 200 pages of technical data that are really in the weeds for staff to work through that support this. So here's the top 6 priorities on the fire program. 1 is to identify and pursue consolidation opportunities, to save or reallocate resources, and really to uniformly improve service across the county. Okay, and tied to that is that optimal fire station locations, staffing them accordingly, that support whatever service level benchmark that your board decides to adopt. And when we say service level benchmark, that is that 12 minutes or less 90% of the time. And why we say 90% of the time, you don't hear us talk in averages. We don't use averages in these types of studies. We want to allow you, when you make these policy decisions and assess the risk, is that 9 times out of 10, here's what we can deliver. And because of the layout of this county and the rural nature of it, you have some very remote areas that would be considered wilderness. And even the national, they're not even standards, their recommendations would say, best effort is the goal. But what we're telling you, in a rural county, 12 minutes or less, 90% of the time, 9 times out of 10, we're going to deliver that first piece of emergency equipment to the scene. That is a realistic, achievable goal, and certainly not out of I'm not even going to say the word compliance, but not out of context for other types of agencies, county fire agencies, for a uniform protection. Because you do have a lot of facilities, your board may want to consider repurposing some of those facilities that currently have been unstaffed because they're considered a volunteer station and there really aren't any volunteers to staff that, or because we have identified kind of the top 8 or 10 stations to consider staffing to meet that 12 minutes or less travel time performance. You're obviously going to have some excess facilities. You may want to consider repurposing those for something else. One of the challenges on this project, and it's pretty much universal with every standard of cover and data assessment, data is the data analysis capability of the fire department and the EMS agency can be enhanced. There are really great opportunities for them to essentially do what we're doing, but they can do it on the fly and on a daily basis. They don't have some of those software tools, some of those management level tools. One-time investments for either licensure or ongoing certainly would help both of the organizations. We also recommend, certainly on an operational scale, to implement a risk-based response. There are target hazards within this county, and target hazards either structure where a building or where lots of people gather. You may want to have a risk-based performance to that. CAL FIRE already does that in the wildland setting, and the example that I'll use is like a high fire danger day dispatch is probably very different than a wildfire dispatch to a low fire danger day this time of year. So we're saying apply that to other programs, structure fire response, rescue response, those types of things. And then it's been mentioned earlier with some of the other presentations, obviously continue to aggressively pursue revenue opportunities where, whether it is a grant or other general fund, taxpayer funded sales tax type of revenue opportunities. One of the key components that we start to do in these types of assessments is we like to look at the distribution of demand, because that tells us where your challenges are and probably where your fire stations need to be. And these documents are located in both, these documents primarily are located in our GIS assessment. But no surprise in this demand, it follows where kind of your urban, suburban core are and where your primary travel routes are. And the brighter the color, the greater the risk. So we look at these heat maps to identify your concentration of historic demand for fire and ambulance services. Obviously, you have lots of blue areas out there in the more rural wilderness parts of the counties that have a lower demand. And then, just not to throw you off, the red boxes that you see on there are your current fire station locations. We look at demand by year, month, hour, and day of week. So in both the fire and the EMS data analysis, we looked at 6 years of your CAD data. So that's typically the most reliable data that we can get. So we worked very closely with the CAL FIRE ECC to pull out 6 years of CAD data. And we were able to analyze your demand by year, by month, by day of the week, and by hour of day. And just what I see here when I look at these two demand table, the demand bars graphs in the middle of the page, your demand is pretty similar day to day and month to month. It might vary by a couple of calls, but for the most part, your demand is pretty similar by month. You do have some seasonal peaks in the summertime, and then October, kind of Halloween, fall, and then the holidays when people are coming up here, December. But for the most part, and again, the variations that we're seeing are literally, 3 to 4 calls a day, not super significant. Your weekday demand is also very similar. And what I see when I see stuff like that is you have a pretty stable demand. Now, obviously, you're going to have these busy summer months or summer weekends where you might have a lot of folks up here, and that bears digging deeper into some of those data. But really, the numbers are not dramatic. You're not going from 20 calls a day to, say, 50 calls a day, enough that it's going to show up in these types of analysis. The analysis at the bottom of the page is your daily demand, and this is actually very similar to most fire agencies. Demand is at its lowest, kind of the early morning hours, 3, 4, 5, 6 a.m. By about sunrise, it starts going up, and it peaks, mid-afternoon between 2 and 6 p.m. in most communities, and then demand starts to drop off into the evening. We also looked at what's called a unit hour utilization. That is a common industry measure to see how busy the fire program is and how busy the EMS program is. 30%, what that means is 30% of a day of 24 hours, 30% of that, roughly 8 hours, they would be committed to calls. Your fire program, and that's typically when we see fire agencies around 30%, that we want to add other resources into the system to bring that level down, because anything above 30%, your fire crews can't train, they can't do prevention inspections, they're not available to rest, to eat. But your unit hour utilization for all your fire apparatus, fire engines, is below 10%, so not a concern there. Your EMS program is up in the high 20s. So if you were to consider investments down the road, that if you do have ambulances that start to exceed that 30% unit hour utilization, and right now I want to say the busiest one is 26 or 27%, you may want to consider adding some sort of peak unit like you already do with your 12-hour units. But when I look at the fire demand is pretty stable. The unit hour utilization, certainly you have room, there's capacity there. But I just wanted to go through this to really demonstrate to you an example of the amount of data that we dig into. When we analyzed your fire program, we looked at 28 distribution models. And when we looked at these distribution models, we looked at different staffing configurations that the fire department gave us. And we also looked at these different performance benchmarks of 8 minutes, 10, 12, 15. So if you add all that up, we did 28 different analysis for your fire program to determine where are the best fire stations to be located under what type of staffing example or regionalization example. The last two, number 5 and number 6, those are EMS programs. So we essentially did the same exercise, and we looked at 14 different configuration models for station location and time performance. Because at this point, when we were doing the study, the fire department hadn't adopted, or the EMS division hadn't adopted, a performance standard. So 12 minutes or less, 90% of the time, 15 minutes or less. So we tried to give you the range of what those were. And here's kind of the two ends of that range. If you said we want to purchase 8 minutes or less, 90% of the time, you would need 14 staffed fire stations. And this is uniform performance across the county. We're looking at all jurisdictions, all engines. So you would need 14 staff stations. Well, clearly, that's not realistic due to cost considerations. That's a lot of money, okay? And remember how I said NFPA 1710, that's a 4-minute response. So you're probably, if you had to get NFPA 1710, you probably are gonna need 25 plus fire stations. So completely unrealistic. At the other end of that spectrum, if your board were to say, look, we want 30-minute response time or less, which we would not recommend, you could do it in 90% of the time with one fire station. Well, obviously, you wouldn't want to do that because of the extreme risk that you would have taken on. Because to put a fire engine at the scene of a critical emergency in 30 minutes, bad things will have already happened before you get there. So I just wanted to give you kind of the two extremes there. And again, the goal with all of our data analysis was to look at uniform performance across the county with all agencies. So the fire station location methodologies, again, because we didn't have a baseline performance from the fire department, we honed in on, one, what are you realistically doing? And realistically, you're at the 15 minutes travel time 90% of the time, okay? You're already doing that. But a stretch goal for the fire department would be to get down to 12, which I believe is the recommendation that staff will be making to you. So once we know what the baseline performance is, we can take the planning analysis that I just shared with you and work through that, which we did. And we can come back and tell you what are the best stations for you to staff, giving whatever performance methodology or performance baseline your board, based upon staff's recommendation, wants to do. Your biggest challenge with your travel time is your existing road network. You've got large fire apparatus and you've got narrow, curvy roads. You can't get that apparatus up to speed and move it around. No secret there, but when we do the analysis, we look at all that. We analyze your road network and your geography those are challenges that you're going to have. Again, I want to stress the work that we did was looking at uniform performance across the county, and I already talked about the national standards. The consolidation and regionalization piece came out of really a lot of the pre-work that you had already done before consultants were hired, before we got here. We were very impressed with the work that your fire chiefs and fire agencies across the county are already doing. You're acting as if you are one, certainly for emergency response, and you're doing it because you have to do it. There's no one department that's got enough resources that could stand alone, not only to handle a significant incident, but make sure that they had sufficient coverage if there was another call while they were committed 4 or 5 hours to a very significant incident. So the collegiality amongst the fire chiefs was very impressive, and we don't often see that in a lot of our work. So, I'm really proud, to share that with you or validate that we came in and we saw that. But what we heard from the chiefs are really these shared challenges. I mean, certainly you have customer expectations, whether it's the weekend visitor coming up here from the Bay Area that lives in a community where they do get a fire engine in 5 minutes or less 90% of the time, or the longtime resident that's been up here that's aging and has greater needs for emergency services. So you have these customer expectations. You have known community risks. You have constrained budgets and future funding. We heard loud and clear from the fire agencies that they're all challenged with recruitment and retention, primarily at that entry-level position. One of the things that I think has benefited the fire service in California overall is CAL FIRE has been able to hire lots of what typically had been seasonal employees are now full-time fire employees. A lot of those folks were your entry-level folks that were working as either, interns or paid on call. You don't have that hiring pool anymore. The fire service in general, hiring has completely changed, whether it's a rural, suburban, or urban community. I mean, when a lot of us got started, you would show up for a test and there'd be 3,000 people to take the test for maybe 60 positions. Well, now you've got maybe 100 people applying for 60, and knowing my years as fire chief, a lot of those 100 are going to wash out of the background, and you probably need about 10 candidates for every position you're going to fill. Look at the hiring boards across the state for entry-level firefighters and firefighter paramedics, and you're competing with that. And the folks that maybe want to live up here or grew up here because of firefighter shift schedules where they can work 48 hours in a row and be off for 4 days, they're going to be okay driving down to work in one of the metro agencies, Sacramento, Stockton, even going into the Bay Area. And so you're for a much higher salary than you could ever afford. So we heard that loud and clear from our fire chiefs around recruitment and retention. There are some staffing challenges which result in some unstaffed stations sometimes during the day. And so stations that, maybe the community might have thought that was staffed, the fire staff knows it's not staffed, but because of your staffing challenges, that is impacting everybody. And the reality is this is not going to improve without changes. And, what I like to look at in these types of challenges is you have these shared challenges. We're proposing some shared solutions, which will result in some shared success. You're better off working together than as a whole host of individual fire agencies. So the recommendations that we made around regionalization or consolidation was to utilize the GIS report and fire station distribution to prioritize which are your best consolidation options that are best going to serve the customers across the community, across the entire county. Now, consolidation or regionalization is a policy decision by your board, by these other boards and councils, and it creates a lot of energy and a lot of emotion. People feel a great deal of ownership in their fire department, and you have history in these fire agencies that go back literally to the 1800s. And so obviously there's a lot of history here and a lot of energy around that. But we do recommend that you prioritize agencies for any sort of consolidation or regionalization where you've already been having these conversations. Now, I know your county administrator has taken a great leadership role in getting out there and breaking down some of these barriers, keeping lines of communication open. And your fire staffs, because they are working so closely together, obviously that's on people's minds. There are some agency-specific scenarios that could potentially accelerate consolidation. You typically consolidate when a fire chief retires or moves to another opportunity, and perhaps they don't fill that position, and maybe there starts off with either a contractual relationship for management services, or you jump in both feet and let's regionalize, let's become one. So there are certain of those opportunities which are identified in the study that could accelerate that. And then we're obviously recommending to redeploy the resources from the fire agencies using the model that we did that really support that distribution analysis that we did for you. Obviously, this is where the report meets the policy. We've tried to provide you the roadmap with some objective data analysis on which are your best stations. And that leads us to these optimal fire station locations for that uniform performance. So we are recommending either a 12 or a 15-minute travel time performance for your first arriving fire resource. And then deploy Fitch's very unique, and kind of what makes Fitch special is that marginal utility model, where we can model out each one of the stations and each station getting you up to that 90%. So the marginal utility analysis did determine that you have sufficient resources to meet the 12-minute, and as I noted, the 15-minute and the 12-minute with some management intervention and sufficient concentration of your resources, you absolutely can achieve. So this is one example. We have several others in the study, but this is an example of if we considered all fire agencies at a 12-minute response travel time 90% of the time. This is considering uniform performance, all agencies, all stations. Obviously, there may be some stations in there that would have some other considerations around facility needs. Some of these may not have sufficient, living facilities, dining facilities. So obviously, there's a facility portion there. Because your demand is pretty stable, I think your concentration of resources is going to be okay. And then because of your simultaneous calls really not being a factor in this, but these are other considerations that your fire staff would have to take into consideration. And what I mean by the marginal utility model, if you look over in that very last column in the percent capture, your station 51 at a 12-minute travel time can capture 65% of the calls for service from that one station. Now, obviously, that one engine could not get to all those calls because there would be some simultaneous calls, but that tells me that that station's in a great location. And then you look at the next station, station 74, that actually gets you an additional, say, 8% towards that 90%. This is an example of Fitch's very unique marginal utility model and the algorithm that we use to look at your experience, model your deployment, and to get you to that 90% travel time. This map here, this graph here shows in the green what is within that 12 minutes or less, 90% of the time, and the yellow is outside of that 12 minutes or less, 90% of the time. The red boxes are your fire stations that get you there. Your yellow boxes are considered surplus or extra facilities that really don't add a big bang. So what you see in this, you've got your core stations that are in the suburban, urban areas. You have some stations that get you kind of your distribution further way out on the edges of your demand, but they don't add a whole lot in terms of percentage looking at a countywide uniform. But this is where staff and policy would say, look, we know we've got a community way out at the very edge of the county there that we perhaps want to staff on busy weekends when the vacation houses are full. This is the 15-minute model. Again, because you get 3 extra minutes on your travel time, you don't necessarily need as many stations. This is just another example for you to look at. Okay, station 51 is going to capture 76% of the calls. We know they probably can't capture it unless there were multiple companies there, but we put that in there just as another example. Here is your station locations for the 15-minute. Obviously, a few less stations, but primarily in the same areas that you saw the 12. And then this slide, I want to shift gears to the EMS program, and I don't want to, we did a great deal of analysis on the EMS program. Your EMS program has some slightly different challenges than the fire program does. One of the things that your EMS program doesn't have is using either that 15-minute or 12-minute performance standard. Your EMS stations are in good locations. to reach that uniformly across the county. Okay, so we weren't looking at close a station, move a station. Your stations are in good locations right now. We would recommend that your ambulance program establish countywide outcome measures. That's kind of been the shift in the EMS world, away from response time performance to outcome performance. Because you might have a 20-minute response time, but there's no negative outcome. You might have a 5-minute response time, and there is a negative outcome. So we really want to focus on those negative outcomes, and your EMS administrators I'm certain have already shared those with you, because that is really where that industry is moving. Just like the fire program, your ambulance and EMS program could benefit from industry standard data and RMS records management systems that really support the one I just mentioned, which was the outcome measures. The challenge, and again, that leads to one of our recommendations with your long time transfers out of the county. And I know that the ambulance department program and EMS division has brought in other outside ambulance agencies for these long transfers, whether it's critical care, behavioral health, that might be 8-10 hours, for a transfer. But continue to do those detailed and operational financial studies into some of these non-emergent behavioral health and critical care transfer calls for service. You're already moving down that path. If funding does become available, and again, whether this is funding through cost recovery, insurance, identify some trigger points, and whether that's more people in the county on a busy weekend, whether that is large community events, but there may be some trigger points where your EMS program may want to add another peak ambulance. Much like you do a 12-hour unit right now, there may be another opportunity for that, but define what those trigger points are, because your 24-hour ambulances are creeping up towards that 30% unit hour utilization. And then again, establish, adopt, monitor, and communicate these service level benchmarks. One challenge that your ambulance program is having, and it is due to an aging community. There's lots of data out there that suggests as people age, they age into greater risk. U.S. Fire Administration already identifies the cohort 65 and over as much greater at risk of dying in a fire, okay, for a variety of reasons that happen to geriatric patients, geriatric citizens. EMS patients, as they age, have a greater demand on your EMS services. So you do have a risk factor with your population of your community. People are retiring, they're aging in place. There probably aren't a whole lot of, board and care, assisted living type of facilities in this county. People want to remain independent as long as possible. And your ambulance program has that staring right at them. There is a study out there, a cohort of 80-year-olds. If you have 500 80-year-olds in this county, that cohort generates at least 500 911 calls a year. Not the same people, but that group will generate. So you can look at what their demand is going to look like as this community ages, and those may also be some trigger points. But those are some of the challenges, and certainly, the cost recovery and your payer mix. The ambulance programs are really challenged, nationally right now, and that is something that certainly is a risk for your EMS program. So that is the end of my presentation. I'm available for any questions on the study, and certainly staff is here as well.
Okay, before we move on, I'll look to the board for questions of Eric. Go ahead, Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. Just writing down a few from the presentation. So the first one early on was the seasonal variation in data. I think one of the things that's kind of in a public sector or a public sense taken for granted is calls go up when our population way increases tourism. That seemed to suggest that it was a pretty modest increase overall. So I guess the question is that true that we're not getting a lot of these? In particular, I'd say like EMS calls related to tourism, search and rescue, even when we might have 15, 20,000 people more up here. Why doesn't it seem to be impacting it?
Well, people in general create calls for service.
Right.
But with your call volume being what it is, certainly on the fire program, they have capacity to absorb those additional calls. The ambulance program may not. And when we say the weekend variations, let's say your call volume goes up 10%. 10% of your, in general, running 30, maybe 35 calls, that's 3-4 additional calls. Your fire program can handle that capacity. The ambulance program, like I said, probably getting close to some of those triggers.
Okay. Wanted to ask about the, you had listed kind of a minimum maximum performance standard, minimum being, what was it? 8 minutes,
8
right?
minutes.
Maximum being 30. Aren't we already at 25 based on what was the memo on average?
You're roughly. Yeah, we're looking at travel time. So we're looking at one segment. So there's a couple of components to total response time. There is call processing time.
Right.
That is the time in the dispatch center and the ECC until they get the call out. There's turnout time. So once the crews are notified of a call to when they start responding, wheels are turning, then there's travel time. So we were talking to you about travel time today. But
Okay, so the question, is, aren't we already at the 30 for travel time? Aren't we already at 25 for that?
Your travel time is a little bit below 15 minutes right now, 14.8.
Right, okay, so that's the question, is it's saying that we have the maximum option is 30 minutes. That's way less than what we currently provide, so. Sorry, I'm asking questions, so please.
Those were just examples of the upper and the lower parameters that were options.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Not what we're doing.
Okay. I wanted to ask about, in some of these lists, it doesn't have Station 50, or it doesn't have Jamestown. The second option, I think, has no Jamestown or Columbia there. I know we're not recommending any specific changes with this, but it's just concerning to me that would not be listed in there, given it's been a county station for a long time.
Yeah, I think with the stations listed, it's with those stations, you could accomplish that 12-minute response time, or travel time, rather. Taking into consideration those other stations that we do have in capacity, it's not just for that initial resource, but actually additional resources usually needed for other emergencies. So it doesn't necessarily exclude the stations that we already have. It's saying that you can do it with these stations here.
Okay. I'm just concerned because it seemed like the 12 and the 15-minute response time both did not have the Jamestown station included in that. And don't have to answer on it, but the concern for me is obviously beyond automatic aid with the city. If we're expecting the city to cover in option 2 my entire district, which is not obviously part of the incorporated tax base there, so.
Yeah, I don't think, there's no expectation for any agency to cover anything. The automatic aid agreement is mutually entered into in good faith for quickest response and is reciprocal from all other agencies. So as Jamestown wasn't listed to provide the 12-minute standard that it could be done otherwise, by no means would we want to exclude that resource or remove it. I mean, that station's running over 2,000 or close to 2,000 calls a year. It's integral into the part. And by no means would anything recommended here impact any other fire district or city fire department standards that they may have for their own.
Okay, and I had one last question. This is about SRA response as well for the other engines that are going to be within the county. Obviously, that's not on here. Excuse me. I wanted to ask if those are considered, especially for some of the more remote areas, say Green Springs and that, responding to any of these types of calls, and whether that kind of factors in.
It wasn't
I know they're not
factored in,
designed
yeah.
as an all-risk engine, but they are dispatched if they're the closest resource, right?
100%. So CAL FIRE engines that we have, 2 in Twain-Hart, 2 in Standard, 2 in Groveland, Green Springs, and then also Blanchard on the county line. They are part of the automatic aid system. But with that, with CAL FIRE, as you know, we do serve the same mission with Public Resource Code empowering us as we do with Health and Safety for Tuolumne County Fire Department. With that, we're looking at capacity for county fire. Now, we're reciprocal to those stations, and that's probably one of the added benefits of the contract is we can provide services to areas where you currently don't have staff stations or infrastructure.
Right. But it's
So-
not calculated into the response times listed here, is what I'm kind of getting at, I guess, with it.
Chief, yes, so if you look at number 3 on that list, we did analyze staffed and seasonally staffed stations that would incorporate your CAL FIRE response.
Okay.
in one of the models, yes.
Great, thank you. And I just asked too, the board and my colleagues too, when we're asking questions, if we can avoid side conversation, snickering and laughing and that, it's really disrespectful and it's very distracting.
Point taken. Additional questions? Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, and thank you very much for the report. Very in-depth. I read it, and then we had an opportunity to talk beforehand. So you answered a lot of my questions at that point. But for the public, and also I guess for my understanding, I actually shared some of Supervisor Brandon's concerns, except I would say Station 56 was kind of stood out in my mind that wasn't more highly pointed out in the report, because when I look at, Salisburyville, Willow Springs, Crystal Falls, Bellevue Oaks, by the standards of our county, a very densely populated region, and you have a fire station right in the middle of it. To me, that would make it, and also it's a fire station that it's the second or third highest call volume in the county. To me, that seems like a pretty successful location. But, based on the uniform performance methodology, can you explain why is that a goal to look toward? And I'll give you kind of an extremely reductive example, okay? Let's say we have two communities, one with 5,000 people in it, and then 10 miles over here we have one with 500 people in it. Let's say neither one has a fire station and we have the option to build a fire station from scratch. By this methodology, it sounds like the placement of the fire station should be between those two communities and disregarding the density of the population of this community in order to reduce the overall response times for both communities. Am I understanding that correctly? And why would this be the goal that we're looking for?
So, great question, and you almost hit the answer using your example. An ideal fire station location, if the population was already in place, would look like the center of a spoke of a bicycle wheel. You would have equidistant travel times from the center of that station to all calls for service. Now, in your example that you cited there, the 5,000 population will generate more calls versus the 500. So if you wanted to meet the 90% uniform travel time performance, you're actually going to move that station a little closer to the larger population center. Maybe not in it, but not right in the middle, because what we're trying to achieve is 90% of the time. And if more calls are coming out of the larger population center, the station wants to be closer to that. Now, if you knew historically, or if you had a full capital budget to identify your fire station locations, you come back and you use a study like this, and your fire stations probably aren't in the same locations that they're at. Fire stations get built for a variety of reasons, both policy, political, and objective need. And your fire stations historically were probably built around some of the historic communities, the population centers, as some of the communities grew. You probably also had either development agreements or stations, land that was donated that sort of like, hey, there's some calls in this area. But fire stations get cited for a whole variety of reasons. So when we did this analysis, we used your existing stations, your existing call volume, and all those calls for service for 6 years of CAD had a GPS location. And so we mapped all of that. And invariably in a study like this, there's always one of these stations that kind of like that doesn't make sense. It's sort of an outlier. But this is where your local staff and your policymakers get to step in and say, that doesn't make sense. Let's keep that one in the program. And what I did offer to staff is, once you have decided what the performance model is and the stations, we'll come back and we'll run that marginal utility model on that new footprint of stations. And we could tell you, and you're probably going to be pretty close. I bet you'll be in the low 90s. I don't know if that completely answered your question.
It did. So it is looking at having areas of higher density accept possibly somewhat longer response times so that we can reduce response times to more far-flung areas, it kind of sounds like.
No, it's actually the opposite. Your higher density areas, which is where your population mass is, but because of your road network to still try to get out, because your population centers are not going to get you to 90% countywide.
Okay.
So you do have some more suburban / rural areas that you're going to have to get to. So it's the exact opposite.
Okay.
If you had one fire station to service this county, it would be somewhere around here. But you do have that urban suburban density that does need the fire stations there, because you're going to have a greater concentration of calls in that area. But you still need to meet your risk by traveling out.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Additional questions at this point? Supervisor Kirk.
I'll just go through them real quick. Thank you for kind of describing the difference between the EMS situation and the fire. I think part of my confusion still, though, is like in the resolution we're talking about EMS call for service to 12 minutes, but I thought we were trying to address, instead of the response time, the quality of, what did you mention? EMS outcome. So is the resolution really speaking to the outcome? I'm just getting a little hung up on trying to understand maybe why the response time to EMS is included.
Well, I probably got ahead of, staff, but I'm just saying that the work that Fitch does, we're now recommending more things along the lines of outcome.
Oh, okay.
You absolutely cannot go wrong with travel time standards.
Okay.
Typically where this gets a little tricky is when the ambulance company is contractually held to those standards and there's a fine process if they don't meet those. But 12 minutes, a 12-minute travel time for your EMS program would be outstanding for a county like this.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to, sorry, I got notes everywhere, but I'm going to try and summarize this pretty quick. You talked about it a little bit, and obviously I don't think we're going to bring it up here and address it, because this is about call time. But for certain areas, my district, Pinecrest, where it could be more than the city of Sonora on a weekend, that conversation needs to be had after we decide the call volume or the response time. Like, we're going to work that out. That'll be another conversation. Is that correct, Andy?
And we address that in the priorities. When we talk about a risk-based response,
Okay.
a risk-based would be a busy weekend where suddenly your population increases by 100x.
Okay. And then the final thing, and this is probably more specific to what we're voting on today, I see 12 minutes and 15 minutes, and on the chart it showed, what was it, 6 stations versus 4 stations? So is one going to cost more than the other, or is it just more stations with, like, are we going to basically have the same apparatus, same personnel, but in 4 stations, or same apparatus, same personnel in 6 stations?
That was outside the scope of this study, yeah.
Well, and for me, it kind of affects how I vote on the 4 or 6, or the response times of 12 and 15, because I'm also trying to think ahead as far as, is this going to cost more to do 4, cost more to do 6, or is it kind of a wash? It's just.
Right. So this is this is a recommend or suggestions on establishing a travel time for the first unit to get at scene. This doesn't mean this is all the fire engines that we need, or this is the effective response force that you talked about. 16 or 17 personnel would take 8 engines, and so this is the first step of a process, and we talked about 25 steps potentially of where we get to the optimal fire department, or plural fire departments in the county. So this isn't saying that it's basically looking at what level of service is acceptable as far as travel time. We'd like to be there in 3 minutes or 90 seconds or whatever it takes, but the reality is the budget is a challenge.
Well, and that's why I'm getting hung up, is because we're going to hit a financial situation soon. There's a conversation about a revenue thing, but if I'm going to vote on 12-minute response time, and that means I get 6 stations, I don't know if that's going to cost me more versus, am I okay to settle 3 minutes later, 15 minutes, and only have to do 4 stations? So I don't, Is anybody understanding my point of view?
I Supervisor Kirk, I think I understand what you're asking, and to get 12 minutes of 6 stations, 6 is going to be more than 4.
Okay.
To
So
get 15
there would be
is
more
4,
apparatus,
but-
more personnel.
Yeah, so,
Is
well, 2 more stations would add that, but it's nothing, everything is based on what we currently have now, and it's not
Okay.
just us, but it's through the, there's other agencies listed in there
Okay.
that are providing resources.
Maybe this would help, because I think what I'm thinking is if I have 4 stations, each station will have 5 trucks and 20 people. Or if I have 6 stations, we're still gonna have the 5 trucks and 20 people, they're just gonna be spread out more. Or will we have additional resources that we will have to acquire to get to that 6? Or are we just spreading it out more?
I'm trying to track, I'll let it.
Okay, I guess I'm,
Yeah,
I'm
I think-
alone, I'm the Gilligan's Island.
We look at that one example of Station 51 arrive on scene in 63% of the time to 40,000 calls.
Okay.
Well, one engine can't do that. And so it's likely that if we were to reduce it to 4 stations, that you would have multiple resources at those stations to respond to those calls.
Right, okay.
So the savings is, and then again, the savings in money or savings in life and property. I mean, that's the challenge when
Right.
you have a reduced.
And I'm sorry, I'm just thinking ahead financially, and I'm trying to weigh that in the vote, so thank you.
Supervisor Kirk, what you absolutely just articulated there is the balance that all policymakers have to make, whether it's a fire district, a city council, or your board of supervisors. You have to balance that risk versus the resources that you have. And when you adopt your budgets, you are saying, our policy is, we are buying this amount of risk reduction. And that's what you get to deal with. And you articulated it perfectly, because you're trying to balance in your head, how much money do I need? Well, the other question might be is, how much risk are you willing to accept? Industry best practices are that 9 times out of 10. 12 minutes is what you can do, what you can afford. Those seem pretty reasonable. But at the end of the day, you're still going to have some risk that you cannot purchase. You can't buy down. No agency can. But you do that with all of your policy decisions, and I'm glad that you brought that up.
Supervisor Heft, do you have anything? Okay, I don't have any questions at this point, so if we can continue, we have some more still coming, or was that entire? All right. Any further questions before I go to public comment? Okay, public comment on this item. This has been discussed for a long time. This is a very carefully prepared report that's being brought to us. So, yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Stacy Enos Del Razo, and the City of Sonora Fire Chief Amy New requested that I read this letter on her behalf. Dear members of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, the City of Sonora has reviewed the Standards of Coverage draft document and has several items that we would like to address. The City of Sonora requested an extension to review and comment on the 4th draft released February 23rd, 2024. Both Assistant Chief Andy Murphy and CAO Tracy Riggs denied the extension. Here are some of the items we would like to bring to your attention. List is not all-inclusive. The report is recommending performance standards that are inconsistent with the requirements for the response for proposal, RFP. The report does not offer any analytics that uses the recommended NFPA 1710 Fire Service Industry Standards or CPSE criteria. The document uses inconsistent time periods for the analysis. All time periods should be the same, utilizing a minimum of 3 calendar years and 10 years NFIRS reporting data, and population trends for any recommended long-term projects. The report uses too many general references and does not have an in-depth section for each individual agency. The 3rd draft, Draft 1 and 2, were not provided to us for review, was received in October. The cooperators met in November to review, and at that time were made aware that additional data and appendices had been admitted. The 4th and final draft, which is before you today, was provided on February 23rd, 2024. The timeframe was not adequate to allow for review, comment, suggestions, and time to meet with consultants to discuss these items. The City of Sonora Fire Department response times are under 4 minutes, with a majority under 3 minutes within the city's jurisdiction. The proposed 12-minute response time recommendation is not acceptable. Time is very important when an unconscious person is not breathing. Permanent brain damage begins after only 4 minutes without oxygen, and death can occur within 6 minutes. Currently, all fire agencies subscribe to an automatic aid agreement. In 2023, Sonora City Fire responded to 1,799 calls for service. Of the 1,799 calls for service, 530, roughly 30%, were in Tuolumne County Fire Department jurisdiction. Tuolumne County Fire is pushing for a complete boundary drop between all agencies. For the City of Sonora, this would increase calls into Tuolumne County's response jurisdiction from 530 to almost 1,000. The City of Sonora recommends that Tuolumne County review the spheres of influence, SOI, annexation options, and tax share agreements, and those impacted fire agencies that are currently providing service as the closest response within Tuolumne County Fire response jurisdiction.
Please go ahead and complete the last two. You're almost there.
Thank you. The City of Sonora would support an independent LAFCO municipal service review, including an evaluation of anticipated and projected growth and tax share agreements, adequately providing funding for the needs of the public safety. The City of Sonora thanks you for the opportunity to bring these items to your attention. Please feel free to contact me if you have any questions or would like to discuss in further detail. Respectfully, Amy R. New, Fire Chief, City of Sonora.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I feel like I've been up here a lot today. Okay, I'll make this quick. I just want to start with gratitude and thank everybody and all the effort that went into the study. Very useful. I've highlighted some points here. I'd like to add that Chief Cashy and Chief Murphy have never let me down in my expectations on how they protect the community when it comes to fire, and also the other partners from our medical first responders as well. I think the one thing that I took out of this presentation most is that it highlighted how much our shared vision and missions are connected in that, and I told you that I'd give you my word to stay relevant in the conversation as it involves safety in this community. Some things that resonated with me was the study in community risk, recruitment, retention, and staffing, which are all concerns that we have in a variety of areas in our departments. The increased risk to elderly in a 65 and aging population die in a fire exponentially higher than others is very sobering. I can think of specifically in Washington Fire, where that situation did actually reign true. And if my memory serves correctly, those folks called in to the dispatch center on a landline to direct deputy sheriffs into their location, and they were ultimately removed from those homes. 85% of the elderly population generate approximately 500 calls. I heard that statistic, which I thought was astronomical, and I would absolutely want to see how that affects us locally in the operational tempo that we expect. So you can expect that I will have that so you can see exactly what that means for Tuolumne County. Increasing calls for service with the aging population. We understand that, and I think those are important facts that are highlighted for adding to the safety of our community. The one thing that I do want to say is I support the research. I support the cause of fire and our first responders. I know that you have difficult decisions that you're going to make when you pass the specific response time, whatever that is. I have a lot of trust and confidence in our chiefs that you guys will be afforded all the information that you need to make the most accurate and best decision. I'm only simply here to make sure that if there's any information that you need from our office to add to what that looks like to make the best decision possible, please do not hesitate, as these are all very closely related issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for comments and further discussion. Who would like to go first? Supervisor Heff.
Yeah, I'm just going to boil it down to the essentials. What I see that we're being asked right now is kind of like, any organization has a mission statement, and they also have a vision statement. And what you're asking us to do is to create the vision, what we want to see for our residents here in Tuolumne County. And what we wish to strive for in terms of safety for our community. And our first level of priority right now, today, is to establish the level of service as far as travel time. And since we're already at 15, and knowing what I would like to have for myself and for the people that I love and care about, I would want to strive for the 12-minute response time, the travel time. And I think I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. And I really appreciate the robust report and all the info as well. I think it's very easy to read through because it also explains a lot with just the general fire system. So I encourage anybody to go through it if they're in the public and listening. Similarly, kind of shortened thoughts, but maybe to a different conclusion on it. To me, it's very hard to even talk about this in any realistic way when we're not quite sure what the funding looks like, both with a revenue measure looking at 80% of the calls being medical and cost recovery options on that. And the second part is we have existing stations. We're not in a sandbox where we could just place them. There are only so many buildings in so many places. And so it's very hard to, I see where the value of this is kind of as a model, as a concept, but I have trouble seeing the application of this given that in the next year, the funding could change and it also could change in a bad way. And, depending on that. So I don't know. I would recommend, in my opinion, that right now we've already made some strategic expansions and investments. We would keep those. If the data is coming back saying that it should have been a mile over this way, that's a decision that's going to have to figure out the funding side first. So that's the challenge for me. I don't know exactly what a recommendation for either the 12 or the 15-minute option entails. Certainly the goal, I think, is to get to 10 or 12. I mean, that's the goal, but what are we deciding today if none of that seems actionable right now? So.
Supervisor Kirk? Supervisor Campbell, go ahead.
I can go. Yeah, and I certainly appreciate Supervisor Brandon's comments. I have kind of a similar concern, but on the point of the 12-minute time, I'll just kind of put the question to you. With a 90% uniform response time at 12 minutes, you're telling us that with the resources we have available, that is possible. And you're not telling us that we would need to make changes in order to get there. Is that correct?
With the models shown in those stations, that was what it would take to provide that 12-minute response time. We're not asking for anything additional.
Okay, and you're not making any kind of judgment call about what that would cost, or you're leaving that to us to figure out, but you're just saying with the tools that are available to us throughout the county in terms of resources, staffing,
Correct. We
facilities,
have, yes.
we could hit that number.
We have data now to show to hit the 90th percentile what it would take with our current existing facilities as listed with the 6-station option. This would be the time that Tuolumne County Fire Department accepted a standard for what we want to provide to the community is what we're asking for today.
Well, and that brings to my my next question, sort of my concern is that, you have the 6-station option. I can't help but notice that both of the 2 fire stations that are under Tuolumne County Fire that are in District 2 are not anywhere on the list, one of which we address is one of the highest volume stations. And so why would we be excluding that if it in this model, if it's such a high call volume, wouldn't that then reduce the travel time even further, or are we saying that with the resources we have, we can't do that?
And I'll have Andy comment as well. By no means do we want to reduce any amount of fire stations we have or certain endeavors we have, like with 561 and Mona Vista that we're pursuing. But understand that we can provide it right now with what we have. But 12 minutes is what we can hit the 90th percentile with the current numbers that we've provided. I hope someday as I sit before you as a fire chief, I'm asking for 8, But for today, for that standard for the service to the public, that's the time frame that we're looking at.
Well,
and I'll kick it over to.
I guess that's now I'm not understanding. The very last bullet on the recommended action is this action would not include any station closures, but would instead focus on building partnerships similar to actions taken by counties to support Jamestown, Columbia Fire districts. Okay. So if we're not talking about closing stations, why are we only talking about 6 stations?
So again, this is a base document to work from. This is how we're going, this is the first step, I said in the last comment. So there's many things to do from here. Gives us, first of all, it gives us a goal to achieve a standard travel time to an incident. So in the decisions that we make as you make as a board and as we make as firefighters, fire professionals, is we're going to work towards this 12-minute. And what does it take to do that? And there's some examples of, and as Eric mentioned, that maybe one station would be in that category in those 6, but maybe it's not feasible to make $10 million of adjustment or improvements when you can go a mile down the road and there's a station that we can use. That's an example of where the human input and the professional and input comes into making those decisions. So we're not saying this is the end of it after today, we're going to close the other stations, we're going to start investing in Don Pedro and Long Barn or other stations that require investments. We're saying this is information for us to build on as we start making decisions, as we do additional reviews, to make decisions on what stations. Again, this document shows you what it takes, and what we're asking for is what the first resource on scene, the maximum amount of time. It's not the 4 engines that are required for a structure fire or the 2 engines that are required to do CPR. This is just the minimum to build from.
Mm-hmm.
Did I confuse you more?
No, I'm not confused.
Okay.
It's just what the presentation is different than, feels different than what you just described. Because I just look at the recommendation, I agree with everything that's recommended today. We're talking about directing consolidation of fire services where possible, not reduction of facilities, which I keep going back to that's the obvious conclusion that somebody coming off the street viewing this would draw, is that there's a ranking, there's a station number, there's a location, and then there's a call volume associated with the travel time. And if you're not number 6, you're number 7, and you're not on the list. So what do you say to that person? You know, because like I said, I agree with everything that's recommended, but we need to talk about it in context of all the fire stations and not limit it, I guess is where I'm going.
So you're going down the right path. I would ask the same questions as well. This isn't like the playoffs where if you're station 7 or 8, you don't get in. Ultimately, what this is a roadmap for you to start making some of these decisions and further analysis with some of the local either policies, concerns, and what you all can afford. What these models do is we look at all the we looked in this example, we looked at all the stations. We also looked at just county-only stations. And county-only stations, I think you need 8 to get to that 12-minute benchmark. So what this model says is that, well, regionalization is actually more efficient because we can demonstrate through the model that you can get there quicker if you consider all agencies within the county. But this is just your starting point. And really the action I think that the chiefs are asking today is, let's take that first step and adopt that performance standard, because then a lot of these conversations can be built around, hey, it's the policy of the board that we want a 12-minute travel time. Now, if you can do it better or more efficient, let's go down that path. But this isn't saying that if you're number 7, forget about it.
I guess I would have preferred it if we were just talking about that question. That if we wanted to decide that 12 minutes was a standard that we could and should meet as a county, I'm all for that. You know, I'm all for that conversation. But I feel that the way we're kind of presenting it to the community is going to put one community against another, one station against another, one fire district against another, which we've had a history of that in years past in the county, and I think that we're in a much better spot now. I just don't want to go back to that. I'm just
Yeah, that's
telling
not-
you what
that's
my,
not the
my
intent,
concern
and-
is and what my impressions of the
Certainly.
report are.
Certainly, the data is in there. We've modeled all these different models, whether it's all stations, staffed year-round seasonally, and just county fire only. There's lots of different models in here. And the intent was to say, look, given where your stations are currently at, which ones are staffed, at these performance times, here's how many stations it would take. It was not designed to pit communities against each other. Every community gets to decide what, they want. They have policymakers to do that, so that's not the intent.
I'd like to just
This is
say
the first of many steps.
I agree with Supervisor Campbell's point, and I have a similar concern. That's all.
And I'm done. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Supervisor Kirk.
I thought we weren't interrupting. So here's my take on it. I think it bit us in the butt that we put some of those examples as far as where agencies could be. But then if you didn't, then we would have been like, well, where would it be? So I'm honing in more on the idea of the starting point, which is we want 12-minute response times. We're going to work out the details later. So I'm on board with that. I think what I'm experiencing right now, and our board's doing a good job. Like we're here to represent our constituents. We put some investments into some things. But guess what? We're all not going to be here forever. Eventually, I won't be a board member. And so the way I'm looking at this is what is going to be the best thing for the entire community of Tuolumne County? Because what I've experienced the last 5 years is chiefs not taking off their hat and working together in a cohesive way. We all know we got prior studies that show this isn't working. We got to do something different. This gives me the most concise, non-emotional, here's the data, and that's what I want to go with. So my commitment to this process is what if that requires some pain in my district, so be it. But I'm looking at the end game, and I want to look back and say this was the best thing for sustainability, and we are on a very tight crunch. We are going to potentially be going out for a revenue thing, and if we don't put our hats down, and I'm not saying we're not fighting, I'm just saying the big picture is if we got to be on the same page moving forward, because if we're not on the same page and then we're going out for funding, I think the community is going to catch wind of that. And I think this is a very good tool. It's a very timely tool. I know a lot of people think that this is coming just because of the revenue thing. This has been going on for years. We've had conversations with certain districts. I know in my district for 5 years, and this has been a long time coming. We're lucky that it's here now. We're blessed that it's here now. I'm not worried about the city of Sonora. They're their own little entity. We got to move forward with people who want to work with us, who want to get this accomplished. Every time we seem to have a conversation with the city, it's always about annexing. This is about fire and providing the best service for the entire community. So let's keep it on track. I support this. I support data. And it sounds like there's going to be some conversations after this, but let's do the 12-minute thing. I think it's doable.
Yeah, but I haven't had a chance.
And
Go
so
ahead.
the vision thing, thank you for clarifying that. This is the vision that we're trying to cast, and we'll figure out how to get there. Because what I'm also hearing is, and I think this is for Campbell and also for myself, because I saw Long Barn as an option. I'm like, what would we do with Long Barn? Like, why not Miwok? Because it's more central. Look, if Long Barn is going to get me the 90% 20, then we'll have that conversation. It's okay. So thank you for providing this, and I think we can get there, and we just need to adopt that 12 minutes today.
Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Thank you. And this is just maybe a technical real world one I wanted to pull out. So again, Jamestown kind of wasn't mentioned in the optimal there. One is Chinese Camp. Chinese Camp has $150 people in it, right? It is about a 9-minute drive to my Google Mapsing from the Green Springs SRA response area. There's not a lot of people in that area. So it's hard for me to understand, and maybe if that can be explained, why a station wouldn't be recommended in kind of a population center just north of it, but down there, when on this it said that it increased, I think, the county coverage for one station by like 2%. It was pretty small, that one as well as Don Pedro. Each of those two stations was an additional 4%. And that kind of goes to Supervisor Campbell's point earlier, the 500 to the 5,000. well, that seems like we're putting a station in the 500. And I don't know how that works with the methodology.
So I'll just answer your question in regards to those two stations specifically. Right now, the biggest benefit to Tuolumne County is the CAL FIRE response for all risk out of Green Springs and Don Pedro that basically supplant services into that area that you would not have without those resources. That is incorporated into all the other stations that we have for the depth. If we're looking solely at response travel time, 12 minutes throughout the county standard, that's where that list of stations comes into play. But we know that we actually have more than that. We know that we actually can do that with some depth. And so I wouldn't say that we're coming to present to you that this is where your fire stations need to be. What we're saying is with this model, we can meet 12 minutes, and we'd like to make that the standard for Tuolumne County Fire. And I'll turn it over to answer the rest of your question to Chief Murphy or Eric.
Okay, so, okay, I've got a few comments here. Number one, actually, I'd like to ask Andy or Nick to articulate how the loss of volunteers over a period of time, and it kind of crept up on us, right? How that drove us to having a lot of, concerns on coverage.
As well, being that Andy is, overseeing the program directly. Tuolumne County Fire had a robust volunteer program, right? And we have a lot of those stations now in your districts that currently don't have volunteers. And so what that has done is in the past, the automatic aid agreement, which sent other districts into Tuolumne County's area and still does, was supporting the volunteer response as well. And that has shifted now into where mutually agreeable, they're responding in the benefit of the public as closest resource. We just don't have the volunteers. Those drive certain areas in which we all have to work together, right? So we may have an entity that responds into Tuolumne County a certain number of times through automatic aid. That's a benefit to Tuolumne County residents, right? Even though it's coming from, say, a special district. In reciprocation, though, we are sending them resources when they have fires or they extend their needs and they need it through the response plans. We're sending them the same level of support, and it goes back and forth. The only thing that's changed in that discussion as regards to volunteers and not having the coverage in that area anymore is that automatic aid is now being used to decide who should serve an area versus before where the original intent was best service to the public. And that's a conversation for outside. But the volunteers that typically handled those areas of the county that were robust, we just don't have them anymore. And if Andy wants to throw numbers on.
Yeah, for sure. So we mentioned those two stations briefly. Chinese Camp has one volunteer, Don Pedro has two. Probably 10 years ago, there was 8 to 10 at each one of those stations. Some of our other stations, Jamestown, Columbia, Mona Village, you just move on your way up the hill to Cedar Ridge, which has historically had the most volunteers, up to 25 or 30 just in the last 5 or 6 years, has maybe 4 active volunteers right now. And it's addressed in the report where they talk about some of those challenges, and it's not just in Tuolumne County, or it's not just fire. The impact of volunteerism due to many factors, income, childcare, just a lot of different factors. A big part of that too is the requirements to be a volunteer.
Correct. Thank you for that. So first of all, I'm in favor of moving forward on the 12 minutes, put that right up front. This is all about, what we're doing to do the best job we can, provide the best service we can to the public. And when we look at that, there's, as Supervisor Kirk, mentioned, there's down the road here when we get further with this, right? This is providing the guidance, on the direction. And if we're in agreement that we want that better level of service, it comes at a price, which is still to be determined how we're gonna get there. And Supervisors Campbell and Brandon, both had very valid concerns, and we're all aware of those items. The public's expectation is simple. They want to pick up the phone, call 911, and have somebody show up in a reasonable amount of time. They have no care whatsoever about where they're coming from, just that they show up and give them help. And so that's what we're trying to to do that to the, you know, the best ability that we can. You know, Eric put it as a roadmap, as a way, you know, to get there, and I think that was a good term to have. A starting point was another comment that he made. So, you know, at that, unless there's any final, Supervisor Campbell, did you have a?
Could I make one
Sure.
suggestion?
Okay.
I think I've kind of identified what's given me the most heartburn. Okay, so I accept the recommendation 2 and 3. Recommendation 1 is accepting the recommendation of the made for the EMS ambulance contained within the standards of coverage report. I agree with the methodology. I agree with the data that has been acquired. Where I'm having heartburn is the conclusion. I feel it goes a step too far in terms of where we want to be. I would much rather have additional conversations before we get to a conclusion about if we can agree that 12 minutes is a goal that is worth achieving and that we should achieve it, answering how do we achieve that and with what division of resources is a conversation I would still like to have. And I feel like that's, my concern is that by approving the recommendation, we're approving what the recommended action for getting to that 12 minutes.
Yeah,
And that's where I'm not ready.
I totally understand those. You know, basically, we're looking at, we approve a standard, there's going to be consequences, you know, to going down that road. And those details are going to be, you know, still worked out. So.
I would chime in. If that was a motion, I would agree with that as well. This may or may not be relevant, but we talked about it with the volunteer stations going up the hill, basically being vacant and wanting to repurpose those. Maybe that's a future conversation. If that is in here, that would be something I'd love to see because speaking of revenue being the top priority, that's revenue within it. But specifically just that, not the full report and recommendations, but just specifically the vacant stations. But I support moving forward with 2 and 3.
So I guess my question would be, is there a way to pull out that conclusion without making this messy or not a worthwhile? I want this to still be a worthwhile document, and are we undermining that by asking?
Asking the chiefs to respond, but it looks like your big concern is with Appendix A about the report about fire, right? So I do think that that's maybe a part you could pull out, but everything else you could adopt and come back later to have a more detailed discussion, because there's a lot of things in here that have nothing to do with that piece.
It's an absolutely worthwhile, very effective document, and I want to approve it. Appendix A is what I have an issue with.
So I would like to propose that we adopt the 12-minute travel time without adopting at this point how we're going to get there. That kind of speaks to what Sarah
I think
was
that's
saying.
the same as Supervisor Campbell might have.
Pull those points. I mean, I don't think we were ever going to be voting on how we get there today anyway, right? But if it helps to make that declaration in our what we move forward with, I would do that.
What I would ask is if we were to make a motion that it would be approve the standards of coverage report accepting Appendix A.
Can you go to the recommendations?
Yes,
Because
so
there's a slide there.
There's 3, and the resolution does not speak to the recommendations. It only speaks to the time.
Right.
What Sarah and I were just talking about, what she's recommending is where Supervisor Campbell's going, is you could go ahead and move on staff recommendation, accepting that we want to remove Appendix A as part of that recommendation that you're approving, and then everything else could just move forward, which is all of the other recommendations, but the maps that talk about where locations would be. That's what I'm hearing from the 2 supervisors, Brandon as well.
And I would, I mean, you started to make a motion, but I'd be happy to make that motion if
If you'd
or if you
rather
want.
articulate it better, because I didn't articulate it very well, go ahead.
Would you articulate it
Yeah,
for
so
me
let's
once more,
amend the
Tracy
staff,
Riggs?
the staff recommendation would be to accept the recommendations of the consultant within the report, remove Appendix A as part of that, and then also adopting the standard for time response to 12 minutes, and also accepting it for EMS as well and for fire. So essentially, we're saying staff recommendation, except we're removing Appendix A from staff recommendation.
And then items 2 and 3 approving the 12-minute travel
Yes.
time and then directing staff to
Correct.
consolidate. So does that still leave you with an effective document that can get us to the next stage?
Well, I think as we've discussed, this is a building document, and all of those things that we brought up are part of the process to get to that top level.
Okay.
So as you want to modify that, it's up your will, obviously.
Okay.
I have
All
a
right.
question about, you said items 2 and 3, was that in the analysis?
In the recommendation. So there's 3 recommendations. The first is the modified one with the appendix, and then the second and third would not be modified. So it would be accept the recommendation for the standards of coverage, saving the appendices A, and then approve resolution adopting a 12-minute deployment standard, and then direct staff to work to consolidate fire services. Those 2 wouldn't change.
Supervisor.
And I'll go ahead, and that's my motion.
I'll second one. I just want to make sure, this is going to come back to the board for discussion, right? It's not going to be. Because I can kick and scream too.
Hopefully I don't regret asking this question.
I just want to make sure
But
this comes back.
The data in those appendixes, it doesn't change. You know, it's still there. If the board's concerned about locking into the 6 stations listed to accomplish a goal, which was listed as what could accomplish the goal, I don't think that we're saying that that's where we should go staff and that's what we have to do. It's saying that it can be accomplished through those 6. But again, with the data in Appendix A, by not adopting it, it doesn't change it. And so I would just throw that out there. Is it still there?
So again, will this come back for conversation though about?
But what you're,
It's
just
making
there's
a
difference.
recommendation on the 6.
Yes, yes.
is
So
the
the-
issue
But
that
I want to make sure our full board
Yes,
weighs
we-
in on the
Don't have an
recommendation.
issue
We will
with the
come
data
back
sets.
when we talk about anything that is related to consolidation, partnerships with other districts, or locations. Absolutely, that is a board decision.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's the recommendations that I think are the challenge for me too, because I get that this is very early in that process. There are more steps, but if I can look down the path and I don't like where that's leading, why would I take the first step towards it? Because what I'm seeing here is really kind of concerning with that. So that's the issue. I would second the motion to remove the appendix, if anything, just to show that there's not necessarily a recommendation as a part of this and support Ryan Campbell's motion.
Okay.
Such a full name, Supervisor Campbell.
It's okay. We can be formal.
Can we talk about not adopting the annex at this point, rather than removing it? Because it was used to bring about everything else. It was used as data points to bring about the recommendations. So I would say we're not going to be moving on it at this point. We're not going to be moving on any of the examples in the appendix, but I don't think removing it helps.
I think
So-
I think item 3 is
conclusions
pretty clear, right? Nobody direct staff to work towards consolidation of fire services where appropriate and feasible. And all this, as Supervisor Haft just said, it was based on the data that was developed, right? And then it just goes on to say this action would not include any station closures, focus on building partnerships, similar actions taken by the county to support consolidate. So I don't see that anything in here is negative that we should be excluding. We're still going to have that conversation down the road once we get to the point further.
So we have already a motion, is that correct?
We have a
and
motion and a second.
I'd like to make a second motion that we adopt the recommendation as written.
I wanted to maybe answer that, the concerns too, if there's not a.
I'll second that motion.
Yeah, and to your point, Supervisor Haff, the data's not my issue. It's the conclusion. I feel that we go a step too far with the report in making a conclusion based on the data.
We'll be part of that conversation.
and so I'm not saying we need to remove the data and whitewash it. The data is the data, and I totally accept that. It's that I think the conclusion on what that data means and how we should use it needs to be another conversation.
So can I ask a point of order on that? Am I allowed to do a second substitute motion? I believe we have a maximum of 3, correct?
That is correct, maximum of 3, and then you have to vote on the most recent motion, if you get a second.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah. I'll leave that one. It's just a funny little governance manual thing, but
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Half, seconded by myself, Supervisor Goldenberg. So I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'll vote aye.
I'm abstaining.
Okay, so we got 4 ayes and 1 abstention. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. If everybody can just stand by for a couple minutes, I need to have a conversation about where we're going moving forward for the rest of the board meeting. Hold on. Okay, so here's what we're going to do is we're going to take a break for 30 minutes, so until 1:45, 2:15. And then when we come back, we will take up our 1:30 p.m. appointment. And for anybody that's here for that appointment, I apologize, the delay, but we've been going straight through taking up other board actions. So we're recessed for 30 minutes. All right, welcome back. We'll continue the board meeting at this time. If I can have the clerk please read our 1:30 p.m. appointment. Stand by. Okay. Thank you.
1:30 p.m., public hearing to consider Murphy ordinance for zone change RZ 23-006 to rezone a 6.07 acre parcel, APN 035-350-016 from RE-1 MX residential estate 1 acre minimum mobile home exclusion combining to RE-5 MX residential estates 5 acre minimum mobile home exclusion combining district. Notice of exemption pursuant to section 15061B3 of the state CEQA guidelines.
Thank you. So we have a presentation here.
Chair Goldenberg, could you open the public hearing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so open the public hearing at this time.
Good afternoon, Board. Just wanted to let your board know that the ordinance has been updated with Goldenberg's name as chair, so it's been passed out to everyone as well.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Clark Sentek. I'm a planner 2 at the Tuolumne County Community Development Department. The project I have before you today is zone change RZ 23-006 for owners and applicant Bernard and Laura Murphy with Motherlode Wildlife Care. Location of this zone change project is at 20500 Shaw's Flat Road, APN 035-350-016, with the current zoning of residential estate 1 acre minimum mobile home exclusion combining district and a general plan designation of low density residential. It's a fairly straightforward rezoning project. We're rezoning 6.07 acres from RE1MX to RE5MX. The RE5MX is consistent with the general plan designation of low-density residential, and this zone change is necessary to allow the conditional use permit CUP 23-003 for the development and operation of an outdoor wildlife rehab center that was approved by the Tuolumne County Planning Commission on October 4th, 2023. Here's a map showing the designation, the general plan designation to low-density residential, along with the estate residential and homestead residential, and along also the close proximity to the city of Sonora. So joiner comments for this project. There were 30 notifications sent out on June 16, 2023. There were 3 responses received, mostly stemming from confusion on where this was going to be. All the comments thought it was going to be developed within the city of Sonora, which is not the case, and those comments have been addressed. There's numerous advisory agencies also reviewed this rezone project, including Tuolumne County Public Works, Center for Sierra Environmental Resource Center, Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control, and Caltrans. The Planning Commission meeting happened on October 4, 2023. They approved the CUP for the operation of the wildlife facility and recommended approval of this zone change, RZ 23-006. 4 members of the public spoke in favor of the project during that meeting. Findings for this zone change application: the proposed zone change is consistent with both the general plan and the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. This project is suited to the uses permitted under the proposed zoning district, and it is categorically exempt from CEQA. And decision process for your board today is to recommend the project, to approve the project, recommend to deny the project, send the project back to staff for further review. Is there any questions today?
Okay, looking to the board. Do you have any questions? Okay, seeing none, I will reach out to the public for public comment on this item. Any member of the public would like to speak, please come on up to the podium. Welcome.
I would just like to say that in your report, it would have been helpful to have the vote from the Planning Commission. And I'm kind of curious as to why this has taken 5 months to come before you.
Okay, any other public comment? Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Gail Witzelsteiner, and I'm a board member with Central Sierra Audubon, and I would like to encourage the board to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any additional? Hello.
Good afternoon, Chelsea Lewandowski, CSERC. Our center supports the applicant's request for a zone change in the issuance of the conditional use permit. The applicants provide an important service and have a long and proven track record of safely and properly rehabilitating injured or distressed animals and successfully releasing them back into the wild. This is particularly critical service for our rural county. Having a wildlife rehabilitation center in our community is crucial so that injured animals can be cared for and successfully returned back to nature. I urge you to approve the applicant's request. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
I too am from the Audubon local chapter. I'm the field trip chair, and I was lucky enough to witness Laura Murphy releasing a spotted owl, which is under the protected back into the wild. And her facility is also the only one nearby. Otherwise, you would have to be trying to transport a raptor to either Amador or down to Stanislaus. So I think it's a critical service that she does for our community, and I hope you will approve it.
Thank you. Any additional? Okay, seeing none, I'll take it back to the board. Just make sure there's no additional questions at this point. We're moving to comments. Okay, go ahead with your question.
Yeah, now this memo says it's wildlife, but I'm hearing mostly birds, and that's what when I read everything, it seemed like it was just birds. But when we talk about wildlife, I can think about exotic animals and all sorts of things. So I just want to make sure that this is for birds. Can we have some kind of?
So there's small like rodents as well, like squirrels. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Let's pause.
No question. Any additional questions from board members?
There was a comment made. I did see the planning commission report on here. It says voted, the planning commission approved it 5-0. Is that correct? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Any further discussion? And if not, I'll look for a motion.
I was only going to make the comment that normally I don't like to see a lower intensity use, but I think this is a really valid, as related to housing, but this is a very valid use of this land and seems to be serving a really good purpose. So I'm in support and ready to move forward.
Okay.
I'll second. I think it's pretty neat what you're doing, so.
Okay, so we were taking that as a motion then, Supervisor Brandon? With the
I will
second,
make the motion to move on staff recommendation.
and second by Supervisor Campbell.
And I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Carries 5-0. Thank you.
Very difficult item.
Okay, so 20, right? Yeah, I'm going to give just a moment for the room to clear, and then we'll resume the meeting.
Dory, let me know when you're ready and I'll turn it back on. Fine.
I swear I'm going to bring my chainsaw and cut this corner off. It's too thick for my skill saw. The blade wouldn't make it through.
Yeah, you really gotta go for it.
Yeah. Okay, is staff ready? Very good. Okay, so we will resume the meeting here. We just took a brief break while getting set up, and have the clerk read item 20, please.
Item number 20, presentation for formal adoption of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan for Tuolumne County.
All righty. Good afternoon, Board. Dory Beats, Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services. I am also joined by Karen Caldwell with Tuolumne Fire Safe, and then also Chief Cashy from CAL FIRE. Tuolumne County Fire is also here to support in case there's any questions. One of our other staff members, Sean Hembry, as you may know, was probably the initial focus staff from our offices in the beginning, and he and I wrote this memo, but he wasn't able to make it today because he is doing something else today, very important in Sacramento. So, utility and PG&E vegetation. Yes. So we are teaming this from afar. So I'm going to go ahead and walk through a few slides that we have. First and foremost, we just want to really briefly talk about what is a CWPP. And it focuses on identifying and addressing local hazards and risks from wildfire. It determines what is at risk and provides actions for the community to address wildfire threat. Defined by the Healthy Forest Restoration Act, it is a plan for a community at risk that is developed collaboratively, identifies and prioritizes fuel reduction projects, and then also recommends measures to reduce the ignitability of structures. So there are some very specific requirements under the Healthy Forest Restoration Act and the state of California when a community or a county jurisdiction is doing a CWPP. First and foremost is the collaboration. It includes local state officials, federal agencies, and non-governmental stakeholders. It does identify prioritized fuel reduction, identifying those areas for hazardous fuel reduction treatments on both federal and non-federal lands, and recommends those types of treatments. And last but not least is the treatment of the structural ignitability. Recommend measures that homeowners and communities can take to reduce the ignitability of structures in the plan area. Something we are all supporting in the wildfire resiliency, which also includes home hardening. So the Healthy Forest Restoration Act requires that the three entities must mutually agree to the final contents of a CWPP. That's why we are before your board today. The applicable local government, which is you and your board, the local fire departments, which is Tuolumne County Fire, and also the state entity responsible for forest management in our county, which is CAL FIRE. So all three of those entities must agree on the contents of the CWPP. In addition, these entities are directed to consult with and involve local representatives of the U.S. Forest Service and BLM and other interested parties or persons in the development of the plan. A little history for Tuolumne County with respect to a CWPP. There was a North Half Tuolumne County Community Wildfire Protection Plan that was done back in December of 2004, so 20 years ago. Also the Southwest Interface Project or SWIFT Community Protection Planning document that was also done in 2004. There was also a subsection of the Greater North County plan that was specific to the community wildfire protection plan for the Tuolumne City community. And then last but not least, most recently, but still in 2005, was the Highway 108 strategic plan. Why are we updating the CWPP, or why has the CWPP been updated? Grant funds were awarded from CAL FIRE, the Fire Prevention Grant Program, to Tuolumne Fire Safe Council. They were the lead in this project. I'm just presenting this forward for your approval today. It was really needed as a result of a lot of significant changes. Vegetation fuels conditions have changed, weather and climate conditions have, or data has changed, communities have changed, assets at risk have changed, fire behavior has changed, and also fire history has changed. The Tuolumne Fire Safe Council, as the project manager, did a phenomenal job at pulling together a steering group of all of these entities, Bureau of Land Management, CAL FIRE, Chicken Ranch Band of Miwok Indians, the City of Sonora, the County of Tuolumne, the Fire Chiefs Association of Tuolumne County, Stanislaus National Forest, Yosemite National Park, Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, Tuolumne County Fire, and also the Tuolumne Fire Safe Council. As identified in the plan, there were very specific goals, and again, these were developed not only by the steering committee, but also the numerous public engagement process for identifying what is important here in Tuolumne County with all of those different partners and agencies and the public. First and foremost is enhancing life safety and preparedness for responders and the public. Second is create healthy and productive fire-adapted communities. Third is to restore and maintain healthy and fire-resilient landscapes. And fourth, reduce the wildfire threat to values or assets at risk. What are the benefits to having an approved CWPP? Well, right at the top of the list, if we want to get any federal or state grants, we must have a current community wildfire protection plan for our county. So first and foremost, this is a plan that will help us achieve funding to make sure our communities are wildfire resilient. It also allows grant proponents to focus on resources on shared priorities, promoting more efficiency and reducing redundancy and competition for the same limited resources. We've come before your board before, for example, when we created the fuel storyboard and the meeting that we have annually with all of the fire agencies to talk about priorities so that we aren't competing against each other for funding, and we are truly prioritizing those areas that our fire behaviorist experts and those agencies are recommending that we focus our funding on. It also identifies actions and priorities to reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfire. We all agree that's definitely something we all are working very hard to do. And so this plan helps identify that, and reducing those risks. It also identifies community level actions and home hardening practices. Again, throughout much of what we all do when we are speaking to wildfire resiliency is that individual responsibility of our property owners, our homeowners, everyone that is in our community to help us get to that point. And that includes what they can be a part of Firewise communities, they can harden their homes, so that they can make sure they have defensible space. All of those measures are community level actions. And last but not least, the Community Wildfire Protection Plan is a living document. So it will be updated. And I know Karen can answer specific questions. I think it's about a 3 to 5 year. About 3 years that they would like this updated. And so obviously we weren't doing so good when we were updating it this year, but we're working towards making sure we have a more updated plan regularly. And that is obviously based on the needs of the community and what we are seeing in fire behavior. So the big component, again, one of the requirements is the outreach and collaboration. And again, hats off to Tuolumne Fire Safe Council and Karen and other staff who spent a huge amount of time making sure that they were out there in the community. They were scheduling public meetings throughout the process and stakeholders and revisiting language and getting down to that final. Any of us who work on plans know to get to the end product takes a lot of planning to make sure that we're getting the public and those interested and dedicated agencies to participate in the development of the language that goes into that particular plan. So here's a list. Again, they also created a survey that went out and numerous opportunities for the public to comment. Their webpage, cwpp.tuolumnefiresafe.org, is still up and running and has all the information as well as the presentations throughout the process. So we are here today. Staff recommends County Fire, CAL FIRE, Fire Safe Council, others, as you could see, support the recommendation. We have signed off on this, and we ask that your board approve and adopt the 2024 Community Wildfire Protection Plan, known as the CWPP, and then you allow the board chair to sign then on the signature page of that plan. And happy to answer any questions.
So, questions from the board? Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I only had one question. I think it's great that we have this and as a collaborative document, the information, but I wanted to ask specifically about peppermint. I know I've hammered kind of on that. Under the CAL FIRE definition, right, peppermint does not qualify as a community that's kind of at risk, even though it has one ingress-egress route. To my understanding, we had a separate county designation of other sites that didn't meet the CAL FIRE definition, which I think is related to the Suburbs Act. Is it, I don't think it's incorporated in any way into this document, kind of listing the risk of that community.
That sounds like, yeah, okay.
Good afternoon again. Regarding Peppermint Creek Mobile Home Park, is that what you're referencing?
And all the adjacent, yeah.
Right, so the ingress-egress criteria, this would be something different for the CWPP purposes. That I believe is identified in the community of Jamestown. And Jamestown is identified as a community at risk, and therefore with the document, the intent of that document, overall planning for funding and grant funding, et cetera, would be able to have access to it through the current CWPP.
Okay, it would, even though the community element basically stops, I think short of Peppermint, it would be considered within that?
There has to be a zip code associated with it, and I believe all of our communities in the county are identified as communities at risk. it would be incorporated into that. This isn't necessarily a tactical or an operational document. It just gives us access to pursue those projects going forward.
Okay, thank you.
For the purposes of the CWPP, we were really looking at wildland urban, what's defined as a wildland urban interface or that affecting zone around the wildland. So it would pull all that in. Any concentrated development, whether it's city or a town or
Well, that's the issue, is this, just as
Level
the
of-
back and forth from the couple of years, is it's not defined as a suburb.
Right.
So other ones trigger that.
Right.
Even though effectively its density is a suburb, and mobile home parks have been in the same category,
Yeah.
like Old Malone's Road out there. So there's been a few that they just don't fit the state definition, even though it'd be like, obviously it should. And I know we went through and we're like, that's really odd. But I appreciate that that's gonna be incorporated. So that answers my
It is.
question, Chair. Thank you.
Any other questions? Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Who are all the people who contributed to writing this?
I don't think we have enough time to truly
Right.
list it, but Jensen Hughes was the main contractor for it. But that list, there is a long list of individuals that reviewed it back and forth, multiple. So it's not just the agencies, but it could be 3 or 4 people under each agency that was reviewing it as much as we can throughout the process. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to call people out and say good job. Because.
oh, well, then it was me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was.
Well, Garrett.
What is that, like, success has 1,000
Just
fathers and
yeah.
failure is an orphan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that someone reading this, and it's funny, I think I saw like an earlier version where it didn't have all the bells and whistles, and like reading what it is now, it's
painful.
like, wow, this is, would have a really good understanding of what wildfire protection means in our county specifically. And so it's really heartening to see every time, we do these reports and each time they get better and better and better, and we get closer and closer and closer to more specific outcomes that we're looking for that can actually achieve the goal of fire protection. And so, it's a lengthy document, but I mean, if you're like me, like these kind of things. So if you're interested in fire protection and what's going on in the wildland, this is a good one. So, and that was, I guess
Okay.
I swayed into the comment section, but.
Just a bit. Any other questions from the board? Go ahead.
I just wanted to make a clarification that the document we uploaded that went out publicly had a couple typos in there, and thankfully we caught those. But Heather does have the final edit with those changes in the typos for certain individuals' names. So we got that corrected. So thank you for that.
I just wanted to let you know that it is going to go, quote, public. Well, it is technically today, but we will be posting it on the website tomorrow morning, hopefully in the morning. But tomorrow it'll be up for public. Anybody will be able to access and see it. And I also want to just make sure that everybody understands that it really is a strategic focus at this level of document. It's really looking broadly across the county and assessing, what exists, what's at risk, what do we need to do, what are options. There is a phase 2 that we are calling phase 2 that we're seeking funding for now, which would be now targeting in on the 6 planning units that were identified and really now getting down closer to the ground and involving the stakeholders within those geographic areas. So we see that as more of the prioritization piece will occur in phase 2.
Okay, thanks for explaining that. Okay, public comment. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for additional comments. Supervisor Hath.
Yeah, just a couple of comments. First of all, I really appreciate that this is finally a whole county document. Thank you very much for that, because in the past, it was just this side of the river. And Karen, I want to thank you for being the ringleader, because every meeting I ever went to, you were at the helm. So I just want to call you out and thank you for all your dedication to getting this done over the more than a year, right?
Probably about a year and a half.
Yeah, over the many months that it took to do this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk.
just ditto what Supervisor Half said, and thank you, Dory and staff. I sent quite a few questions and I got some clarification. Sometimes we get in the weeds too much, and it's good to know what the document's about. I think, just say thank you for your guys' work. I think one thing I want to say, though, that I keep seeing in documents, whether it's a climate action plan, obviously climate action plan, this plan or other plans, but whenever I see references to logging, and I don't think it was us, it was whoever did some of the consultant work. I'm just kind of tired of seeing references to logging in a negative aspect. It's like the environmentalists or the Go Green people, we're ignoring decades of horrible policy decision makings. And then we're turning around and now we're in the situation we're saying, oh, the loggers. So I just want to bring that to the attention of our board, and maybe just moving forward when we see these studies, do a quick keyword search of logging. And if it's done so like in a negative kind of derogatory way, I would rather change a script, because we all know, I mean, even the indigenous folks, if we would have done things the way we should have been allowed to do things, we wouldn't be in a lot of these situations. And so I just want to support our local loggers, our local industry, and just for me moving forward, if I see something in a document that kind of taints that picture a little bit, it doesn't do it too bad in here, but I do see it in this document. I'm going to kind of start calling it out. So I would just appreciate if we could kind of maybe catch that moving forward and try and change that narrative moving forward. So thanks.
Okay. Supervisor Campbell, do you have any comments? Supervisor Brandon? I've got just a couple, thanks. Yeah, just wanted to state, from my perspective, and we looked at a number of different reports as this whole thing was evolving. And I recall at the time, Dory and I had a conversation, well, who's going to do this report? And the fire council, said that they'd like to take it on. And a lot of work, huge amount of work. And so much appreciation, for all that you did, Karen, and the rest of the folks there. Multiple agencies, and I really, love to see all the public reach out. Was really impressive. So thank you very much. And that said, we'll look for a motion.
We'll move on to staff recommendation to approve the Community Wildfire Protection Plan.
I'll second. Oh, you got it? No, you don't. All right, I'll second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Kirk. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Kind of anticlimactic after all that, huh? Okay, clerk, if you could please read item number 22. Oh, I'm sorry, 21. My apology.
Item 21, consideration of approving an agreement and certificate of acceptance for the purchase of real properties located at 20111 Cedar Road North, assessors parcel number 044-420-042-000 and 20120 Cedar Road North, assessors parcel number 044-420-041-000, Sonora, California, from Quail Associates and a general partnership, and the amount of $2,500,000, authorizing the county administrator to execute all documents in escrow, and finding that the purchase and operation of the project is categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to sections 15061B3, 15326, 15301, 15303 under the state CEQA guidelines.
Okay, thank you. Well, welcome, Mo.
Thank you. Nice to be here before you this afternoon. Today, staff is here before you in regarding purchasing approval for two properties on Cedar Road. As your board is aware, on February 13th, 2024, the Board of Supervisors approved staff recommendation to approve a resolution to publish a notice of intent to purchase real property located at 20111 Cedar Road North, and then also the adjacent property at 20120 Cedar Road North. And that second property is basically the parking lot. The first one is the building itself, and the second one is a parking lot. Again, as Heather just read, this would be a purchase of this property from Quail Associates, and in the amount of $2,500,000. At that meeting in February, we set the date of today, coming back before your board to consummate, to review and consummate this purchase of this property. As a way of reminder, why the need for this property? So county ambulance is currently located in, right now, one of their stations on Forest Road, right down the road here, and it is rented space from CAL FIRE. Well, CAL FIRE needs their space back. So we've been looking for a home, working with Health and Human Services Agency, and talking about spaces, not only for county ambulance, but for some of the other programs that they have. And as your board is aware, we've been slowly moving part of Health and Human Services over to the TGH campus. And so in talking to them, there was some excitement and some opportunity there for us to maybe look at the public health building located on Cedar Road, in which we're talking about today. Right now, currently, the Public Health Department occupies half of that space, and on the other half, the Department of Social Services. Our current lease for that facility is up June of this year, and so staff, board directed staff to go and talk to the owner to see if possibility of them willing to sell. Upon contacting them, there was an agreement to do an appraisal, an independent appraisal of the property, with the evaluation coming out for that property being $2.6 million. On January 22nd of 2024, the county administrator sent a letter of intent with agreed upon price of $2.5 million, which was subsequently endorsed by the seller. So he was willing to sell at that price. Staff, both from the county administrator's office, county ambulance, and Health and Human Service Agency, all agree that this is a great location for county ambulance to be in. The facility down on Forest Road, their coverage area is basically Jamestown, Columbia, and the kind of Sonora, East Sonora area. A majority of their calls in that district happen to be in the Kabazoom Basin. So this is a perfect location for them. If we were to purchase the building, we would move county ambulance into half of the building. The other half would be continue to be utilized by public health. And then the Department of Social Services, we would continue that kind of domino effect of moving the rest of them over to the Tuolumne County campus. So they would be with the rest of the staff over there. As part of the board's direction to proceed with this matter pursuant to government code, a public notice of intent to purchase real property was published in the Union Democrat, and that requirement was to publish 3 times. So in your board memo, it notes that we did that requirement on February 16th, February 23rd, and March 1st of this year. As for the CEQA evaluation, your environmental coordinator has determined that the project is exempt from environmental review under CEQA pursuant to sections 15061B3, 15301, and 15303 of the state CEQA guidelines. And it was determined by Quincy that the activity that is being proposed for this facility is no different than basically the activity currently happening out of that facility right now. So before you, for your consideration, as staff has been talking, is the purchase agreement for both of these properties on Cedar Road North. Staff does need to let you know that there has been one change from the purchase agreement that you received in your board package. Upon review from the title company, they asked that the words "and easement deed," that's on page 2, section 202, be removed from it since we don't have any easement deeds associated with this project. So the seller has agreed to that. County Council's been aware of those changes in the agreement, and Heather has a corrected copy, just so you know. So with that, staff is here before you today, asking for approval of agreement and certificate of acceptance for the purchase of the real properties located at 20111 and 20120 Cedar Road North in Sonora from the Quail Associates in the amount of $2,500,000, and authorize the county administrator to execute all documents in escrow, and finding that the purchase and operation of the project is categorically exempt from SEQA pursuant to various sections under the SEQA guidelines. I won't repeat that again. And staff is just here to take any questions you may have.
So, looking to the board for questions. No, I don't have any questions. I'll look for public comment. Anybody from the public would like to comment on this? Good afternoon.
Hi. I'm probably in support of this, but I think the documentation for it is somewhat lacking. So for instance, I'd like to know what is the current rental price of where the ambulance service is currently, and what is the current lease price? So how are we offsetting that? Much of my comments will actually come from, I used to live in a mobile home park in Sunnyvale. And the city of Sunnyvale has, for their ambulance service, they've basically rented 2 garages in a light industrial area. And I know it because I hear the sirens going off all the time. But to me, something like, I can't find an exact spot that would be great, but like, if we take like where Auto Beecraft is, those are kind of like the light industrial areas I'm talking about. And those kind of garages seem to work, at least down in the city of Sunnyvale, very well for an ambulance service. Part of my concern, I guess, here is I don't know, I guess they'd be getting half of this property, so about a little over 7,000 square feet. And I don't know why an ambulance service needs 7,000 square feet. This seems more to me that this is because they have the budget for it. And then they would be leasing, what, at fair market value from whatever public health gets. So maybe public health needs to own that property, and then the ambulance service should lease it from them until they can find a great place, which would be probably a light industrial park. Okay? Thank you.
Mo, if you could maybe expand on a couple of these just to clear the air.
Absolutely. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate your questions, because there are some things that probably were left out of the board memo that would be good for the public to hear. So in regards to why a little over 7,000 square feet, there's going to be 2 ambulance staff there. So that's 5 employees. Once you do 5 separate bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, laundry, storage, a area for a common area and an office or 2, you're pretty much at 7,000 square feet. The ambulance fund is going to be the one who pays for purchase of the building, and then it's going to be the public health department then that will pay rent to the ambulance for their portion of the building.
And has that rental amount been established yet, or?
And it
Okay.
has
Okay.
not.
Okay. All righty. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional public comment? Good afternoon.
Thank you for clarifying that the ambulance service is the one buying the building, not the county. And I'm just kind of curious as to what the cost is for remodeling. And I'm also kind of curious why we didn't do a lease to buy option, because we've been there since the 90s, I guess, because that might have saved some money over the long run.
Any additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Any comments, sir? If there's no comments, I don't have any at this point. I'd look for a motion.
I'll move to approve the staff
I'll-
recommended.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Hath. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Okay, if the clerk could please read item 22.
Item number 22, consideration of increasing the annual base compensation at the E-step for the Public Works Director from $161,826 to $186,100.
Very good.
Good afternoon, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. The item before you today is to look at the compensation for your Public Works Director. As you are aware, on February 13th, the current Public Works Director gave her notice of intent to resign, with her last day being April 12th of next month. Subsequently to that resignation, the board provided direction to staff to do a full external recruitment. As a result, we began looking at what is the compensation to determine, are we going to be competitive with our neighboring counties in order to do an external recruitment. So what you have before you today in the memo is it shows, and it doesn't show every county, it just shows Tuolumne, Calaveras, Stanislaus, and San Joaquin, because we tend to recruit from the valley. And that right now you'll see the director is making $162,000, which is $12,000 less than the director in Calaveras County and significantly less than the other. But what I was really focusing on is if we want to be able to recruit at the deputy or even a manager level, what might that compensation need to be able to attract their interest and have them apply? So by doing that, what I looked at was approximately about a 15% increase, and that would bring that position up to an E-step, which is maximum base salary compensation of $186,000, which is it is a $25,000 increase. But that, as you can see, does bring us higher than the deputy level at the Stanislaus County. Doesn't do in the other, they're much larger, but it does maybe attract attention from a manager or deputy level, assistant level down in Stan County who might be willing to come up and lend that expertise or at least apply. And so my recommendation is that you would consider that increase, and that should the board approve this, we will begin putting that flyer together, getting the recruitment listed, and get this out hopefully by the end of the week. And happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Supervisor Campbell.
Just one question. So you have a list here of the different counties and what they pay. This is a base salary for the E-step, or what's equivalent for the E-step for each of these counties?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Does it include anything benefits related like healthcare or retirement? Does it
No.
factor that into this number?
As I said in the memo, it does not. Doesn't include FICA, PERS, Medicare, or any type of cafeteria.
Okay, so we don't know if, while you might earn less money in Tuolumne County versus Stanislaus, you're getting better benefits. Do we have a sense of that comparison there?
Our accruals tend to be at par or lower when we are working through this, but our cafeteria does seem to be better if you have a family.
Okay.
Yeah. And our deferred comp in the executive unit is better than what we see in other counties as well.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. So I'm only seeing, obviously, a handful of counties, and in my opinion, we're in a completely different boat than Stanislaus and San Joaquin. They're not, to me, comparable counties. So Calaveras is there. I'm wondering, why is Amador, Mariposa, why don't we have those ones as comparisons?
So as we had talked previously, we were talking about compensation studies and others. Right now, we have counties that we compare. Those were in the previous. However, we don't recruit from, nor do we compete with Mariposa. It's a little bit with Amador. We typically are competing with the Valley is where we're competing with, and Calaveras for sure. You see movement between the two counties with staff going back and forth, but you do not see that with Alpine, Mariposa, Alpine anywhere near as much. The other counties that we tend to recruit from are also Fresno. We have many employees who have come up from the Fresno, but I didn't include that either. But you're right, their budgets and their number of employees are significantly different than ours.
Okay, I just think we should always be comparing to Mariposa and Amador as two very similar counties. Just as info on that, I did look up Mariposa in 2022 was 142,000 and Amador was 141,000 for 2022, not loaded costs.
Any additional questions? I don't have any questions, so I'll look for public comment on this item. Anybody like to speak? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Supervisor Campbell, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm not supportive of a $25,000 increase for this position. I'll just briefly go over the reasons. I don't want to belabor the point. I think that we're not accounting for benefits, which is a huge element of this. And I understand that when people are applying for jobs, they are going to look at that base pay, and that's a good attracting point, but we have to consider all the factors and all the costs, because we're not just increasing it by $25,000. We're increasing it by $25,000 every year forever. So those costs tend to add up. It's also one of the main complaints that I hear from constituents is that when we give bumps to department heads, they are much larger by portion than the increases that come to rank and file staff. And I think that kind of leaves a bad taste in the mouth of the public and in our staff members that are working day in and day out and deserve raises too. I also have kind of an issue that, we didn't address this when we had a budget hearing. We talked about our budget, what we could afford, what was appropriate for the positions that we had. And so now that we had a resignation, now we're looking at it, and I understand there's a reason for that. But I simply think that 15% goes too far. And if what I would be open to is raising it, I don't know what the percentage would be, but at 14,000, so that would put us at 175,826, which would make us more, we would pay more than Calaveras County, which kind of alluding to what Supervisor Brandon had said is kind of more a peer than some of these other counties. And it would also be competitive with the assistant director for Stanislaus, not so much San Joaquin. Boy, they pay quite a lot in San Joaquin County. But it is consistent with the kind of pay that we see in foothill communities. Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at.
Supervisor Kirk, do you have any comments?
I mean, I don't really have a big dog in this fight. Whether it's 14,000 or 11,000 more at 25, I do know that my understanding is this was supposed to take place prior, but our prior public works director gave up the raise. She didn't feel like it was appropriate with her because of her staff not getting increases, which I think is honorable. But I also I get the frustration of constituents. I really do. But at the end of the day, we need people in those positions to do those jobs. Otherwise, like, for instance, the road, what is it? Not the road superintendent, but the power that the director has to get projects done at a cheaper price. If we don't have somebody in that position who's qualified and get in there quick, I just don't want to be losing out on projects. So I'm fine either way. If it's 14, if it's 11. But I think this was supposed to be addressed prior, but it was looked over by the current public work director. So I think we're trying to play catch up a little bit, but I'm fine either way. And I just want to comment, and I'm not putting words in Tracy's mouth. It's not that I personally am trying to get somebody other than somebody who might be internal. It's just back to the point that this was supposed to take place a while back. I just want to be fair and consistent, which I think it was overlooked in the past. So that's it. Hopefully I'm making sense. I'm tired.
Supervisor Haft, do you have any
Yeah,
comments?
I have a few things. So it's unfortunate that we're doing this at a time when we've had a resignation. It's just really a shame. But that's the reality. And I do think that no matter what figure we fall upon, it should be higher than Calaveras County because our Public Works Director has a span of control over a lot of different agencies, and I don't think Calaveras comes close, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to name them all, but besides roads, there's airports, solid waste. What am I missing? Oh, no. So I think it should be at least 180,000. That's the figure I'm falling upon. If we can't agree on the recommended 186.1, I think it should be at least 180,000.
Okay, well, we've kind of split here. I thought about the counties too, as well, why additional counties. But I do understand, Mariposa, even though it's similar to Tuolumne County, I'm sorry, I missed you, huh? No, my apology. I'll go ahead and then I'll conclude.
I was only going to say that I agree with Supervisor Campbell's reasoning on that. I don't think it's the right time to make an increase. I don't like the message that sends to our employees. It's kind of, to me, a last resort where we have to do it because there is no other option. And right now, I'm not sure that that's the case. Also looking at Amador and Mariposa, it does seem with those markets, it's 20,000 higher than that. Understanding we may have recruited people from some of these other areas in the past, it's comparable to comparable counties in our region. So I agree with that. I would prefer it to remain the same. I think I'd be open to what you had recommended as far as an amount adjustment, but I wouldn't want to go above that under any circumstance.
Okay, thank you. And again, my apology for the skip. Yeah, on the counties, Mariposa I do see as different, just because if you're recruiting somebody, if they were willing to move over here and purchase a house, it'd be one thing. But they're close enough that they might not want to do that, and that drive is just so punishing. I've driven it quite a number of times, so I can see the reasoning on leaving that out. Amador, I could take or leave it. It's a pretty small, county as far as things go. So, okay, so I've got kind of a mixed bag here. I think where I'm landing is that I would look at Supervisor Campbell's suggestion, basically adding 14,000, which brings it, I think, to about 176, I believe, just under 175, 826 or something was quoted. It's a little bit less than what Supervisor Haft was looking at. I heard Supervisor Kirk said he could go either way, so that's where I sit. And if there's more discussion, please speak up. Otherwise, look for a motion.
I only wanted to maybe add one point to it as well. So again, this is not with a person sitting in the job who's remaining. We know that there's a resignation that's coming up with that. There is going to be a recruitment process. So I will throw out, if this changes anybody's mind to it, that my preference would be to float this position as it is basically listed at right now. And then we would look at that as kind of what comes back in the case that we don't see applications that are qualified, would be my preference.
Yeah, my only concern with floating the position, you're going to delay the recruitment and fill into that critical position. So
I concur.
Yeah, me too. If it's acceptable, I'd be happy to make a motion. So I'd move that the board increase the annual base salary compensation at the E-step for the Public Works Director to $175,826 as outlined, as amended from the board document to become effective in the next payroll period.
I'll second it. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Carries 5-0. Thank you. We have one more regular item, is that correct? Number 23? And then we'll do reports today. I know it's getting late, but we haven't done reports in a bit. So Supervisor Kirk, you brought this to us, and please be respectful of the timeframes.
Yeah.
Please in.
Oh, you got to read it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Please read the item.
Item number 23, consideration of making a formal request for accountability measures in Tuolumne County's welfare assistance programs.
Okay.
Yeah, for the sake of time, I'm hoping everybody read it on the board. It's one page. It's straight to the point. Basically, I mean, the gist of it is accountability, specifically with the homeless conversation. This was brought up a couple of years ago. The idea was squashed pretty quick. I don't remember the exact words. I mean, I could go back and try and find the video, but basically, we can't drug test folks as an option who receive benefits. Well, Proposition F passed in San Francisco, and I saw it on the front page news, and I'm like, okay, obviously somebody else is getting some different information. So I don't want to pretend that I remember that conversations, but I do specifically remember that it was not an option for us to require that. So also in full disclosure, I reached out to Annie Hockett, and I said, hey, look, the way the process works is I have to present this to the board to see if they want to consider this at a future board meeting. So please don't spend hours researching this, because I would hate for her to spend hours and then us decide, we don't want to look into this. So don't drill her on any crazy questions unless you want to say something, Annie. But again, the gist of this is just, does our board want to have Annie and their staff bring back maybe what that's about, and if it's an option that we can consider. And I kind of, I say the end game in here, but really at the end of the day, what I'm focused on is as people move through services and as the taxpayers and us, we're providing them housing and programs. I've seen it personally where I work, where that accountability measure has to be in place. Otherwise, it will just keep getting abused and abused and abused. And part of rehabilitation is understanding and coming off of drugs. And when you have finances that affect that, it's definitely a carrot or stick, however you want to use it. So if we want to have this conversation, that's what we're here today, is to say, do you guys want to bring this back and see what our options are? That's really what the gist of this is.
Okay, thank you. We've got staff here. We've got Annie. If you could come up, please. I would like you to please just give a...
Sorry, Chair. I do have a question for Supervisor Kirk, just to clarify something that wasn't clear to me. So I read the request. It's not clear to me what group we're talking about. Are we talking about people? So you talk about subsidized housing and recipients of services. That's a lot of different groups and a lot of different programs, some of which the county has authority over. Very few, almost none, the county has any authority over. Maybe some we do. Which one specifically are you focused on? Or
And I
is
kind
it
of did
kind
that
of all encompassing, or?
I kind of did that on purpose, because the same advice I gave to Ann, I gave myself, which was, don't dive too deep into this. Obviously, Proposition F encompasses, in San Francisco, encompasses some specific groups. But what I want to know as a supervisor is, I'm listing homelessness. I'm listing those who are getting subsidized housing. The point is, I don't really know what any of my options are, because a couple of years ago I was told, no, you can't drug test really anybody in that population. So I kind of left it vague on purpose. If our board wants to give direction to be more specific, if it's specifically homelessness, that could be part of the conversation later, but it's kind of just open-ended. What are our options as far as requiring drug testing for really anybody who's receiving benefits from the state or federal government or county?
And that's a question I would put to Annie if she's available.
Yeah, so Annie,
Sure.
the reason I asked you up is, at a high level, if you have some information that's easy to, just give us as far as the viability of even going down this road and what we're faced with.
Yeah, absolutely. So I kept my promise, Supervisor Kirk. I didn't spend hours and hours, but I did look at Proposition F, I think it was. And my understanding of that is that it does apply to the General Assistance Program, which is, I think, the only county program that the board would have authority over to look at. In terms of kind of general benefits, most of that is federal and state funded, but the General Assistance Program is different. So that would probably be where we would start to look at, and we could bring that information to the board. I can tell you it's a program that is not highly utilized. In looking at the data, I think we've had an average of 3 individuals per year that have taken advantage of that program. But again, the board would have the ability to look at the requirements and eligibility of that. I don't know if that was too high level.
No, actually, that's really just what I was looking for. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. And that was the question too, is a lot of this is not really within our control. I mean, SNAP, as an example, is one that can be kind of cash direct aid almost. And that's not something that would be limited to this. Entitlements, a lot of these programs that are passed through. So if we can identify, because welfare benefits, that's a very broad term. If we can identify a program that has a substantial portion that there's an incentive or an issue there, I would agree. I'd love to see this applied to housing. I think that would be appropriate, especially in that context, but I just don't see its applicability to most of the stuff. And I think it would be really complicated because got all the revenue streams you have from Health and Human Services. That would be not just hours of review, but days of review by multiple people to pull together an analysis of all the updated laws on every single program. I think it'd be extremely difficult. So I would throw back that I don't think so right now. If you happen to run across one where it's a program we utilize a lot, that I would absolutely support having a more specific conversation.
Any additional board comments? I was going to kind of echo that myself. This appears to be a pretty small, number of potential cases here. But I have similar concerns, about this. I mean, if somebody's getting something over in a system that they really don't deserve. So so I concur with that. I would ask, even if we don't look to have this brought back officially, just kind of keep your eyes on that, and if you see something developing, daylight it, on up to us would be good.
And I in looking at what I did, I do think it's complex, and there's confusion of, how do you become eligible for what? And so if, a general presentation on, again, a high level of what those programs look like, how do you become eligible, looping in the housing component for general information for the board and the public, if that is something that you find that might be beneficial in just having more information, we'd be happy to do that. That would be helpful.
I'll be the first to tell you, no more reports. You guys are busy enough. I think maybe where I'm getting held up is kind of like you said, it's complex. Maybe there's just so many people who are receiving homeless benefits in San Francisco who are also falling into this program, and that's why there was the vote. I'm not the expert in this field, which is why I put this on paper. What are our options? Because it sounded like to them it's an option, but obviously maybe it's because their population is just receiving so many different benefits, and there's just, R3 is 5,000 of them, I don't know.
And I don't know enough about their program, but I would venture a guess that they do provide a fair amount of funding to that program. And if that was something the board wanted to look at, again, we could bring that information back. Historically speaking, it's a pretty small population here.
Yeah, if it's that small, it doesn't sound like it's worth pursuing. So.
Yeah, and it looks to me that Measure F is apply. So what it says is it deals for treatment, dependent screening and treatment of recipients of city public assistance. So San Francisco is pretty affluent. So the city itself provides assistance above and beyond the state and federal sponsored programs. Right. The city county of San Francisco gives additional money and benefits to their citizens that we don't in Tuolumne County.
Very small, but I think the actual program that and I think Annie touched on was actually a state and federal, because the San Francisco city does they have a much greater funding and programs, but I think where they're applying this is under state and federal benefits, so.
I think
My
Supervisor Campbell
understanding is
means general
it's
fund.
not, it's their general assistance program, which is
okay.
not state or
not-
federal
yeah.
funded.
Okay.
Create city fund, yeah. Which, the point I was getting at is that we don't really spend general fund money above and beyond what is reimbursable by the state and federal partners. If we did, then that would be an area where we would have that option for the drug testing and
The general assistance program
yeah,
is,
it's a county program, so we could make whatever limitations on it that the community wants. But it seems like we don't really have that many options to do that.
not as it's currently set up, I don't believe.
So we'd have to spend more money on programs before we could put limitations on it. Sounds
I think in theory, you could expand that program.
Yeah, if we were to expand it,
But
then.
with that would certainly come
And so
cost.
if we're not expending our own general funds on programs and everything that we're administering, like the Housing First and all these state and federal things, those programs that we're administering, those don't allow for drug testing, correct? Just to confirm.
Not every single program, I would say, that you just captured. I mean, I think the housing conversation is more complex. Obviously, part of those programs are going to be monitoring for that behavior. And so if that involves the need to test, I think those are the conversations we're having currently. What is that going to look like as we really stand up some of these programs? But in terms of general welfare benefits, if that's the question, I think it really is tailored to that general assistance program.
And Supervisor Kirk, just as a reminder, because housing, it is so complicated with all the different funding that's available, and some doesn't allow testing, but there might be recipients of housing that are in another program that require testing, like dependency drug court, something like that. So I think that we are working with HHSA on kind of all the different requirements, and when it's appropriate for people to be tested because of the other program requirements, they will be tested. And in like DDC, they would be tested weekly a lot of times. So that's just something that I think we're aware of, and I think it's complicated, like you said.
Well, thank you. Thank
Okay.
you board for hearing me out, and thank you for keeping that in consideration as things unfold. Thanks.
Sounds good.
Okay, that concludes the regular portion of the meeting with all the agenda items. I'd like to go to reports and.
Probably should.
Yeah, I don't believe I asked for public comments on that last item, item number 23. Thank you.
No, you didn't. Thank you for catching that. So I was not in support of this. I think our efforts would be better spent on trying to figure out why we have such a drug problem here and helping the sheriff with his narcotic investigation team, because a lot of people come here to sell drugs, a lot of people buy drugs, a lot of people know you can go to homeless camps and get whatever you want. So I just think our efforts could be spent better, and I figured it was based on San Francisco, and I didn't know if that would necessarily be pertinent here. And then you could, I'm sure there are people in the community who think you all should be drug tested too.
Okay. So, reports. Is there any reporting from staff? Can't see you guys.
I have a quick report, just that I wanted to thank Maria Sullivan. She was asked to do a presentation at a county council conference last week about Care Court. And so as one of the first cohorts, that's something that we are doing, is presenting to our other county councils, and I will be doing something similar next month. Thank you.
Just realized I hadn't done a report since I had went in to sit with Dr. Galley and 2 other counties for the Senate majority. And that's why I wasn't here for the 3 o'clock item, actually, for the Parrots Ferry purchase, was because I was in Sacramento with the Senate majority. And I did want to make sure you know that We were included because the Senate and the state as a whole are really looking at Tuolumne County as a leader in the actions that your board has been supporting when it comes to behavior health, mental health, substance use, and housing. And that was repeated over and over, and a lot of really good compliments for our board and your support to do that. So I want to make sure I relayed that so that you're aware. And it was a good meeting. And if you haven't met Dr. Galley, first time I've actually met him and had a conversation, and he's a really down-to-earth guy, really easy to talk to, and very well-rounded. So if you get a chance, hopefully you'll be able to meet with him and have that opportunity. Thank you.
Board Clerk, do you have anything, Heather? Okay. So I'll look to the supervisors. I guess we'll just start on one end and bring her on down. So Supervisor Haff.
Okay, I've got three things. Not going way into the far past because we haven't done reports for a while.
Yep.
But I've got two things from the most recent RCRC meeting. Wanted to give an update on the Golden State Natural Resources Project. You know, there's one in Lassen County and there's one here. And they made a big point about calling it the Forest Resilience Project. We refer to it as a biomass project, but the whole point is that it is to make our forests more resilient. That's the end game. Yes, there'll be products that will come out of that that will be shipped out. But the whole thing is to clean up our forests, basically. And so they gave an update on where they're at. The conditional use permits have been submitted. They have meetings weekly with our county staff, and they gave publicly great kudos to Tuolumne County staff especially, that they're very responsive. And they've submitted draft development agreements. They've done port outreach sessions, and the port that's chosen now is Stockton, if you haven't heard. There's been a neighborhood outreach in both counties. In fact, when we had RCRC staff here a meeting or so ago, after they were here, they were out in Chinese camp going door to door, letting the neighbors know what was going on and answering questions. The administrative draft is mostly done. And, this is a very recent development, that there has been a private partnership established, and they're in the process of ratifying agreement with a company called Drax, D-R-A-X. They're one of the largest users and producers of pellets, or private company. And they're into green energy initiatives, enhancing forest resilience, and sustainable biomass opportunities. And they will also be providing technical expertise. So there's a potential for future operational agreements with them as well. So that's the update there. Things are moving along. I was very encouraged to learn, that the Golden State Natural Resources is a category of the Golden State Finance Authority. And the Golden State Finance Authority is under RCRC 2. They're the ones who have been giving the loans for first and second loans for homes for staff, for employees, and they have helped 2 Tuolumne County staff members either purchase or refinance their homes. So we've got 2 so far. Yeah. And they do both first and second loans and gift funding. Then my third thing is I've had 2 meetings now with the principals from the U.S. Forest Service, that's Jason Kiken and Jim Junet, Yosemite National Park, which is Cicely Muldoon and Joe Meyer, her chief of staff, and various county personnel and business owners out in the Highway 120 corridor around Groveland. We're working on putting together some kind of staff housing project where it would be for both seasonal and full-time staff. Nobody has enough staff, and nor do they have the ability to pay them enough. So it's kind of an all-combined action type group. And this last meeting, which just happened last Thursday, I invited our legislators. So we had legislators from federal and state come to help us with this. And we've got 6 action items as a result that we're going to follow up on. And when we have ideas of the direction we want to go, because we've got 6 different ideas, very different ideas on how to proceed, I'll come back and let you know where we're at. That's it.
Supervisor Kirk.
Supervisor Half touched on the NRC stuff. I think I'll just maybe mention 2 things. 3, I do get drug tested at work because I'm in law enforcement. I peed in a cup last month. I'm good to go.
It's good to know.
Good to know. I just want you guys to know that. 108 meeting, we continue to have meetings with a bunch of groups regarding the 108 corridor and getting the pass opened up. It's big economics when that day opens, so thank staff who's currently helping with that, but just keep the board aware ever since, not ever since, but last year changed everything, and really COVID in businesses that really rely on knowing when that pass is going to open. Looks like we're on track, but I'm going to continue to have those monthly conversations regarding the 108 corridor. And then I don't know, I should probably get together with whoever sits on the fire safe council meeting, but I don't know if you guys are discussing the wind study that Jim Schmidt, he's done 2 studies now. We just got another one the last few weeks, but I'm talking with Half. I'm going to put together something. I don't know if we'll present it to the board or if we'll just have David sign it as a chair, but basically we need to get these studies in front of the insurance folks, in front of legislators. We've tried to get it in front of CAL FIRE, keeps getting brushed off, but it's more local data that shows, hey, fire folks, hey, insurance, look at the local data. We don't have paradise winds like they had. Certain regions in California have these crazy Diablo winds. We don't have it based on his modeling and his information. So again, it's just more information specifically towards fire safety, but really how it affects how insurance companies should be looking at this data when covering our folks for fire insurance. We don't show that we're going to have those catastrophic wind events during fire season like some of the other areas. So we're working on that. We'll figure out a path forward, but I know you guys would all be on support if you've read those studies. They're really great. So that is it. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just go backwards in backwards order. So yesterday I attended a business leadership roundtable meeting in my district focused on Soulsbyville area businesses. There's a bit of a renaissance going on in Soulsbyville with respect to, we have a new market that's opening up in the updated time I heard was the end of May. So it's really coming together. It's kind of amazing, these construction projects. You go in there one day and everything's all torn apart, and then you come in the next day and it's looking pretty good. So, and so a lot of really good feedback and discussion about transportation and transit issues in that community, and just kind of the overall idea of community building. A lot of people don't know that if you include Soulsbyville area with Sonora Vista, Mona Vista, the Lonjeway kind of area, which is all just one relatively confined community, you've got close to 6,500 people in that area. So a very large population in an area. It just lacks kind of a sense of identity, I think, in a lot of ways. And so there's a group of people that are trying to change that. I'm happy to be part of it. I also wanted to talk about so I sit as vice chair on the Government Finance Committee for CSAC. I don't often talk about that committee because a lot of what they do affects other counties, not as much ours, but there were a couple of positions that we took at the last meeting that I thought have direct impact on some of the things we're talking about now. One was we voted to support the Aguirre-Curry Constitutional Amendment 1, which sets a standard of 55% for a vote for local affordability housing and infrastructure. So if you were to put a measure on the ballot to ask voters whether or not they would support additional taxes and fees to pay for a new fire station, workforce housing, any variety of infrastructure projects, basically anything you can think of, a 911 center, all these things, Right now, in order to do that, the vote is 2/3 majority, and this would lower that to 55%. And we're often on the opposite side of an issue with Curry, so it's kind of nice to be able to support her on something. The other one is the Constitutional Amendment 13, which is, it's called Protect and Retain the Majority Vote Act. It basically says that if you, there's an effort now to raise the threshold for voting on tax measures to 1/3, or I'm sorry, to 2/3 across the board. And that effort to raise that threshold only requires a 50% plus one vote. And so the number of voters you need to ban that type of thing is less than the voters you need to approve those types of measures. And so what this amendment does is it basically creates parity. So if you want to ban a tax measure, that ban has to be at the same threshold that the measure is being proposed at. So it's, to me, that's only fair. The other thing that I would talk about, let's see here. I attended several different committees and commissions. I won't go into all the details on that because that would take too much time. I did want to say I am chair of the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee, and we talked pretty extensively about the Parrots Ferry property. And so there was tacit support amongst the members to at least have some kind of movement on housing, and we're hoping to get a tour out there at some point so we can see it for ourselves and kind of understand what the property would be used for. But that was one of the discussion items that took place there that might interest the rest of the board. Also served on LAFCO. I hesitate to go into too much depth there because it's the LAFCO meetings, I just have to say this, they've turned into kind of a slugfest against county and specifically against county staff, and it's really disheartening to see. I kind of think that group has been hijacked a little bit for special interests and not the interests of the entire county. I think if the majority of the voters in Tuolumne County knew some of the issues that have been raised at LAFCO, they would be appalled. So I just hope that that group can sort of move more toward the middle and looking toward what is best for the county in total instead of specific areas of interest, because we really can't move the ball forward if we start all thinking about our own little kingdoms. And the other thing is that if we do want to see LAFCO more active and we do want to see LAFCO getting involved in more projects in special districts, we can't blame staff and other people that have been working with LAFCO for any inaction up to this point. It's, to me, the buck stops with the board, and so I just see a lot of real negative things coming out of that, and I hope that changes. So, and that's where I'll finish my report.
Thank you. Supervisor Brand.
Great. Well, a really cool opportunity to go be a 4-H judge again, and that was really cool. If you ever get the opportunity, I want to throw out too, I believe everybody was emailed about the Forestry Challenge that's going to be here. They're going to be looking for judges for that. It's a pretty cool statewide competition. They develop forestry teams across the area, and then they're going to be meeting here for their championship. So that's something that they had presented to YSS, got in contact, and I think it's going to be great for the area. A really great visit to a 700-acre property down off Algerine area, a series of parcels with it. Talked about economic development opportunities, but one of the specific things was the idea of utility scale solar. And there was an immense amount of interest on this property, which is otherwise limited in its purposes, and the owner is not looking to necessarily use it for those anymore. I just wanted to put out that there right now is almost $1 billion in local fees and taxes, supporting about 120,000 jobs currently from utility scale. That's only from local fees and taxes. It was 12 gigawatts in 2020. It's about 21 and a half now in 2022. And we're seeing a federal mandate to put 25 gigawatts on federal lands. So BLM lands in particular, I think, could be a huge potential. They're analyzing that. So I'm looking forward to what comes back. I think this could be a major revenue generator with the county. I only wanted to throw in one thing on the fire article. I do agree with the wind-driven events and all of that. I think is great research. There's a component in there I want to draw the attention to was section 6B. It's houses as fuel. And one of the points that article is also making is basically that if you build housing, you're increasing your flammability. And so I just want us to be mindful that while we're supporting the wind-driven events portion of that and what that's talking about with different climates, we're also not shooting ourselves in the foot and vetting that research to make sure we're kind of consistent with it. So I would ask staff to look at it before we maybe sign, or with the chair as well. I have a meeting coming up with PG&E. This is going to be related to the Grid Resilience Infrastructure Improvement Program. It's going to be ideally hoping that they will provide technical support to what is about a $100 million grant application to the federal government. They've given out a number of these to at-risk areas with grid reliability issues. We do not have the data and info and capacity to put that together. They absolutely do. And I think this will be a unique opportunity for them to be the friendly neighborhood utility that is often pitched to us. Also, as you would receive for District 4 in Groveland, I received some of that for Columbia and Jamestown as well, of the improvements. I look forward to posting that soon, but that's really great. I had a very wonderful fundraiser event that wasn't really a fundraiser, but it was a meet and greet with the state senator, and I was able to introduce her to a number of folks about 2 weeks ago. It was 2 days before the election happened. And that was a really great opportunity. I know we hadn't done a big celebration, but she seems to have been doing a pretty good job, and I'm going to be meeting with some of her staff coming up soon, including on a State Senate designated Woman of the Year for this area. That I'm looking forward to bringing that forward. Had a great conversation with Tamara Quincy about objective design standards. Only one concern on that, and I think this would be shared by Twain Harte, by Groveland, by other areas since especially 2013 when the Planning Commission decision happened. I think it's for 99% of the county the best thing we can do to make it clear and easy to build. But there are a few places where it's a historic corridor and a historic community element that I'm hoping will be able to do some better version of enforcing the design and placemaking. And I think that's really important. So I just wanted to put that on people's minds. Another thing that I've been thinking a little bit about, CSAC has a number of courses open. We obviously have 2 new members that will at some point be joining the board, 1 already in, 2 that are running for another seat. I just want to encourage, I've been reaching out to try and get them involved in stuff, and I hope everybody is as well. I would like to see potentially us be able to help sponsor some of their education through that, so they can get as many CSAC courses under their belt before they take office, all the better. I think that'd be extremely helpful. I wish I ended up having that coming into the board as well. A little bit was sitting on the thumbs. So those are the main updates that I've got amongst a bunch of other meetings.
All right. So I'm just going to concentrate on NACO. A lot of different things. You know, somebody mentioned, just going to these conferences and the interactions that you have with counterparts, in this case from all across the nation. You see just all kind of different perspectives, some new ones, some you knew about, they learn from you. So that's always good. Just, and a lot of times they're not necessarily so identifiable, but it just gives you some, thoughts on directions, that we could go in, where other people have had success, particularly. But there's some different things going on with the federal government. And, the people that were at this conference, the legislative conference, pretty high-powered governmental, employees were there. In fact, on the Monday at our general meeting, President Biden, spoke, to the group. But they're the people that are in position to make changes. And so I haven't even totally filed all the business cards. Was making notes on them because they were realistically making offers, you can contact me directly type thing. And it's pretty tough to get some of those doors opened. They're doing things like, working with Visa to do electronic payments that are like instantaneous. It can work in 2 different ways. You could pay employees with it. Or you could pay vendors, that way. Can save a lot of staff time, once that type of system's set up. And, a lot of people figured, well, Visa likes to charge, for the privilege of using the card. They got it down to a really low rate, and they're talking about eliminating the charge entirely with this program. A lot of this came from the Inflation Reduction Act, 2023. Tax credits. In the past, the county has not had the ability, let's say we put in an electric charging station as part of our county, business. We couldn't take the tax credit on that. Let's say it was 25%. We were prohibited from doing that, but they've just changed that rule, and now we can. And so, as you're planning out projects, and I've passed a lot of this information on to admin and other staff to take a look at to get more details. But one of the interesting things was that you mentioned that if you had a project you were doing with a grant, and your grant was covering the total cost of the project, you could still apply for this credit. That's an interesting, scenario on its own. And there was a lot of excitement in the room when that was discussed. There's something called SALT, which is, state and local taxes. And, as part of negotiated tax changes during the Trump administration, there was some eliminations or great reductions. And they took it down to, I think, you'd be allowed up to $10,000, I think, something like that. But, most of us, it doesn't really affect, right? I don't buy enough stuff to pay $10,000 in taxes. I bought a couple of different vehicles, a used vehicle and a new vehicle, and it didn't come anywhere close to that. So, but it was interesting. They're talking about taking that cap off of it. That's something that they're discussing. FEMA, we know we've had difficulties sometimes, and we hear, because we'll have actions come to us like from Public Works, say, yeah, we're pretty sure FEMA's going to pay off on this one, but it's not in the pocket yet. Do we want to go out and do it? And we don't really know where your claim, sits. And so they're in the process of making a system that both for government and private individuals, if they had a claim behind a disaster, they can get like a case number, and they can go in and see where their claim is at. So that could be useful for our budgetary considerations. If we're planning something out, how much money are we going to need next year? Are we going to front money or something like that? A couple of different bills. U.S. Representative Adam Schiff introduced something called the Insure Act, and that was done in mid-January of 24. I haven't gone back to these bills and looked at them again, so I don't know what the progress is. But, basically, it was to provide relief to homeowners that were paying incredibly high homeowners insurance taxes, mainly behind the fire insurance premiums. And then U.S. Representative Kevin Kiley out of Rockland, he introduced something called the Safe Home Act, and that's got a bill number HR 6861. That one was California specific, which to me, I don't think that was the wisest move to make, because I think your chances of getting it passed would be diminished, by making it, it would take a pretty extraordinary situation, because this problem is happening elsewhere, not just California. So both of those, though, are at least something that says the federal government is looking at this and introducing legislation to try and see what can be done to, help give people relief. The second one was really more on things that you could do. It was preventative, included you could get a 25% credit for home hardening, from the federal government. It would phase out like many of these things do. If your income hit $200,000, starts phasing out and then disappears entirely at some point. And they're looking at doing some sort of inflation adjustment after if this thing does get passed and signed. Anyways, those were we asked about PILT, the payment in lieu of taxes, while we're there. They were talking about some changes. Nothing, we weren't able to get any information out of the the folks from the U.S. Treasury that were there at the time, but I did notice just yesterday, I gave Zale Riggs, the NACO had a little write-up, on it that the PILT had, gone through. So I'm not sure how we'll end up as a county, what we'll get. But time will tell. Another interesting one that saw there, NACO has got what's called public promise insurance, and they announced a new employee retention benefit that'll help your public employees significantly reduce or even eliminate student loan payments. And I don't know the details on that. I think that that's something we need to, I gave this to Karen McGettin, so she could take a look at it, and I'm not sure if she's found out anything more, but kind of similar to what Supervisor Half was talking about, the home loan thing. This is another thing, recognizing, a way to perhaps use, retention and recruitment. And that was pretty much it. There's other stuff, but I mean, there's so much. Interesting thing, I'm glad I went to the meeting, brought back some information. When you have just one person going to a meeting, it does make it tough, because there was times, where I really wanted to go to two different meetings, and I was weighing, which ones. So, just something to think about in the future, of having a couple of people go, a couple of supervisors go. Okay, that's all I have in my report, and we will close our meeting at 3:55.